We are live at Collectco for Monday, April 21st, live Facebook record sale. It is Monday the 21st, and we got, are y'all leaving? We got Jill and Julie here, and they have decided to leave for some reason. Oh, I thought they was going to come over here and host the show. Oh, they're going to go eat at Demas's. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Is this thing gone? Uh-oh, is this no SD card actually on the screen? Oh, no. I wish I could figure out how to take that off. Can they see that? Can y'all see that? That no SD card? Shoot. I didn't notice that was on there. Let me unplug this. We're going to have to get a new surge protector over here. And let's see here. Hello. Mike Massey, Matt Ketron, John Robb. Let me plug this in. And let me see if I can turn that off. Or get that off. First, let me click here. Let me turn this off and see what that does. Actually, Tanner, I think, explained it to me. Oh, no. I don't think that has anything to do with it either. Whoop. I've really messed up now. Insert. Let's see here. Let me turn this off and reset it. Yeah, see y'all later. Trying to clear off the screen. Oh no, that's it didn't do it the last couple times. Yeah, it's probably gonna stay up there. Let me ask Tanner how to take that off. Otherwise, it's gonna be very distracting. Yes, Tanner. Okay. Here we go. So let's go ahead and let me start sharing everything. Let me do that right now. So let me click here. John Robb, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'm about to open your package. We have a like button. We have a share button. Let's hit copy link. Let's hit group. Share it there. And here. And then copy link. And let's go back here. Let's see. Off. No battery. Let me see what Tanner said. First, I got to get all these links shared first. First and foremost, he said, tap the screen where it shows the icon. Slide your finger across the screen to navigate through the icons. Once the far right icon is highlighted, tap the screen again. He sounded like a... got it. He sounded like a AI chatbot. I thought that's what I did. I didn't realize I had to tap the screen again. I scrolled over to the eye icon. But we are in cinematic 5.3K. Golly. That's a high definition. Cinematic 5.3K. That's what Paul sees with his own eyes.
I've got better than 2020 vision.
Really?
Yeah, I do. You should try to sell it. And this is the best thing I've heard in a long, like as far as
Good.
like a rare funk sync, man.
Okay.
It is good.
Thumping and pumping funk.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what it's called?
No, but man, it's good.
All right.
It's real good.
Let's see here. Next is YouTube. Paul bringing me some deep cut funk gems. We always love stuff like that.
That's what we need to put it on discount.
Gotcha. I still got the stack here. I've only shown 3 out of the stack you brought me, but they've all sold. Yeah. All right, let's hit copy. And let's hit Facebook. And let's get this YouTube. We got 5 crates of new vinyl Jerry Stone. And Ed's handing me John Rob's box. We're about to open it. Let me put our addresses face down. So I got shipped a box, and I was told if I didn't open this live that somebody's gonna get very mad at me. So I'm almost done sharing links, and before the show gets rolling, we'll go ahead and open a gift or package from a customer. And let's get started. Top fans. Let me tag followers in the chat. Followers. And let's go over here and story. 13 plus. Whew, I spent a lot of time yesterday. You can ask my mom. Even up there, I was trying to. I got my phone out a few times and was scrolling through some pre-orders. I got to get that done. I might try to post one. No, it's too late. It's too much on my mind today. Too much going on. But that's what a Monday will do to you. All right, so let's see what John Robb sent us. He said, I'm sending you something, but you have to open it live on Facebook. So let's hope this isn't like a gag gift. Thank you, John Robb. Said I had to open it live on Facebook. I think there's something in here for me and something for Paul. All right, we got 2 cardboard pads. We have a piece of bubble wrap. And nice, first thing, yes. To Chad, here's a gift. I hope you enjoyed this. Is for you and your collection, not for resale. You can open the package on stream if you want. Thank you, John Robb. Awesome. That's the Yes Record Store Day that I said I couldn't get because I've still have yet to go out to a Record Store Day event. Awesome. Thank you. You're the first person to send it to me. I think I've looked online. I hadn't pulled the trigger yet. Now I have one already in my hand. I will be opening this and playing it. Live performance from the legendary Close to the Edge tour. My favorite. Awesome. Awesome. And then Paul was right around the corner. And then, hold on a minute. I'll get Paul back up here. This is for Paul. We'll go ahead and show it. To Paul, here's a gift for you. I hope you like it. This is for your collection only, not for resale. I doubt Paul will be reselling anything that has to do with the 13-4 Elevators Lost live album from 1967. First ever mono mix. Another Record Store Day. Transparent blue vinyl. Awesome. And John Robb, I will have Paul come up here and say a few words in just a second. Paul, you have a gift up here. You have a free gift from John Robb. Just FYI. Thank you, John, again. Triple LP. Now, if I get a gift from anybody, when I tell my family what I want for Christmas and birthday, I was like, well, if you can get me anything, yes, Led Zeppelin, Rush, Beatles, especially on vinyl that I don't have or I've never had before, then that would be a pretty good gift because it's really hard. I'm sure y'all hear this from other people too. What do you get somebody that collects stuff that actually owns like a store? And I'm like, well, there's stuff out there I don't have yet, like this. Awesome. Thank you, John Robb. Amazing. Now when you request auctions, if you say, hey, Chad, can you put that auction up? I better put it up a lot faster now. If you're going to continue to send me gifts, that's considered a bribe, folks. That's a bribe right there. No, seriously, thank you. And next time Paul he's made his way to the back, but next time he comes up here, I will hand him his gift, okay? And tonight, when I'm probably working on ordering more new vinyl, I'll crack open Yes, and we'll listen to the Close to the Edge tour. Awesome. Thank you. If anybody else wants to send me free records, I'm all for it. Especially if it's stuff I can resell. Ha! I probably have a whole crate full of gifted records I've acquired since I've been doing this. Maybe more. I used to keep them together so I don't accidentally sell them. But probably since I've been doing this, I've got about a crate full of gifted records, which will never be sold. Some things are sealed. Like, I've had some people send me like sealed OG stuff. They knew I collected that, and I'm like, well, I never can open this. And then somebody was like, yeah, open it. I want you to listen to it. But the collector in me is just like, oh, I can't do it. But thanks, everybody. All right, so my phone is on. Mike Massey knows all about those bribes. He knows all about those bribes. Big bribe guy, probably the biggest. All right, let's get my crates nice and neat to start a new week. New Orleans, New Orleans. Where are they? They're right here. Hope everybody's ready. New week. Ed has done invoicing. I have been awake for like an hour, so I'm trying to figure out where I am and who I am, and I'm ready to start a new week. So let's get started. First with two New Orleans records. This is the Sewer Grooves. I've got Levitation. The Sewer Grooves is going to go up for a $5 start. Black vinyl from the New Orleans collection. And the Green Telescope, Facing a Crowd and Thoughts of a Madman. The Green Telescope, that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. That's the first two there. Craig says, I've paid my invoice of you. That's a good, I like the way you've done that there. Also, let me see. Paul, he had this dual monitor. I don't know how he did that the other day. I'll have to ask him. Jake's got me another monitor over here, which is pretty cool, but I really don't know how to use it yet. All right, what crate do I want to start with? Let's start with this crate over here to my left. I'm going to take this one off, and let's go through this crate to my left. So what we're going to do is new vinyl, discount, and then we'll get into our new vinyl here in about, I don't know, pretty soon. Laura's already got all the auctions up here, and we're ready to go. Has everybody hit the like button? Do you have two monitors? Yeah, I've got two monitors. I've got a monitor right above me, like on the wall, and then there's one on a bookshelf over here, and I can use that in the future for like when I'm trying to look stuff up late at night maybe, but we hadn't built everything around me yet perfectly. So let's go ahead and get started. There's the Sewer Grooves. We do have Japanese stuff tonight. I'm going to start putting those up in just a second. Alice in Chains Facelift, that's a 2LP, new and sealed, $38.99. How would you like to start your week off with some Alice in Chains? Kiss Love Gun, $36.99, also new and sealed. Christine 16, and one of my favorites, Shock Me. We have The Band, music from Big Pink, $36.99. The Band, music from Big Pink, $36.99, new and sealed. And then The Globetrotters, and that is on orange vinyl. The Globetrotters, that's a reissue of that Kirshner record, Don Kirshner record. If you don't have that yet, $33.99. Let me go grab that crate of Japanese and maybe bring it to me, bring it a little bit closer to me. Let me go find it, and that's probably going to be some of our first LP auctions. I always love a good delivery of Japanese. 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. Maybe 5. Oh, 5 counting the Japanese crate. Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. 4. 5 counting the Japanese crate, which was over here with the new vinyl. So, sorry, I've already let Jerry Stone down. It's going to be some good new vinyl, though. And the way the deliveries fall, there should be plenty more coming this week. So the Japanese stuff I have tonight, I still will probably be from more of that premium shipment that I consider, which means it's like nothing but better titles and fantastic conditions. So let's go ahead and get started with that. We have In Excess The Swing. This is a Japanese pressing. Very nice. Near mint minus and pristine. Fantastic vinyl. I love my new light over here. It can help me examine records and tell you even how much nicer they are. There's the insert. There's the other insert. And we have a $35 start on NXS to swing. Final call to get a bid on the Sewer Grooves for $5. And final call to get a bid on the Green Telescope. That's our first 2 New Orleans singles. The Best of Depeche Mode. That's a triple LP, Volume 1. The Best of Depeche Mode, $69.99. Also, we have a 1 copy left of the Doug Carn, Spirit of the New Land. That's a 1972 spiritual soul jazz classic. That's on the Black Jazz label, which is anything on that label is typically pretty rare, collectible, expensive, $34.99. Also, Depeche Mode, Set in Stone. Depeche Mode is live, 1990, Los Angeles, Dodger Stadium, yellow vinyl. That's new, sealed, $29.99. Just one of those left. Van Halen's self-titled debut, Running with the Devil, $33.99, 180-gram remaster, $33.99. And we still got the Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman, which is essentially an Ozzy Osbourne greatest hits, $38.99, 17 remastered classics, 2 LP, 180-gram. That is $38.99. Let me grab my phone because I've just been glancing at comments. I actually hadn't got to see what's been going on. And the first couple comments are from ST, and ST wants DC and VH. I like that. He wants Doug Carn and Van Halen. The first 2 sales of the new week goes to Mr. ST, Doug Carn and Van Halen. Thank you and thank you. Those are sold and sold. David V63 wants an Ozzy greatest hits. Thank you. And we have Pink Floyd, How I Wish You Were Here, 180-gram remaster, Shine On You Crazy Diamond, $36.99. Also, Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Rod Bryan's in on the Green Telescope at $5. And we have System of a Down, Steal This Album. That is a 2 LP, $33.99. By the way, NXS The Swing has the Obi with it. It is pristine. It's a $35 star. Chad, have you seen the records at Target have Obi on them? I thought they were odd choice of targeting for Mark. Do they have a Japanese Obi? I know some records do have like an Obi on them, like these Rhino Hi-Fi series. A lot of labels are starting to use that instead of hop stickers. That way, if they want to put a ton of information on it, they can. But, yeah, I kind of like it, but also, if it does come off, it's kind of like, what do you do with it? Live Throwing Copper is $39.99. That's a 2 LP 25th anniversary, 3 bonus songs. Let's go ahead and sell our first auction to Rod Bryan for $5, the Green Telescope. If anybody wants the Sewer Grooves, it's a buy it now for $5. The Sewer Grooves can be bought for a buy it now of $5. Queens of the Stone Age. This is Songs for the Deaf. $46.99, 2 LP. And yes, I can get you a copy of the Doug Carn. We can put you on a waiting list, Grog. Doug Carn, Spirit of the New Land, that can be a waiting list for you, no problem. Those should be in this week as long as they're in stock. Also, Testament. Testament is Souls of Black, a new sealed music on vinyl press. $39.99 for Testament. And Pearl Jam, self-titled The Avocado Album, $38.99. Their market department may be trying to cash in on how desirable and collectible Japanese pressings are now. Just like the NXS the Swing album, it's now a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. The Swing can be bought for a buy it now price of $35. First no bid of the night on the LP block. Pink Floyd Live, the Delicate Sound of Thunder concert. 24-page book, 23 songs, 9 songs here, not on the original, $79.99. And yes, make sure Grog does go on a waiting list for that Doug Carn album. We will do it, okay? Whoa, what a cover. Let's skip that one for right now. Let's put up a couple more New Orleans singles. First thing we have are the Hipsters. The Hipsters are going to go up for a $5 start. This is the next New Orleans single. $5 start on the Hipsters. And we have Moon Twist, the Leroy Brothers, L-E-R-O-I. Moon Twist is going to go up for a $5 start as well. So there's our next couple singles. We have the Hipsters and Moon Twist. Those are now up for bid. $5 and $5. Peter Mazzolino does grab the NXS The Swing for a buy now of $35. Thank you, Peter. That is so to you. And then I still have the Jimmy Page Black Crowes concert. This isn't unofficial, but it's a full concert. Jones Beach, New York, 2000, Volume 1 and Volume 2. So $44.99 each on each volume. Also, Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. That's on colored vinyl. A classic soul album, of course, $34.99 R&B. And we have Luke Bryan's Number Ones Volume 1. That's $29.99. $29.99. Also, U2 is $29.99. U2 is $29.99. The Hipsters has a bid for $5. Moon Twist is a $5 start as well. You should do a bundle on all the skipped 45s. Are you talking about the no bids? They usually do get bundled. So as of right now, in this moment, every 45 that I've shown since I've been doing these sales this year back here has sold. We bundled all the 45s. We have sold every 45 that John has brought up here to me. There's no bids left over. There's no buy nows left over. I bundled those last 4 boxes, the Jetstream, last week. So there are no leftover 45s. Everything's gone. So if they don't sell, we'll eventually bundle them all together, whether they're buy nows or not. I think I may have one box over here that we were working out of, but we hadn't finished it yet. So we hadn't got to really technically finish it yet. Here's our next Japanese pressing. I'm looking at the vinyl right now. It's beautiful. It's a $35 start. There is some foxing on the cover, aka humidity discoloration. They like to call that on paper the technical term foxing. Foxing. And here is the Obi, and that's a $35 start. Really nice Japanese pressing. Unfortunate about the humidity spots. It kind of blends in with the cover, but the vinyl's perfectly okay. XTC Drums and Wires, that's a 200 gram, $33.99 on XTC. Pat Benatar Icon, limited edition colored vinyl, $38.99. And then King Crimson Red, $33.99. 200 gram King Crimson Red, $33.99. And Tedeschi Trucks Band featuring Trey Anastasio, Layla, 3LP Tedeschi Trucks Band Blue Vinyl, $46.99. Black Label Society 1919 Eternal, that's a 2LP purple vinyl, $39.99. Rat Al the Cellar with the lenticular cover, that's $49.99. And the Sundays, $36.99. And the Sundays, 2 copies on that. All right, so the Hipsters is sold to ST, one bid for $5. That's this one right here. Thank you, ST. And we still got Moon Twist, the Leroy Brothers, if anybody wants that for a $5 buy it now. Final call to get a bid on the cars for $35, the ones I skipped. I can't really show those. A couple of them are pretty highly sensitive, politically incorrect. They're pretty bad. I accidentally showed one night. I can't put those up for sale. I'll just, either list them elsewhere or dispose of them. This one just had a wild cover. It looks like, I'll show it right quick. This is the one I was talking about. Bad Trip. And it's a really ugly cover. That's the ones I was talking about I skipped. But this one's just a gross cover. That's a $5 start. Bad Trip. And who is this? Journey to Time? I guess that's the name of the band. Bad Trip. That's a $5 start. So enjoy that cover while you can, because I'm about to put it face down. $5 start on that. All right, and let's grab another one. The ones that I don't show are they don't need to be shown. They're very, I've had, some, pretty racist stuff over here. So we don't obviously never show that kind of stuff. Doesn't need to be shown, and we won't ever show it. If I do, it's an accident, and then I'll take it off like I did that one night. So, okay, here's our next auction. Norbert and the Fringling Manta. This is a $5 start. $5 start. This is Norbert and the Fingling Manta, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. Very cool cover there with that yellow car. I don't know what any of that means, but there we have. Now, up at the top, we have Bad Trip has a bid for $5. That's this one. I guess it's not that bad of a cover. We'll leave it face up for a little bit longer. There you go. Happy Monday. And Montez a $5 start. Jennifer Corbin does have a bid on the cars for $35. Thank you, Jennifer. That's a final call to you. We're about to get into discount vintage because this was just a warm-up crate. We've sold a few things out of here. I'm going to read through them. If you heard something and you want to know a price, let me know. Some of these are like some of our best-selling records ever, like Iron Maidens and Live and Ozzy and the Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, Kiss, Alice in Chains. These are some of our best-selling records ever. And the reason they're not selling is because I've sold them and sold them and sold them and sold them, and I think everybody has them. I'm trying to find that one person that needs one of these records in here. Pat Benatar, great. I've sold dozens of these, dozens of XTC. So it's like great sellers that I try to keep in stock, but we have sold them to death. But I got to keep them in stock for when somebody needs one or for here in the store. So there it is. I'm going to read through them one more time. The Sundays, when we found out this was back in stock, man, when we found out that was back in stock, we sold dozens of those. So, you know, this is like our best-selling record. So if you buy them, I'm going to reorder them. There's some things I sell, I buy, and I don't ever reorder again, maybe for months. Some of these, as soon as they sell out, we go ahead and reorder them immediately. Like I'll make a note, because Anna over on YouTube, and then Anna, if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. I'm going to sell you Alice in Chains for $38.99, and then we need to get you registered as a first-time buyer, okay? So just say yes, first-time buyer. $7 in limited shipping, and that starts tonight. Cassie Center, that's a well-returning old customer, so we know Cassie. She's going to take Live, and the Sundays is $36.99. And Spackle Tab, before this was back in print, this reissue was like a $100 record. It's on silver vinyl, reading, writing, arithmetic. Here's where the story ends. You're not the only one I know. Great stuff there, $36.99. Anna is a first-time customer. Just the link to our website where you can register is in the description of this video. So just go ahead and do that. Come back and say I'm registered. We'll make sure we got your information, and we'll go from there. And let's go ahead and introduce, I think, another first-time customer, Jennifer Corbin, on the cars. And Jennifer, this is sold to you for $35. I went ahead and sold this to you so you're aware of the instructions. Please make sure you fill out that first-time buyer form that's on our website, okay? Jennifer Corbin, also welcome. $7 shipping. Now, that starts tonight. We didn't do a show yesterday. It was Easter. Tonight's the first night of a new billing cycle. $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. MJ Misty Dog, we will sell the Pink Floyd, we'll sell the Mountain, we'll say at $7.15, okay? If you remind me of $7.15, I'll put it up for auction. The featured LP auctions usually don't get started till around 7. I can't believe it's already 6. And Jennifer says she registered weeks ago. Thank you and welcome back. And then was that a PF or DG? And then what else did I have here? So what was PF and DG? We have Bad Trip. This is a final call for $5 to Rebecca. And actually, was there another bid on the cars? No, that was only one bid on the cars. Okay, good. Bad Trip's the final call for $5, and final call for Manta. Now, let's read through these again because there's a lot more people watching. And now I think everybody realizes, oh, this is like Chad's best sellers. Of course it is. That's why they're still in here. Usually the best-selling records are still available in the crates because I keep order them until everybody gets them. So $36.99. $36.99. This is Kiss Love Gun. Also, the band Music from Big Pink, $36.99. The Globetrotters on orange vinyl for $33. Best of Depeche Mode, which is a triple LP box, $69.99. Depeche Mode Live, $29.99. Ozzy Memoirs of a Madman. We sold one left. The greatest hits from Ozzy, $38.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $36.99. That is Pink Floyd 180-gram remaster. That is an essential, in my opinion, for a remaster. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $39.99. 2 LP gatefold. System of a Down's $33.99. Queens of the Stone Age is $46. Testament's $39. And Pearl Jam, let's pause there at 38. Bad Trip is sold to Rebecca for $5. Monta is a $5 buy it now. And Brian DeLeon has Ozzy. Thank you, Brian. That's sold to you. We got Pink Floyd again. This is the Delicate Sound of Thunder, $79.99. That's the 1988 concert, the full unreleased version. You may be familiar with the 2 LP gatefold that came out back in 88. This is the expanded 3 LP, 9 songs not on the original release, $79.99. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, Volume 1, Volume 2, $44.99 each. And let's pause right there at Marvin Gaye to put up a new Japanese pressing and a new couple of New Orleans singles. Here is Blondie, Eat to the Beat. Blondie's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is exactly what you would want. Near mint minus and pristine. This is Eat to the Beat. Blondie also has the insert and the original inner sleeve. Classic Blondie here, $35 start. That is now up for bid. Rebecca said she'll do the buy it now on the Monta 45. That's sold to Rebecca for $5. And the last few records in here, last call, before we get into some vintage discount and then our new stuff for tonight. Luke Bryan, $29.99. U2 Boy, we sold an original of that the other night. There's a new sealed copy, $29. XTC's $33. Pat Benatar, $38. King Crimson Red, I think one of our favorites here with like several people that work here, $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, $46.99. Black Labels, $39. Rat Out the Cellar, lenticular cover, splatter vinyl, and bonus 7-inch. $49.99. Boy, that was long out of print. I remember, man, it was like I was trying to get every OG copy of Rat I could before those was in print. We still sell the heck out of them. And then there's the Sundays, $36.99. Tedeschi Trucks is sold to Jamie McCord. Thank you, Jamie McCord. That's sold to you. That's been over here next to me. I don't think I went through those at all last week. And like I said, that's like some of our best-selling new LPs there, okay? Here is our next couple New Orleans single. Looks like we might have some rockabilly here. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. This is the Intercontinental Playboys. This is going to go up for a $5 start. And we have the Crazy Teds. Looks like Japanese rockabilly. The Crazy Teds. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Rockin' Daddy and South's Gonna Rise Again. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Okay? Here we have it. Let me... Harriet Wheeler. Oh, man, yes. I didn't know. I think y'all introduced me to the Sundays. I think it was one night we had some originals, and I went live, and like the first 20 comments was like, when's the Sunday selling? And ever since that night, I've been a fan, because up until then, I had never heard of such. So, Ed, Ed's delivering me a message. I also need to ask him something. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. Okay, Mary Miles. Mary, I'm going to work on posters this week. I've already talked to Tanner. Ed handed me a note about posters. So Tanner is going to help me this week photograph posters, and hopefully by Wednesday, as soon as tomorrow, we'll be selling some really cool concert posters again this week. I've got them all sorted in crates. They're kind of scattered, and I'm going to work on probably tonight and then get them photographed tomorrow and then for Wednesday. And then there's a couple rare ones. There's a couple rare ones that I couldn't, there's a couple rare ones that I never could find comps on. And then I told some people that I would get prices, and I never have. One was on a Bob Dylan. One was on an Eagles poster. And there was something else. And I hadn't priced them because I don't know what to price them for. We got some like ones of ones, you know, some like posters that hadn't sold in probably 15 years. So it's kind of like, well, I can price it, or probably the best thing is just to run it on an auction, and I'll let you know when we're putting it up for bid. That's what you do typically with some rare stuff. All right, let's go ahead and get into one of our first discount bins of the night. Let's do some buy it now or best offering while we continue putting up New Orleans singles. I'm about to start doing buy it now singles. I think John's brought me a couple boxes. I meant to ask him. But one of the first things we can tag was we had a request from Paul Brothers. He wanted to buy this box set, and let's go ahead and tag this for him. Paul Brothers, the Fleetwood Mac box. And I'm going to take that old sticky note off and make sure that goes to Paul Brothers. Thank you, Paul Brothers. He gets the Fleetwood Mac alternate takes box. And that was my last one. So those are gone. Or was it? Nope, I got one more back there if anybody else wants it. I got one more back there if anybody else wants it. Okay, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I knew that I was going to have to hunt it. Thank you, Ed. And got a couple requests that came in, people looking for some OG stuff. The thing about the OG stuff, it's basically whenever it comes back up. So if you've seen something last week, it's like, does Chad still have that Boston Don't Look Back? It's kind of like, well, yes, but you better let us know. And that way, when it comes back up, we can tag it, okay? Here we go, back to business. So let's do final calls on these auctions. I'm assuming, John, those two boxes of 45s were new. These right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, so we got two new. And then, here we go. So the Crazy Ted's, Japanese Rockabilly, $5 start, and then the Intercontinental Playboys. No bid on that. Final call for $5. And Blondie Eat to the Beat. Blondie Eat to the Beat is a $35 start. Eat to the Beat. Okay. Final call on those. Let's get into some vintage buy it now or best offer. One quick buy it now that Paul showed me. He priced this. He said, tell everybody this is one of the best deep cut funk singles I've seen in a while. It is Bootlegging Part 1 by Simtech and Willie. It's a thumping and pumping funk, great, pretty rare single. VG condition, $49.99. We're going through some pretty rare and obscure singles in the back. Funk and soul, and he said this one needs to be shown, and somebody needs it for their collection. This is VG, $49.99. If you want to go listen and sample it, it's Simtech and Willie, Bootlegging Part 1, VG condition, $49.99. He's getting into some deep cut funk in the back. Man, we got stacks of them. Pretty cool stuff. How much is the price on the Fleetwood Mac alternates box? We just sold one. I have one left. It's all on colored vinyl, $199.99. Limited edition. They're all on colored LPs. You get the alternate takes of a self-titled, Rumors, Tusk, Live, Mirage, and Tango in the Night. Multi-LP box set, $199.99. Troy, I have one left, okay? This crate is buy it now or best offer. Consider that 45. I love listening to rare soul and funk myself. So much music out there from the 60s and 70s we don't know about until you discover it. It's quite amazing, honestly. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. This is a 1982 pressing. It's called Keystone 3. This crate is buy it now or best offer. That means you can buy these now or you can make an offer. That's $29.99 for Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Also, we have Focus, Moving Waves. Focus is a German press, $19.99. Focus, Moving Waves. That's a German press, beautiful, in shrink wrap, $19.99. Is that different than the other box set? Yeah, you bought a box set, a pre-order, about 2 weeks ago? That was just the straight studio albums. That is a different box set. That's the alternate takes of those studio albums. So yes, it's a completely different one that I posted a pre-order for. It was over a month ago, but they came in a couple weeks ago. Yeah, that's a different box. Blondie does have a bid for $35. Final call. We have Boston is Don't Look Back, VG Plus, $17.99. This is Boston Don't Look Back, VG Plus, $17.99. And we have Golden Earring Moontan, $19.99. Art Blakey is $29.99. No condition notes. No condition notes on Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. This was, Paul just brought this to me. Paul priced this. Simtech and Willie. is VG Condition, $49.99. That was Paul's work. He's working on some 45s right now. Next is Focus, Andrew Phillips. I think Focus was only $19.99. Focus is only $19.99. And Bakataka. What does this say? It looks easier when it's all together. Hold on one second. Yeah, Back Attack. That is Midtown Jazz Mobile. That is $9.99. All right, and then the Crazy Teds. This is sold to Rod Bryan for $5. The Intercontinental Playboys is going to go up for a $5 buy it now. And that means I am going to go ahead and sell Ryan Anderson, the Blondie, for $35. For about the first hour here, we're going to have Japanese pressings. I will start mixing in some of the advertised stuff. I posted a gallery of 45 pictures on Facebook, Instagram, and over on our YouTube community page. So you do get a sample of some of the featured auction for tonight. This is sold for $35 to Ryan Anderson. Peter Mazzolino does want the Art Blakey, and Andrew Phillips said he will give $16. Andrew, you know, I do no more, no less. Andrew was trying to pay me more. I'll take $16 for it. Thank you, Andrew. That's so beautiful German copy there of Focus. How about Joe Simon, No Sad Songs, a white label promo. Joe Simon from Soundstage 7, white label promo, $24.99. That's pretty cool. Let me pause there because we need more Japanese pressings. Let's put up a classic rock essential, Cheap Trick Dream Police. This is going to go up for a $35 start. A really nice looking copy here for a $35 start. Cheap Trick Dream Police. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect. Near mint minus and pristine. It does have the Japanese booklet insert, the Covey. I combine cover and obi. The cover is nice, just a few humidity spots right there, and then a really clean obi. $35 start on Cheap Trick Dream Police. A couple more records in here. Judy Collins, Hard Time for Lovers. Judy Collins is $9.99, and Jackie Bard live at the Royal Festival Hall, a UK import, $14.99 for Jackie. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more singles straight from the box of New Orleans stuff, and these are $5 starts. We have Maximum, Rhythm, and Bird, Sir Bald Diddley and his Wig Outs. That's a $5 start, and we have the Wild Angels, and that's going to go up as well for a $5 start. Nico's in on Cheap Trick at $35. We have Frank Caruso, Free Fall. That's an 85 US, a sealed copy, $9.99. Santana, Borboleta. Santana's $19.99. Looks like a really nice copy here. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, nice, $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer. You can make an offer on something. I'll either accept it or counter it. I'll never just say no. Daryl Anger, Fiddlesticks, a 1979 bluegrass jazz album. That is sealed for $14.99. And Alice Coltrane and Carlos Santana, Illuminations. Coltrane and Santana, very nice, $24.99. This is a buy it now, best offer bin. I think it's time for me to grab this crate over here of what I was talking about a second ago, some of the new Buy It Now 45s, which are just $6.99. Man, John's found some good ones here. Some of these are going to be auctions as well, but the first couple on this box here, this actually may be this is more like a New Orleans box than anything. Yeah, this is more New Orleans records. Oh my gosh. But here's a few handfuls maybe. Yeah, here's 1, 2, we'll mix that up, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, here we go. Here's some more like records here. The year on the Santana. The Borboleta, it does have a nice price sticker on it, which typically means it could be OG, but I mean, it came out originally in 74. I really don't know. It don't have a barcode. It still has the foil cover, but it originally came out in 74, if that helps you. I don't know if it's I know it's, you know, it's not a new reissue, but I don't have an exact year for you there. All right, let me pause there. Let's go ahead and do some buy it nows for $6.99. This is Harry Chapin doing Taxi and World, or Wald. That is $6.99. Jumpin' Jack Flash, Aretha Franklin, Keith Richards, $6.99. This Eddie Arnold, this is a UK, looks like a UK EP. You can tell by the flip back cover. That's pretty cool, $6.99. Spankin' Our Gang, Like to Get to Know You. And the spinners, I'll be around. And then we got one more here, Sticks. Too much time on my hands. Sticks is $6.99. So everything you just seen right there are all buy it nows for $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, if you don't grab these now, they're probably going to get sold either later tonight or in a bundle. Sticks, Too Much Time on My Hand, The Spinner, Spanking Our Gang, Eddie Arnold, Jumpin' Jack Flash, and Harry Chapin. Those are all $6.99. Santana and Coltrane has a bid for $16.99. Let me make sure this is what. Also, Charles Owen might have asked about this one as well. Charles, I'm not for sure which one he's asking about. This is 1974, and this actually should be 1974. So that's got a standing offer. We'll see what Charles says. But first, here's Tootin' Through the Roof with Louis Armstrong, Bobby Hackett. That's a white label promo, $9.99. $9.99 on that. And The Mothers of Invention, I remember this. This was a very nice copy. Fillmore East, June 1971, $29.99. The Mothers, Fillmore East, $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin if you're just hopping on. Donald Byrd's Best, $19.99 for Donald Byrd's Best. $19.99, Blue Note Liberty label. Stephen A. Young does want the Harry Chapin single for $6.99. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That's so to you. The Wild Angels did get a bid for $5 to Rod Bryan. Maximum Rhythm and Bird, Sir Ball Diddley is a buy it now for $5. And Nico Capolanis, you do get Cheap Trick for $35. Only bidder on that. Thanks, everybody, for choosing to spend your Monday with us. Monday's a good day to come in and say, you know what? I'm just going to take a load off and watch Chad sell records, hopefully buy a few records for my collection and get ready for my Tuesday. So if you are here doing that with me, thank you. And Jen Cass has picked up the Jumpin' Jack Flash, Aretha and Keith. That's sold to her for $6.99. Let's do another Blondie record. We just sold earlier, Eat to the Beat. Here is Blondie Hunter, and this is a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We have a very nice cover. Nothing wrong with this one. Really nice copy. $35 start, another Japanese pressing there. I have not seen Paul since he went to the back. When he's up here, I'll let him know and I'll hand him this record. First is Charles Owens says he will take that first Santana. And then Charles Owens, what did you offer for this? $16.99. Let's go ahead and do 18 on this. It was marked 25. Charles, if you're good with 18 on that, I'll go ahead and sell it to you, all right? Let's grab two more New Orleans singles after I show you Tom Brown Magic. That is sealed for $14.99. And Jack DeJohnette Pictures. Jack DeJohnette is $19.99. Green ECM label, nice, $19.99. And Beethoven, Piano Concert No. 5, Emperor. There's some classical for you. The cover does have some damage, but Paul says the vinyl is perfectly fine. Phillips Classical label, Beethoven, $9.99. Charles Owen said sold on the Coltrane and Santana for $18. That is sold to him. And we have BG's Trafalgar. BG's is $19.99. Let's introduce another couple singles here. First ones I have is Blood, Elder Gold, Veiled. This is a $5 start, whatever that is. And then here's another one. You got two rockabilly-looking folks, and they're dancing in front of a nuclear bomb. Mike Fernandez and the Dale Royals Orchestra. $5 start on that. ST wants Jack, and that's for Jack DeJohnette. Paul is up here. We had a gift from John Robb. Let me show it again, and I'm going to hand them off one more time. So John sent a couple records. He said a request, though, open these live on Facebook. So here's mine. He sent me the new Yes Record Store Day Rainbow Concert, London, England, the triple LP, first time on vinyl, live Yes. And then, Paul, you were sent a free record from Mr. John Robb as a token of appreciation and friendship. And I've already read the note to Paul. Here's a gift for you. I hope you like it. And he says, enjoy this for your collection only, not for resale.
All right.
Not for resale.
I'll put it on my turntable tonight.
He says he's going to listen to it tonight. And thank you again, John Robb. It's now in Paul's hands.
Thank you, John.
And he also said, I can't resell mine either. No reselling. I did tell everybody, I asked for that. Yes put out a Record Store Day last year, and I told everybody I wanted it, just saying I wanted it, and then like 4 people sent me a copy, and I was like, now I have 3, but I don't want to resell them because they were gifts. So I've got like 4 copies of that Yes Record Store Day. And then later, I guess they made way too many of them. It must have not sold too well because every store still had it in stock, evidently. And my distributors start letting me order it, and I'm not even allowed to have Record Store Day stuff. So they allowed me to start ordering them. So I guess they made a ton of them. But thanks. I have lots of Yes now. My Yes collection is probably 4 crates now. I know I have 2 here in the store. When I was thinning out duplicates, I probably have 4 crates of Yes albums after I've thinned out my collection. So I'm gonna have to probably thin it out even more. All right, here we go. Back to the Buy It Now Best Offer bin. We're about to start the new vinyl after this crate. Larry Carlton strikes twice. Larry Carlton is sealed for $14.99. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Cat Stevens, Very Young and Early Songs. VG Plus $12.99. Cat Stevens, but thank you again, John Robb. And Paul has left the vicinity with his record. He says he's going to put it on the turntable tonight. Jackie Bard is VG Plus $11.99. And Crystal Science, which is Gary Burton and Chick Corea. That's a German import, EX edition, $22.99. Crystal Science, Gary Burton and Chick Corea. And Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind, VG Plus $12.99. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer. Rod, you did get the Wild Angels, yes. However, Blondie's a no bid. It's a Buy It Now for $35. That's Blondie the Hunter. If anybody wants that, it is a $35 Buy It Now. $35 Buy It Now on Blondie. And because we have 10 billion singles to sell, I'm going to go ahead and make these a Buy It Now for $5 and $5. And that was Blod, Elder Gould, Vild, Wilmer X, and this was Mike Fernandez. So those are Buy It Nows for $5 and $5. Let's put up some new auctions after I show you Paul Simon's Graceland. EX condition, $27.99. You can call me Al. You can call me Chad. Oscar Brown Jr. is VG condition, $9.99. Between Heaven and Hell, Columbia 2i label, and George Benson, Good King Bad. George Benson's EX, $16.99. Good King Bad, EX, $16.99. Also, we have Gato Baribi, Chapter 3, Viva Emiliano Zapta. That's a white label promo. EX edition, $12.99. Paula wants the Spinners 45. Let's go ahead and tag that for Paula, $6.99. And now all new auctions, okay? First, this one should get some activity. We have a whole crate of Japanese stuff unadvertised that we're chipping away at. Very cool. One of my favorites. I remember when I first started collecting records, I found one of these in an antique shop. Not a Japanese pressing. I was at an antique shop in Cookeville, Tennessee, and I found this, and I felt like Nicolas Cage when he walked into the treasure room, because I'd heard about this album, but seeing a Beatles album and being young and not really knowing about the Beatles discography yet, you know, I knew about 1% of what I know now. I found this album. I was like, is this some kind of Beatles album I've never heard before? Could I have discovered new music? And I looked on the back and I saw all these songs that's not on any of their albums, like Hey Jude, Revolution. And I had that CD called Past Masters. And that's exactly what this is. It's basically the Beatles B-sides and non-album singles. It's called Hey Jude. $45 start. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing. It has the Japanese insert and it has the black inner sleeve with it. This is a US Flag Series 25. And that is going to go up for a $45 start. Beautiful Japanese pressing. Gato is sold to Bill Stewart for $9.99. Thank you, Bill Stewart. Also, we got Jimi Hendrix here. VG Plus, $24.99. Jimi Hendrix, and this is called Kiss the Sky, $24.99 on that. Time for a couple more New Orleans singles. Let's put up one. Let's put up two. The first one is This Ain't the Summer of Love, Screaming Diz Busters. This Ain't the Summer of Love, Screaming Diz Busters. That's going to, or Boosters. It has those two dots over the U. And we have Maryland Cookies. Don't Lie to Me. Maryland Cookies. I know a couple customers that live up around Maryland. Is these guys from Maryland? They may be. Maryland Cookies, $5 start. This Ain't the Summer of Love by the Screaming Diz Busters, and the Beatles does have a bid for $45. We're going through a discount bin right now. Vintage pre-owned. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. Jackson Brown is EX edition, $12.99. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, that's a Netherlands import, and that is $24.99. That's called Album of the Year. David Hoy says Jackie B for $8, and that was back here. That was the Jackie Bard Family Man, let's go ahead and sell that to David Hoy for $8. Thank you. These two singles are $5 and $5 starting bid. Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. Al Stewart, $14.99. It's the Year of the Cat. Nice copy, no condition notes, $14.99. And Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. EX condition, $14.99. Paula wants the International Playboys 45s for a buy now of $5. That's right here. Sell that to Paula for $5. Art Blakey has an offer for $20. Al Stewart has an offer for $10. And Summer of Love has a bid for $5. So first, Art Blakey, ST, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $20. Mike Bartlett, you get Al Stewart for $10. And Derek Warman did lock in a bid on Summer for $5. The Beatles is a final call for $45. Now there's a new bid for $47. If 3, If is in VG condition, $9.99. And Zappa, ship arriving too late to save a drowning witch. Zappa is in VG condition, $14.99. Ship arriving too late. That's in VG condition, $14.99. And Hot Chocolate, Everyone's a Winner. That's EX edition, $12.99. Hot Chocolate, really nice, $12.99. And let's stop right here on Rick Springfield. Success hasn't spoiled me yet. EX $12.99. All right, so first thing I'm going to do, since they're still bidding on the Beatles, I'm going to introduce another Japanese pressing right quick, and it is going to be Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. And this is another fantastic, beautiful Japanese pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Stevie Nicks, I mean, I've got to say right now in 2025, she's probably just as popular as she was in 1977. I mean, goodness, just the demand for her albums and just look at anything memorabilia related to her. It's pretty incredible. Stevie Nicks is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. The Beatles 47, the Beatles 48. We have an offer on Steve Miller for $9.99. That's sold to Bill Stewart for $9.99. This is sold to Darren Wortman for $5. And if anybody wants the old Maryland cookies, the Maryland cookies is $5 if anybody wants that. The Maryland cookies. All right. Let's go ahead and put up this and this. Two more here for a $5 start. I feel like we've already sold one of these tonight, but let's go ahead and put up another. First, here's a new one I've never seen. The Mutants. The Mutants is going to go up for a $5 start. Jack Europa, $5 start. And the Hipsters. I feel like we've already sold one of these tonight. Maybe one of the first auctions, but here's another one. The Hipsters, that's a $5 start. The Beatles is between Jennifer and Joe. Joe has the Beatles at $49. We have Chick Corea Electric Band, Light Years. Chick Corea is EX edition, $12.99. 38 Special Tour de Force, VG Plus, $14.99. And Lou Reed Street Hassle. Lou Reed is VG Plus, $17.99. Lou Reed Street Hassle. Beatles 52. Scott Oman said RS8, Rick Springfield, and that's sold to him. Stevie Info, that's a OG Japanese pressing. It should be OG. The Wild Hearts, Near Mint Minus, and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And Paula said 10 on Rick Springfield. I actually just sold it for 8. If you was a little bit faster, I would have sold it to you. Or I would have sold it to Scott for 10, but I've already agreed to his $8 offer. Sorry, that's already gone. Jethro Tull is VG Plus $19.99. Gatefold with the lyric insert, $19.99 on that. And Von Stom said 38 Special for $12. I'll go ahead and take that right now. Sold to Von Stom for $12. And Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, VG Plus $17.99. ABC Records, Ricky Don't Lose That Number. These are $5 start, the Mutants and the Hipsters. Where's my 45 bidders? I can tell they maybe not have woke up yet. The Beatles at 52. Joe's out. That's a final call then on Hey Jude. And we have Elton John's Greatest Hits in shrink wrap, $24.99. I'm a rocket man. $24.99. Also, Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. I desperately need it. Refreshing. Welcome, everybody, to Monday night at Coletco. Awesome lineup of stuff. I think John just dropped off 4 crates of vintage. I think Paul and Laura are working on records, and that's what we're doing here. We're going to be selling stuff. If you don't know that by now, that's what we do here all night long, every night. I'll be here. I have nowhere to be this week except right here for the next 7 nights. So welcome and enjoy. Let's go ahead and sell the Beatles. And this is sold to Jennifer Corbin for $52. Thank you, Jennifer. That is sold to you for $52. Let's go ahead and put that away. Stevie Nicks is at $35 with George Samberez. We have Steely Dan. That's sold to Heath Norman for $15. Vince Lano gets Elton John for $18. These 45s are buy it nows for $5. The Hipsters and the Mutants, buy it nows for $5 and $5. And George Samberez does have Stevie Nicks for $35. Somebody did ask, so I'll give it one more chance. And before I sell to him for that $35 buy it now, or for that $35 winning bid, I should say. Let's go ahead and put up another really cool Japanese pressing. I love the soundtracks from Japan. Already collectible being soundtracks like Superman, but then it gets even better being a Japanese pressing. Thank you, John. Have a good night. John's dropped off some crates. I think we'll have some other deliveries for everybody here today. Boy, so with I was reading off, I was up at my mom's and my sister's working here now, and I was like, we've got a lot of rhyming names of people who work here. So we got a Jack that works here now, a Jill, a Jack and a Jill, and a Julie. We got Jack, Jill, and Julie. And then we have half of the Beatles that work here. We got Paul, we got John, and I'm looking for a George if you're out there, or a Richard, a.k.a. Ringo. Superman's a $35 start. Superman, the movie with Obi, that's a $35 start. Rod Bryan does pick up the Mutants for $5. Thank you, Rod. That's so to you. And a few more records in here before we change out and get into our new vinyl. This is an 81 Terre Haute original of Bill Withers' Greatest Hits. Beautiful copy. $34.99 on that. Robert Fripp, The League of Gentlemen, a 1985 U.S. original again. God Save the Queen. Robert Fripp is $34.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Springsteen's $19.99. Original inner sleeve of insert. Bruce Springsteen is $19.99. And Bjork, and this is Fossora. Bjork is sealed, $24.99. Stevie Nicks is sold to George Samberez for $35. Speaking of Japanese pressings, the Superman record just got laid down. It is a $35 start. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more New Orleans singles. These are going to go up for a $5 start. We have the Dirty Fingers, Rock and Roll Ain't Easy, a $5 start on that. And we have Red Hot and Blue, Jumping Around, the brand new 45 platter. This is going to go up for a $5 start. RF for $27. Robert Fripp is sold to John Dodd. Thank you, $27. Julian Baker is sealed for $19.99. That's called Little Oblivious. We have one. We have one copy of that. Sealed John Cougar Mellencamp. This is a remaster, $24.99. I think this is actually part of Ed's, the rest of an old Hatchet Ed putback bin. That's why the sticky note's still on it. We have Bread, Guitar Man, VG Plus $14.99. Original inner sleeve, Bread, VG Plus $14.99. And Tom Rapp, Pearls Before Swine, $24.99. All right, I'm immediately going over here to the tagged auctions for tonight. And let's go ahead and get started on those. The first thing I have here is, let's see what I can put up. Let's see what's going on with this Beatles. I'm curious what version this is. Wow, it's an actual original. This is actually pretty cool. This is kind of like that Introducing the Beatles record. About every 9 out of 10 of these are some kind of bootleg or reissue or counterfeit. This is a real mono. When I saw a picture of that, I was like, that's got to be a real mono if we're auctioning it. So this is an original 64 US mono VJ, Hear the Beatles Tell All, $35 start. You will see a lot that say stereo. I don't think there's actually a legit copy that exists of a stereo one. If so, it's got to be very, very rare. But that's called Hear the Beatles Tell All. That's the mono original from 64, a $35 start. Let's go ahead and finish up this crate. Final call to get a bid on Dirty Fingers and Red Hot and Blue. We got Barry's, a 78 Private Press, VG Plus $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, EX $32.99, double LP. Outlaws Playing the Wind is $19.99. The Sound of Music with the booklet, $19.99 on The Sound of Music, and the Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup. And this is an original, $39.99. It has the original Goat Head Soup insert with it. $39.99 on that, okay? Details on Dirty Fingers. This is a single from the New Orleans collection. As usual with this stuff, I have really nothing to tell you about it other than it's on Riff label, and it's on kind of like a light yellow color. So there's that. And let's go ahead and make Red Hot and Blue a buy it now for $5. And wow, Superman can be bought for a buy it now price of $35. Buy it now price of $35. That's pretty unusual to have that Japanese pressing from a John Williams soundtrack like Superman just for $35. And there is a bid on Dirty Fingers for $5. So final call to Rebecca and final call there on the Beatles. All right. The starting bid was $5, and we just got a bid from Rebecca. And before we go any further, so we're about to probably go ahead and show tonight's newest new vinyl because there are some pre-orders. And y'all know I kind of like to go ahead and take care of those earlier in the show. They take a little time to read through, but those crates also have some other new stuff. By the way, I'm going to post this because I wanted to share. I like sharing this with people to let everybody know we buy this kind of stuff. And the Clint Eastwood did sell over the weekend. Somebody messaged me Sunday and said they would take it. So I'm going to show it one more time live. And I told everybody when I showed it, I was like, if you want to buy this thing, I'd be all over it. Because $1,600 was a great price for this already being framed, authenticated, full letter from PSA. And I'm going to take some really good photographs and share it with everybody on Facebook and Instagram. But I did sell this on Sunday. Somebody sent me a message and they was like, Chad, we got to have this. So it's gone. I've owned Clint Eastwood for less than 2 days technically, and now he's gone. I said, I'm going to take it home and hang it on my wall till somebody buys it so I can enjoy it. And I actually have had it laying over here, and I hadn't even got to touch it. So Clint Eastwood, and I told George when he's watching, or I meant to tell him when he's watching, I'll give him an air horn because that's a big purchase. So thank you, George Jones. And that is so to him. Appreciate that. And just so you'll know, I'm always interested in buying high-end autographs, not only for the store, but I'm interested in myself. And since I've made those announcements, I've got a lot of leads, and I've bought a lot of stuff. So let's go ahead and sell Superman for $35 to Heath Norman, and Rebecca gets the Red Hot and Blue for $5. Thank you, Superman. That's now Heath Norman. He's now Superman. I'm going to go ahead and change out crates so there's no further delay. I would read through back those normally a second time, but maybe the next time I show those, I'll discount them even further. But I think that's the leftovers of some really good stuff Paul put out. Jazz and rock and pop and all kinds of stuff in there. Let's go ahead and go through some new vinyl, which there is a big pre-order in here. And there's also some new arrivals. So this is a great first crate to start with tonight of new stuff. And I think we've had a shortage of new vinyl. The week before Record Store Day is always light. The week of Record Store Day is really light. And the week after Record Store Day is probably the lightest. So we're back hopefully at a normal pace of restocks, pre-orders for new vinyl probably till, I guess what, Record Store, Black Friday. Probably the week of Black Friday, which we usually do big sales ourselves anyway. So welcome everybody. Dirty Fingers is at 10. I'm going to go ahead and make the Beatles mono, an actual original of this, a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. Okay? And let's go ahead and grab the next New Orleans. George did make my day. Yeah, I think he really wanted it. I think he reached out to like about everybody he could get a hold of here at the store. He reached out because he was worried somebody else was going to buy it. And I was like, don't worry, I've got it. And but I really don't want to discount it because I thought it was priced great. I mean, big pictures like that signed by Eastwood. I mean, it's hard to get them for less than $1,500. And then that thing was already framed. So, and with reputable authentication. You can get online right now and buy a fake one if you just want a fake one hanging in your house. But I don't know about y'all. I don't like having fake stuff hanging in my house. I'm like, I don't want anything fake hanging up. All right, we had a request for another Santana record. If it's EX or better. Let me see which one that was. Stone, Sound of Music Outlaws. I don't think there was a Santana record left. No, there's no Santanas left. The one with Alice Coltrane got grabbed. Somebody already bought it. So no, it's gone. Unfortunately, it's already sold. Okay? But our next single's Curly Whirly. It's going to go up for a $5 start. And Dirty Fingers is at 10 with Ron Anderson. That's a final call. Time for new vinyl and time for another Japanese pressing. And here's one of probably the best selling ones we get. Duran Duran Rio, Hungry Like the Wolf. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. Duran Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf, a $45 start. It does have the Obi. It does have the book with it. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. Now, the other autograph that's new that I just got, that I've already researched. I mean, I've got a ton that we've got to do since somebody did buy Clint Eastwood. I do have Kurt Russell still. So one more look at him. If you can imagine that in a frame, Mr. White Earp here, in a frame like the Clint Eastwood, it would look amazing. It's $8.99, and that's Beckett authenticated Kurt Russell. That's another absolutely incredible. Evidently, he don't sign a lot of Tombstone stuff, and once again, this is an oversized picture. It's not just a normal, 8x10 or whatever. It's kind of a larger picture. So $8.99 on Kurt Russell. That would look great in your Tombstone collection. Get that, then get a picture of Val Kilmer next to it, and then get a picture of Sam. I think I still have a signed Sam Elliott picture too. You could do like a whole Tombstone collage. Get a Val Kilmer, which I'm sure is really expensive now since he just died. Those would look really cool. I don't know about most of y'all, but a lot of people, if they start naming their favorite movies, usually somewhere Tombstone makes the list for a lot of people. All right, back to this bin. We have Damn Yankees. This is actually new for Friday. They've pressed another batch on colored vinyl. Damn Yankees is $39.99. Damn Yankees is $39.99. That is new and sealed on colored vinyl. And then here's one of our first big pre-orders. And let's go ahead and do this right here. Boom, 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 boom. And let's click this and click this. And Duran Duran has lots of bids already. Let me click on Chad Williams' account. That way I can pull up this first big pre-order. Yeah, I think that's $11.17 on the Kurt Russell. And I think I'm going to go ahead and have it framed. If no one buys it here in about the next week, I've got to go see my framer, Kim in Carthage. I got to pick up and drop off. I think I'm going to go ahead and have her put that like in a killer frame. And, of course, after that, it could get up over $1,000. So if you want to buy it now, go ahead and let me know before we get that into a frame, and then it adds about $200 or $300 more to it. Let's see here. Let's look up the Wasp pre-order. This record I'm about to show is a Wasp pre-order. We did get a sale on the Damn Yankees. Let me go ahead and pull that. But first, here is the pre-order for Wasp. The Last Command. This was posted back on March 25th, and they are in, okay? So let's go ahead and read these off. Let's figure out what's going on. I left off by saying Dirty Fingers is sold to Ryan Anderson for $10. Thank you, Ryan, as always. Rio opened at $45. Chad, I'm still taking pictures of signed Elvis, Dylan, Beach Boys. Yes, I would love to see those so we can get them checked, and I would love to buy them from you, Chuck Haley. I'm sure we've already been talking about that. But, yes, as soon as you get some really high-quality photos, let's go ahead and send those over to Coletco. Nico Capolanis on the Damn Yankees. Duran Duran's at $65, now $70. And Curly Whirly's a buy now for $5. So Curly Whirly's a buy now for $5. Rio's at $70. And if you know for sure you wasn't on the Wasp pre-order and you want one, this is a 40th anniversary. And I don't know exactly what the deal was, but the Hop Sticker is calling it a Record Store Day UK release. I don't know what's up with that. They didn't mention that anywhere in the blurb. I might need that. Yeah, you've played that for me, I think. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. And we've already sold one of these tonight, but here's another chance. This is a Japanese pressing of Blondie, Eat to the Beat. And I'm going to introduce some more New Orleans singles. But first, here's Blondie, another beautiful Japanese pressing of Eat to the Beat. And this one, I think, has an extra item. Yeah, this one has like an insert. That wasn't with the last one. That one has like a poster-like insert, a 12 by 12 or 11 by 11, something like that. Insert and inner sleeve, and Blondie's a $35 start. So here's the pre-order for Wasp. Paul Shizzle, and I'm going to start reading off everybody that pre-ordered this. If you know for sure you want one, let me know, okay? We have Dean Tefford and Kevin Knight. Dean Tefford and Kevin Knight. Thank you, Dean Tefford. Thank you, Kevin Knight. Brian Thurman and Scott Corcoran. Brian Thurman and Scott Corcoran, if I can grab a hold of these. That's one for Brian Thurman and Scott Corcoran. Robert Matthews and Fred Cardinell. Robert Matthews and Fred Cardinell. Thank you and thank you. Jen Cast and Scott Markheim. Jen Cast and Scott Markheim. Those are sold and sold. Stephen Reeves and Heath Normand. Stephen Reeves and Heath Normand. Those are sold and sold. Also, Kevin Jordan and Jamie Diaz. Kevin Jordan and Jamie Diaz. Sean Hulford and R.J. Myers. Sean Hulford and R.J. Myers. There's one for Sean and R.J. Nico Kapelanis, you was already on the pre-order. And Paul Conway. Nico Kapelanis and Paul Conway. Nico's also commented live, but we don't need to give him one. Nico, unless you want two. And then Heath Normand wants one live, and Angela Leckington wants one live. Heath Normand was also on the pre-order. Never mind. So two people that commented live already was on the pre-order. So just one for Angela Leckington. Tony Vance, you do get the Duran Duran for $72. Thank you, Pete, for letting me know you're out. And that is so to you. And that was $72. And that was Tony Vance. Final call on Blondie for a $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now for a $5 start. We have La Banda by the Tokyo Skunks. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. La Banda, the Tokyo Skunks. Let's put that up for a $5 start. La Banda, kind of like La Bamba, but La Banda. And we have the Psychics. And that's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? No problem, Heath Normand and Nico. Y'all just making sure you want to get one. You got one. So let's look at that one more time for everybody that's like, huh, that looks interesting. I need to get one. It says Wasp, The Last Command, limited edition black and yellow, Wasp colored vinyl, 40th anniversary. It says exclusively for Record Store Day UK, which my blurb and the information, they never did mention that at all. So the iconic album mastered at half speed. And just so you know, it's on like yellow and black marble vinyl that looks like that. So that is $36.99. It is available, and I have that many left if anybody else wants one. Blondie does have a bid for $35. Let's go ahead and review some of the other new auctions we have tagged for tonight. We got a Bukudu of Blues, so let's go ahead and get started. How about with an original 69 US Monarch? This is an original 69 US Monarch of Muddy Waters After the Rain. It's in VG condition, a $35 start. Muddy Waters After the Rain, VG condition, a $35 start. This is going up right now, $3.5, a $35 start. Darren Wortman on Wasp. That is so to Darren Wortman. Thank you. Tokyo does have a bid. The Tokyo Skunks with $5, and final call on Blondie for $35. And then, Pete, I saw where you sent me the price of gold earlier, just actually not too long ago. And for those that buy coins and gold from me, if you're not following the gold market, oh my gosh, did it hit 3,500 an ounce today? I think gold almost hit 3,500 an ounce today, which not too long ago, I remember when we were selling 10th ounce gold eagles here for like $175. I think those same coins are probably going to be selling for like $495 right now. So for those that's been buying a lot of gold and even silver from me over the years, if you hadn't sold it, your return on investment has been quite great, especially this morning. It's been hitting all-time highs, I think, all day. So, and I still got quite a bit in stock, which is okay with me because every day it seems to kind of increase. So we're probably going to do another coin sale really soon. I don't know about this Sunday. I ain't talked to Paul, but we'll make a plan by Wednesday. Paul Brothers, thank you on Wasp. I've got one copy here of the Ngozi family, and this was something I think that Paul had originally ordered, I think, for one of his Sunday shows. And then I showed them, and we had like one left. We sold it, and then we had a waiting list. So let's go ahead and look at this. And talking about rare originals, this is something like if you do find it, they're typically like in poor condition, and they still sell for a few $100s. So this is called Welcome to Zamrock, the Ngozi family. They're $29.99. It's a proto-punk and garage top album, and originals are quite rare. And when we kind of read, the other night I was going through some stuff he had ordered, and we were really looking into like the cost of some of these originals and how rare they were, and there was a lot of interest. So these are $29.99, and I'm pretty sure we have a waiting list for this. Let me see if I can find it. Ngozi, it's somewhere in here. Give me 1 second. Under Oath. I've got my spreadsheet pulled up now. Clutch, Shuggy. We got a lot of stuff on back order here. White Snake, Dracula, John Hughes. A lot of stuff's come in tonight too. So I'm looking. I think it was Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca, I'm almost positive it was you. I don't have it down here, or maybe I don't have the maybe I don't have the sticky note in yet. I could have swore it was Rebecca, but I don't have it written down, so maybe not. Rebecca, let me know on this, okay? So, and then I know for sure we do have one on Shuggy Otis. This is called Inspiration Information, Shuggy Otis, and Jetstream was on a waiting list, and Shuggy Otis is, this is sold to you for $39.99, okay? Shuggy Otis, this is called Inspiration Information. This was a special request by a couple people on the same day. It was almost bizarre, and then we ordered them, and then other people have started wanting them. And this is Shuggy Otis, Inspiration Information. Legendary, underrated guitarist, $39.99. Muddy Waters does have a bid for $35. One more look at it. This is called After the Rain. It's a '69 US OG Monarch, and we are about to sell it for $35. The Psychics didn't get a bid. It's a buy now for $5. The Tokyo Skunks got one bid for $5, and that's Rod Bryan. And then Blondie is sold to Pete Weisgarber for $35. On the higher end stuff like gold and highly collectible stuff that I sell here, I will never lead you astray, okay? Because I like selling high-end collectible stuff. That's obviously what we're in business to do. And I've done nothing over since I've been in the collectibles business is watch a lot of high-end stuff go up. And I've always told people you never can go wrong buying high-end expensive records if you want to collect them and even, quote, invest in them. And then the same thing for gold and stuff and coins I've sold over the years. I've always told everybody there's going to be ups and downs. Sometimes we're going to have some misses, but certain things like that Clint Eastwood autograph and certain things like that, I'm like, you just can't go wrong. And it appears in the last 10 years, vinyl's always been, it's been great. You know, I mean, not only it's a collectible, you can enjoy it and listen to it. I think that's why we're all here. It's just a great thing. It's something you can collect, increase in value, et cetera, et cetera. Sean's just like, I want to buy some Mayhem records. I'm just here to buy some death metal. Here's the next single. This is the American 4. It says Arthur Lee Pre-Love 1964 Treasures. That sounds pretty cool. $5 start on American 4. And we have Wild Weekend, Shutdown 66, the Sidekicks. Sean, you'll be proud of me. I did order a Mayhem record last night. I did order a Mayhem record last night. I didn't know which other ones to order, but I went ahead and ordered one. Is there a pre-order for the reissue of the Toadies Rubbernecking? There's a Rubberneck. There's not, but I can look into that. I wasn't aware of that, but I'll look into it for sure. If so, I will let you know. Let's make a note to let Shane know, especially if that gets posted, okay? Here's our next Japanese pressing. This is Supertramp, Breakfast in America. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Take the Long Way Home. So logical, mystical, magical. Supertramp has the original on her sleeve, and we have the other Japanese insert there. $35 start on Supertramp, okay? Now, we have American 4-5, another bid for $5, and Tim Colino, you do get the Muddy Waters for $35. Thank you on that. D Mysterious. No, I think it's more like one of their classic, a lot of their top streaming stuffs on it. I do know that I was looking at their first true EP release and how rare that is. That's what got me looking up their stuff. Somebody had posted a YouTube short about how rare their first, or no, it wasn't a YouTube short. It was where somebody was in a store trying to find one. And they was like, that's a pretty rare record. They was like looking for the first Mayhem record, which is like, $5,000 or something crazy. The Ronettes featuring Veronica. Wow, the Ronettes. This is new and sealed music on vinyl, $39.99. The Ronettes. I've got 2 of those. That's a tough record to find. Be My Baby. Autograph, Turn Up the Radio, the anthology. The Best of Autograph, 2 LP blue vinyl, $33.99. And we have 2 copies of Autograph. This is new vinyl here, by the way. And we got Stone Sour, music on vinyl, new and sealed. Stone Sour, $44.99. Lead vocalist, of course, Corey Taylor. Same vocalist from Slipknot, $44.99 on that. Supertramp's the final call for $35. Has everybody hit the like button for me on Facebook? I would greatly appreciate that. I did say we would sell the Mountain at $7.15. I accidentally just grabbed it, so let me grab something else. Let's see what's going on with this King Crimson. This is a 2015. Let's go ahead and start it for $25. It's called Elements Tour. This is live King Crimson, and this is a 2015 for a $25 start. $25 start. This is King Crimson live at the Orpheum, the Elements Tour, $25 start on that. The last thing that just happened was, do you do pre-orders on Topo at Jazz Pressings? I do. I typically stock those later, but if there's one coming out that I need to, we can if you let us know. Supertramp just got bids for $35.35, and then Mike Torres wants Autograph, and this is sold, and this is an official release. This is an official release. Turn Up the Radio, the anthology. No, that's an official release. Blue vinyl, $33.99. Also, I didn't know I could still get these. I thought they were sold out. The all-analog Black Sabbath self-titled debut from Rhino, $44.99. Pressed at optimal, cut from the original analog tapes by Kevin Gray. I thought those were long gone, but if you want an amazing Black Sabbath experience, there it is. Both autographs are sold. We're not talking about a signature. We're talking about the band. And this is sold to John Robb, and Mike Torrey's got the other one. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. Y'all are tied on Supertramp. The first bid was Steven. Christopher Dean's out. He said he was out at 35. Ed Nelson will take the Black Sabbath. I've got one more left if anybody wants it. And MT Matt says he's in. Let's go ahead and sell... Well, I need to let Rod Bryan know. Rod, you've been tied on the American 4. So there's somebody bid 5 before you. Just going to go ahead and let you know that. So you're out. I almost sold it to Chris Bachek, but you never did get a bid again. You might have thought you were high bidder. And the Wild Weekend is a buy it now for $5. So David Johnson, let me know if you want to bid on Supertramp. If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Stephen Young. And Autograph is a greatest hits. Yes, Autograph is a greatest hits. And... yeah, we have one Ngozi family. I don't know if Rebecca's watching, because I could have swore she was on a waiting list. I may have mistyped it on my spreadsheet because it's such an odd title there. Let's see. Let me see what I don't have keyed in yet. No, I don't have those keyed in. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm going to leave it in there. If somebody wants it, it is available. Supertramp has a bid for $35. They tied. The other bidder said he's done. And King Crimson's a $25 start. I have filled up a crate already, especially with all those Wasp pre-orders. So let me go ahead and take this off the table, and let's get a new get a new crate going right quick, okay? And first thing we have is ST said he'll go ahead and take Ngozi. And if Rebecca hops back on, I'll confirm that with her. But I think she got one, and then what I did is I went and ordered more of these because we realized kind of how rare some of the originals were, you know, pretty rare stuff. So that is sold to ST. Let's put Billy Humphrey on the Autograph waiting list. And Supertramp does have a new bid. Stephen Young, you're out. And now Chris Bachek's backing on that. And King Crimson's a $25 start. We did have a waiting list. Boy, I was worried. It took a little bit longer because I thought they were sold out. And this is the indie exclusive of the new Elton John album with Brandi Carlile. So this is Elton John, Who Believes in Angels, with Brandi Carlile. And that is the really cool Pinwheel indie exclusive. And this was a big pre-order that I missed, and I've been selling a ton of them because everybody's like, wow, didn't know you could get this. And I was like, wow, I didn't know either because I totally missed it. But here it is, and this is sold to Autumn Betts and Michael Rudolph. Autumn Betts and Michael Rudolph. And Autumn, if you're watching, if you could check your messages from me, I need to get back with you on those autographs we were talking about and not the band. This is Sold and Sold. Those two people I just called off, Mayhem Desmirius and Dom Santhondas, if you can order that for me. Okay, let's write that down. I don't know if I'm even saying it right, but let's write that down for Sean Fairweather. D Mysterious, and I guess that's all one thing, right? D Mysterious, Dom Santhondas. I probably just summoned a demon right then. All right, King Crimson didn't get a bid. Let's go ahead and make that a buy now for $25. And before we go any further, no, Black Sat. Oh, yeah, I forgot to pull this too. I forgot to pull this. This was sold. Hold on a minute. We sold these to Ed Nelson, and I had to swap bins. MT Matt got the other one. Sorry, so Ed Nelson and MT Matt, I only had two. Now, let's definitely start a waiting list because they're in stock. They'll definitely be in this week. All analog Black Sabbath. They're not numbered. It's the this is the kind of like the record store version where they're not numbered. So not numbered. Shakedown not numbered. Not numbered. Okay. And did I get an Elton John? And then Mike Bartley got the King Crimson. And then let's start a waiting list on Black Sabbath. And the first person's Chris Frazier. And then Shakedown if he wants one. Let's show that again. And anybody else, John Mincemoyer, $44.99, gatefold, all analog, okay? And then, Tony, did I get one of the Elton Johns? If you got one, they would have been on last week's invoice or a previous invoice. So no, unless it's been something in the past. I can't remember. The only two people I had on a waiting list this time was Autumn Betts and Michael Rudolph. So no, not to my knowledge. Two people on a Black Sabbath waiting list right now, Chris and John. The American 4 is at 10 with Chris Bachek. Rod Bryan, you're out. And the Super Tramp is the final call to Jason Boxel for 43. So, Tony, if you need that, I'll hold it for you if you want to check your prior invoices. Motley Crue, been selling the heck out of some remastered Motley Crue albums. Here's Shout at the Devil, $33.99. And I was told I'd get one. I'll give you one right now then. I don't know if that sticky note has made it to my desk yet. We have a lot of, sticky notes that pass from one hand to another around here. So it may have not made it to me yet, but I'll get you one right now. That's so to you, Tony Murphy. Thank you. Jimmy Wood on that Black Sabbath list as well. Okay, and then Super Tramp is at 43 with Jason Boxel. And he's out on this, so I think I can go ahead and sell some auctions. Yeah, so Chris Bachek gets this American 4 for 10. I think we're ready for all new auctions. And let me go ahead and show you Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $34.99, first time on vinyl. And, man, if you're just hopping on, we got quite the no-bid pile of New Orleans singles here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That would be 50. $5 a piece. Let's do them for $30. NOLA bundle. Really cool stuff there. NOLA bundle, $30 on those. Those are $30 NOLA bundle. Gregory's been one of those that's been buying the Motley Crues. And MT Matt, I think. MT, you don't need Shout at the Devil. That's so to Gregory Roberts. Now, let's clear the board and put up all new auctions. Supertramp is sold in to Jason Boxel for $43. $43. So the NOLA bundle just got claimed. So those go up for $5 starts. I probably could have flipped through them again at $5 each because some of those early ones, I was like, man, I can't believe these didn't sell. Some of these really bizarre ones here. But they're gone, and all those are sold to Thomas for $30. $3 a piece there. Now, the board's cleared. I hadn't done any buy it now 45s in a while, but I do have a killer auction here to put up. And this is Led Zeppelin's Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? And, of course, the A-side on that is the Immigrant Song. What an amazing original Japanese single here. Japanese, near mint minus and pristine. Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? And the Immigrant Song. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. Very, very cool. And it's pristine. Led Zeppelin, $15 start on that. Sunrod. No, we've only sold a couple things out of the advertised auctions. I'm going to go ahead and put this up right now. Brian Eno. Brian Eno is a 1977 U.S. original. The vinyl's nice. EX Plus with the original under sleeve. Superb copy for a $25 start. This is Brian Eno. It has the original inner sleeve and the covers in shrink wrap. $25 start on that. The next New Orleans auction is going to go up right now. It's a $5 start, and it is, if I can grab a hold of it, it is Smokestack Banana. And yes, it actually has a banana, just like the Velvet Underground banana, actually taped or glued on the cover. It actually, like, you can almost peel it off, it looks like. So let's not mess with that too much. And Smokestack Banana is a $5 start. $5 start on that. The most recent comments are Led Zeppelin 20. Michael Peveler wanted a Rob Zombie. Thank you, Michael Peveler. And we have Led Zeppelin 25, Eno 25, and Led Zeppelin 30. Smokestack 5. Here's more of those new sealed Van Halen 5150s. I only got one more in, but I'm pretty sure there's already more on the way. So Van Halen, let's look up that waiting list. Van Halen, the waiting list is, let me find it, 5150, Van Halen, and that is, let me give you 1 second here. It's somewhere. Give me 1 second. I think somewhere or another I have some sticky notes that hadn't made it to my desk yet, which is very possible. It happens quite often. I'm like, I know we have a waiting list, I just hadn't keyed it in yet, but some stuff I've already reordered. So yes, somewhere or another there is. If you do want one, let me know, and we'll tag one on the side for you, okay? And that's $39.99. I think the Band of Brothers is right over here. Yes, that should be showing up. If anybody does want one of those, let me know. I'll put you on a list. I know for sure that one's sold. So give me a second on that. And ETA Vicious Rumors, I think that's tonight too. Oingo Boingos on red vinyl, $34.99. Oingo Boingo, $34.99. And we've been selling some more of these. This is the Marty Friedman and Jason Becker Cacophony. Exactly. And these are $28.99. Speed Metal Symphony. Wherever that list is for this one's got to be close. Give me 1 second. Of course, y'all know how sensitive spreadsheets can be. Excel, if you misspelled something, it's like your spreadsheet's not going to find it for you. There it is. David Howard and Rob Shaw. David Howard and Rob Shaw. These are $28.99. They're on black ice colored vinyl, and I have 2 more left if anybody wants one. Marty Friedman, Jason Becker, Speed Metal Symphony, black ice colored vinyl, $28.99. All right, so let's update all these auctions. There's a lot going on right now. Eno had one bid for $25. Led Zeppelin got up to $40 with Ed Nelson. Michael Peveler wants on that autograph waiting list. Cassie Center wants on the Van Halen list, unless that I don't have a list, and then she can have that one, but we'll find out. And Sunday Morning Sessions wants a Speed Metal Symphony, and so does Darren Wortman. So those are sold and sold. And right now, no one has bid on Smokestack Banana. Final call for $5. Final call on Led Zeppelin for $40, and final call on Eno for $25. That was a first great crate of new vinyl. And yes, I'm pretty sure the Vicious Rumors are in, and the Band of Brothers. Let me make sure that distributor shipment showed up. It did. I can see Band of Brothers and Vicious Rumors right now. So once again, great new vinyl lined up for tonight. Yes. As Chad puts on some chapstick. All right. Let me go ahead and mute my mic. I'm going to take some more purple juice. I need it. 1 second. I hear Paul listening to some more funky music in the back. Oh, Chad stretching. Oh, wow, that Easter dinner wore me out. All right, Ed Nelson. Ed Nelson, you get Led Zeppelin for $40. Thank you, Ed Nelson. That's so to you. Smokestack Banana. Brian Call did put banana. We'll go ahead and just sell it to him for $5 then. And Eno is $25. And Eno is $25, and that is sold to Ivan R. And Billy Humphrey also wants on that Van Halen 5150 waiting list. Does anybody out there think they was maybe on a waiting list in the past? You know, from a previous show? Maybe I didn't. Maybe we fulfilled it on the number. I don't really remember. Maybe I was thinking there was. If not, then Cassie, get the copy I have tonight. I'll ask the people who watch the shows and see if they have any sticky notes that didn't make it to me. But here's a great surprise from the Japanese department. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing of the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. Rick Hall says he was. Yeah, I know there was. So it really just hasn't made it to me yet. They probably have a stack somewhere, and those just hadn't made it to me yet. So we'll figure that out, and I'll get it all worked out. We always do. They might even sometimes they even have to go back and find that show and rewatch that part, and maybe because it got misplaced or something, but they always figure it out. All right, this is going to go up for a $55 start. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing of the Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and this is fantastic. A $55 start. It has the book, it has the Japanese insert, and a beautiful jacket. This is incredible. One of the greatest ever. Music and films. $55 start. That's now up for bid. Incredible there. Let's go back up. And so let's put Billy Humphrey on that waiting list. Also, Cassie Center. Rick Hall thinks he was on it originally, so that one maybe will help us out with finding that list. Ben Dygert was next. And there was a new buyer on Van Halen list, but I didn't remember the name. Yeah, I remember that too. Oh, it was Raphael. Yeah, thank you, Laura. That was Raphael. That was one of our new buyers. Yeah, Raphael. He was on a waiting list. That's right. So, Raphael from last week. And that's right. They'll probably help them out find that. We can figure out what night that is because we can go to his profile, look when he commented, they can go back and find that list. Okay? Pre-order Nico. That was pushed back to this week. So, Robert, that was like a month or two ago. That's been pushed back. It's supposed to come out this week. All right, there's Star Wars. Let's grab another auction over here. And that next auction is going to be David Bowie's Diamond Dogs. And this is OG. This is a 1974 Orange Label original. So some of the Bowie albums, a quick cheat sheet to look, is for an Orange Label for RCA. Now, not all of them. Some of them are tan originals. Typically, any black label for Bowie is going to be a reissue, except for a couple, some of the later 70s ones. But most of the orange and then tan are OG pressings for Bowie. This is EX minus, so it's right on the borderline, conservatively, of being VG++ and EX. $25 start. $25 start. David Bowie, gatefold, really cool. Diamond Dogs, just a $25 start. That's now up for bid. And pre-order for Australia AC/DC. I'm not aware of that, but I will have whoever's tagging the sale to make a note. They make a lot of notes for me. You should see the sticky note pile sometimes after these shows. We go through a lot of sticky notes. I will look into that. Here's our next two New Orleans singles. There's Someone in Your Life, a tribute to the Pilgrims by the Knights of the New Crusade. Next New Orleans single, this is going to go up for a $5 start. And we have King Salami and the Cumberland 3, Do the Worst. That's a $5 start, okay? Very quick. So we have one copy of Damn Yankees left, colored vinyl, gatefold, new and sealed, $39.99. Friday Music, every few weeks, seems like they put this back out. They basically post a pre-order for a limited another run of pressings. So that's actually new for Friday, although it's been out about 20 times. But it's always desirable. The self-titled Damn Yankees album, $39.99. We have Wasp. This is new for Friday. We've sold about a half of a crate of them. I've still got a few left. It's on yellow and black marble vinyl, The Last Command. Wasp is $36.99. Half-Speed Master, we've got 2, 4, 6 copies left. Shuggy Otis, Jetstream, I got you down for one. There's one left. Inspiration Information, $39.99. The classic album here, the Ronettes. Be My Baby, technically just presenting the fabulous Ronettes. Music on vinyl press, $39.99. Stone Sour still available for $44.99. And Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, remastered, $33.99. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, that has Dragula on it, $34.99 on that. And Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party. This does have the hit song Weird Science on it. It's on red vinyl. Very cool, $34.99. All right, so here's the update on Star Wars. Mr. Riger says he's lost the Force and he's out. This is a Japanese pressing of The Empire Strikes Back. A beautiful top copy. Hiram Aponte has it for $75. A final call. King Salami's a final call for 5. The Knights of the New Crusades a final call for 5. And the Bowie just got new bids, 25, 25, and now 27. Final call if you want anything in this crate. However, they will be back here behind me for the rest of the night. Mason over on YouTube does want an Oingo Boingo. Thank you. I've got 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. I think what I'll go ahead and do, is tag, we'll go ahead and start going through some vintage pre-owned, and from there we'll start going through the rest of the new vinyl. Also, I think Restream just dropped the chat for a few seconds. So the last thing on my screen, yeah, I lost my chat for a few seconds. Hold on a second. I'll have to look up here now. My phone disconnected for a second. Restream's been doing fine. It's been my connection here. So David Bowie 29, Bowie 32. Brian, King Salami's not a buy now yet. Make sure if you want to bid, you put 5. Bowie 35, 35. But yeah, my chat dropped for just a second on my phone. And so the new Samantha Fish, I've got it on hand. I don't think we got all of them we ordered because it's highly allocated, but we got some. Those will be in one of the upcoming crates. So I'm about to do pre-owned, and then we'll continue with our new vinyl tonight, okay? And all the invoices from last week went out. We had another solid week, especially for not a lot of new releases coming out. So thanks, everybody, for last week. And make sure you've got your invoice. And the faster you pay that, the faster we'll get it shipped out. And let me flip through this crate of new vintage arrivals here. And it's about a half of a crate. That way we can go through them faster and we can get through some other stuff. And I'm about to start doing some buy it nows, more buy it now 45s, okay? Yeah, Restream. I don't know. I got to ask Jake. So we're using something called Stream Labs, but we're also using something called Restream still. So I'm not for sure how all that works, but we're still using both somehow. I am going to go ahead and sell Star Wars. I don't think a bid came in, so let's go ahead and sell that to Hiram for that winning bid of $75. Now, if a bid came in and I didn't see it, let me know, and we'll put that back up because Restream did drop there for a few seconds. Now, King Salami, nobody else bid. Brian had time to bid and then bid again. Nobody else bid, so that's a $5 winning bid to Brian Call. And the Knights of the New Crusade, that's a buy it now for 5. They're still bidding on Bowie. That's OG. It does have a bid for 45. MJ, I'll go ahead and run that mountain for you since you're watching. It's almost 7:15, but you're still watching, so here it is. This is an original 1972 U.S. white label promo. This is an original 1972 U.S. white label promo. Mountain Live, The Road Goes On Forever. I hope this is the one you was talking about. Or no, you said maybe test pressing. Hold on a second. This is a white label promo. Is there a test pressing? Might be a test pressing over here. Hold on a second. Let's see what's going on over here. Test pressing. Test pressing. Mountain, is this it? Nantucket Sleigh Ride? Test pressing. Here we go. Lot of interest in this tonight. This is Mountain, an original 1970 U.S. test pressing, rare, EX Plus. How cool is this? This is an original 1970 U.S. test pressing, rare, EX Plus condition. It's mastered in the dead wax, Lee Holko Sterling. Very cool, nice, high grade, EX Plus, $125 start. Mountain, Nantucket Sleigh Ride, test pressing. Wow, that's pretty cool. $125 start. Even has some original artwork there on the front. And that's an original 1970 U.S. test pressing for Mountain. How cool is that? $125 start. Now, we left off with Bowie at 45. And then the Sundays is new and sealed, $36.99, silver vinyl. Timothy, if you want one. And David Bowie's at 65. Mountain already has a bid for 125, okay? We need a couple more New Orleans singles. We got those going up right now for $5 and $5. And those are being put up for bid right now. We have Top Secret. We have Slim Boys. This is going to go, or excuse me, Scum Boys. Scum Boys is a $5 start. And School of Rock and Roll, Gene Summers, that's a $5 start, okay? Here's what we have. The Best of Dave Edmunds. These are new vintage arrivals priced as marked. Dave Edmunds is $12.99. No condition notes on any of these. So very nice copies like Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Superb gatefold, $19.99. Christopher Cross, shrink wrap hop sticker, $9.99. And Henry Gross, What's in a Name? Henry Gross is $9.99. And Good Night Tonight by Wings, $14.99. Good Night Tonight by Wings. George Samberez is out on Bowie. Brian DeLeon has it for $65. Scum has a bid for $5. Gene Summers is a $5 start. Mountain has one bid for $25. $125 Mountain. Natuck Sleigh Ride. Test pressing. $125. Let's go ahead and get this other box of 45s open. I've got some buy it nows I'm about to do for $6.99. I don't think you're going to find a lot of information probably on that test pressing. It's just basically, it's pretty rare. So y'all are going to determine right now what it's worth, because I don't think there's a lot of probably information out there on that one. We have Paul Revere and the Raiders, Hungry, There She Goes. That is $6.99. King Curtis and the Kingpins. That is $6.99. The Mamas and Papas, Words of Love. Lay Down Sally by Eric Clapton. And Swall, Call Out My Name. Let's go ahead and do one more. Herbie Hancock, Stars in Your Eyes. Herbie Hancock. Those are all buy it nows for $6.99. $6.99, okay? Mountain has a new bid for $130. We're about to sell Scum and David Bowie, but back to the bin. We have Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels. This is Breakout, $24.99. That's a Sunday's 180 gram. Herbie Hancock sold to Sean Fairweather for $6.99. Mountain has a new bid for $135. Paul Sponable's in on Gene Summers at $5. Also in this crate, we have CCR Green River, $29.99. CCR classic album, Green River. Brian Call got the Paul Revere picture sleeve. We still got Zwall, Lay Down Sally, Mamas and Papas, Words of Love, and their cover of Dancing in the Street. Still got King Curtis here on a white Atco label, and that is called Changes, Parts 1 and Parts 2 back there. All righty. We have Marshall Tucker Band for $14.99. Can't You See? Take the Highway, $14.99. KC and the Sunshine Band. This is a classic. That's the Way, Get Down Tonight's on here. Boogie Shoes. KC and the Sunshine Band. No condition notes and original. Very clean, $19.99. And let's show one more, and I'm going to sell all these auctions. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Are You Tough Enough? $19.99. All right, so Paul Sponable got Gene Summers for $5. Scumboy sold to Brian Call for $5. And David Bowie is sold. And David Bowie sold to $65 of Brian DeLon. The two people that I typically know that would bid on a test pressing are watching and bidding on this right now. Carol Puckett and MJ. If that's two people, if I thought, hey, we got a rare test pressing, who should we let know? I'd even have to let them know. They're on here watching and bidding right now. That's MJ and Carol. They typically both bid on kind of rare test pressings and bootlegs. Sean Fairweather, yes, you got Herbie Hancock. Ivan R. on Kansas City. Very cool stuff there. Stuff you don't see too often. A test pressing, an original 1970. I love how it actually has artwork on it. You know, a lot of those test pressings typically don't have artwork like that affixed to it. Eric Bird and the Animals, Love Is, a Gatefold 2 LP, MGM, $44.99. $44.99. Ben Dygert does want the Thunderbirds. Thank you. And we have The Who live at Leeds. This is just a single pocket record. $19.99 on The Who live at Leeds. Carol Puckett says he's out on Mountain. And MJ has that for $175, and that's a final call to MJ Misty Dog, $175. Our next Japanese pressing is going up right now, and here is David Lee Roth, Eat 'em and Smile. Roth is going to go up for a $45 start. David Lee Roth, this is going to go up for a $45 start. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine of Eat 'em and Smile. There's the inserts, and that's now up for bid. Also, the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $34.99. We have the original inner sleeve, the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $34.99. And Kansas, self-titled, their debut, $19.99. I'm about to drop the hammer. Does anybody else want in on that Mountain test pressing? MJ has it for $175 We are about to sell it. We are about to sell it. Here's our next single. This is Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Nowhere and Surrender. This is numbered. It does have a promo kind of not for sale sticker on the back of the barcode. It's number 284, but it has a not for sale sticker on the back. Tom Petty, and this is a $7 start. Nowhere and Surrender. Roth already has bids for $45 and $45. Let's take a look at the disc. Nice. I'm going to keep it behind the jacket like that. That's going to go up for a $7 star. One more record, the Mamas and Papas 20 Greatest Hits, $19.99. And now the next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. And this is The Nothings, Nuthins. The nice New Orleans single, $5 start on that. All right, Mountain, They Took a Sleigh Ride is sold to MJ Misty Dog for $175. Thank you, MJ, as always. Also, thank you, Carol, for bidding, and let me know you're out. There we have it, and it's gone. Probably won't be seeing those again for what, another 15 years? Who knows? That's gone. Thank you. And now let's go ahead and pull another record. How about we do back-to-back mountains? Let's do back-to-back mountains because that was the one I was about to put up. This is an original 1972 U.S. white label promo, a strong VG Plus EX minus. This is a white label promo of Live, The Road Goes On Forever. That's going to go up for a $25 start. It has a promo DJ. The cover's like VG with another kind of third-party sticker there on the front. That's going to go up for a $25 start. So there's our next couple auctions all up. We've got some great buy it now stuff in here. Here's what's been left behind that I'm kind of surprised. First, a Mamas and Papas Greatest Hits, a Kansas self-titled. We still got Marshall Tucker Band in there. A couple that I'm surprised hadn't been grabbed yet. This feels like an original. It is. The Manfred Mann Band, Do Wah Diddy Diddy on Ascot. Nice, EX or better, $19.99. Molly Hatchet, Frank Fazetta artwork. Original, self-titled, original winter sleeve, $19.99 for Molly Hatchet. And Ian Hunter, All-American Alien Boy. Ian Hunter's $19.99. And then we have Rosington Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. Rosington Collins is $24.99. So the Nothings has one bid with Brian Call for $5. Tom Petty's up to 11. And Stacy, you had 11 first. Fred tied you. David Lee Roth is at 65. Billy Humphrey wants Moy, and I bet he meant Molly Hatchet. That's so to Billy Humphrey. Tom Petty has a new bid for 13. John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, Hop Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Mountain's a $25 start. I was going to see what's possibly next over here, and our buy it now bin for $6.99. I think I've got some cool stuff here for you. Going to do some more buy it nows right quick for $6.99. First is John Wayne. I think that's actually the John Wayne. It is called Walk With Him and I Have Faith. It's a promo record from Liberty. John Wayne, $6.99. Glenn Campbell, the Wichita Lineman. Jackie Brinston, Rocket 88. That's like one of the first ever true rock and roll songs. Journey on a Saturday Night from Looking to the Future. A white label promo, Journey. And then the good old Pac-Man Fever from Buckner and Garcia. Back to the bin, CCR in concert. Creedence Clearwater Revival's $29.99. Tom Petty 15, 16, 17, 16, 17. Stevie Wonder Characters is $24.99. And Johnny Cash Greatest Hits Volume 1. There is a promo stamp on the back. Jackson Ring of Fire, a Columbia 2i, $24.99. And then David Lee Roth is about to sell to Gregory for $65. And there's a no bid on Mountain. We're about to sell that, okay? For just a buy it now for $25. Back up at the top, the first thing I said was Tom Petty 16 then 17. Brian Call got the Journey promo on a Saturday night. Jason got the Pac-Man Fever. Chris Bachek second on Journey. Tim Graham on the Wichita Lineman. Jason next on Journey. Steven on the Rocket 88. That leaves John Wayne if anybody wants the Duke. And then Cassie Center on CCR. That's sold. Shane does want John Wayne. Fred next on Rocket 88. Molly Hatchet's already sold and CCR is already sold. Tom Petty's at 19. We have the Easy Rider soundtrack, $29.99. ABC Dunhill, very clean. Let's go ahead and sell the Nothings to Brian Call for $5. Mountain does have a bid for $25 with Michael Peevler. I was about to make it a buy it now. but it's a final call for $25 to Michael Peveler, and Wet Willie is $19.99. David Lee Roth is sold to Gregory Roberts for $65. Always a popular record. That is sold for $65 to Gregory Roberts. And we have Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street, $24.99. Tom Petty's at $20 with Carla. Stacy said she's out. Mountain's a final call for $25. Our next auction, let's go ahead and put up another David Bowie, Scary Monsters. Here's one of those black labels I was telling you about that is OG for 1980. Here's a prime example. So Scary Monsters on the black label for this album would be OG. And this is a $25 start. Scary Monsters, David Bowie, a 1980 U.S. Indianapolis original. It does have the original on her sleeve, and it's a $25 start. Rod Bryan says, hold the phone. I outbid Brian Call on the nothings. He said he bid $6. Let me make sure that came in. It was in all those Tom Petty bids. There it is. Rod Bryan did bid $6 on the nothing. Sorry, Brian Call, but you did get outbid on that. Sorry. So that's at $6, final call. And then Wet Willie is sold to Ed Nelson. That is sold. And we also have a few more records left in here before I pause again. The Beatles. This is essentially the Beatles with Tony Sheridan. Some kind of red label Polydor foreign reissue of that, $19.99. And Tony Bennett, $9.99. David Bowie does have a bid for $25. So Brian, let me know if you want in on the nothings, and he says he is. He's at $7. Thank you. We'll go ahead and sell Tom Petty. This is sold to Carla De La Roche for $20. That's sold James Gang thirds, $19.99 on James Gang, and Joe Pass, Virtuoso number 2, $19.99. Michael Peveler got the Mountain for $25. And the OG Scary Monsters back there is at $25 with Jennifer Corbin. Now the nothings is at $8. Now we need more new singles. Now we need another auction. How about we go ahead and put up a Japanese pressing of Loudness, Delusion. Japanese pressing. We're going to put this up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is Loudness, Delusion. Very nice copy. $35 start. This is got the insert with it. And this is a $35 start. Now the nothings is sold to Rod Bryan for $8. George Samberez on Tony Bennett. That is sold. And we have the Who, Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy. This is the MCA pressing, $24.99. Looks like we need a couple more New Orleans singles, eh? And the next New Orleans singles, is going to go up right now. We have this one. And let's pull something else interesting here. Coco Coma. What the heck's going on here? It looks like the Pink Panther. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Coco Coma. This is going to go up for a $5 start on Goner Records. And we have Puddle, Toll Puddle Martyrs. TOL Puddle Martyrs with the, I'm not for sure. Some of these I don't know. I just kind of read whatever I can see. I don't know if I'm reading the track or the artist or whatever. Wet Willie. Yes, you did get that, Ed Nelson. Yes, that was sold to you. And then we have Aretha Sings the Blues, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. Loudness does have a bid with Fred Cardinal for $35. And the original Delaney and Bonnie, except no substitute. The original Delaney and Bonnie, $19.99 on that. All right. Great first crate there. Sold several things out of there. Now we have 2 new singles. Brian's in on both. When I come back, I'm selling David Bowie for $25 and Loudness for $35. As soon as I show another quick handful of buy it now singles. Got some cool stuff here. Some of the stuff probably could be auctioned. Some of the 60s stuff, but here it is. First thing we have is I Like It Like That. A Dave Clark 5 picture sleeve, $6.99. We have Dr. John Mose Scotius, and then Dr. Hook, Sexy Eyes. These are all $6.99. Timmy Thomas, Why Can't We Live Together, with the jukebox strip. Son and Cher, A Cowboy's Work Is Never Done. Here in My Car, Gary Newman doing Cars. Jive Talking by the Bee Gees. Those are all $6.99 on those. Those are all $6.99. Those are buy it now singles, first come, first serve on those, okay? Let's go back to the top. And the most recent comment was Brian Call 5. Brian Call 5. How much was Wasp from the last crate? $36.99. And then Puddle, another bid for 5. Robert, you tied Brian. Is there a barcode on the Who? No barcode. No. It probably, let's see what the label looks like. It is the Rainbow Sky label, but there's no barcode. $24.99. Very nice vinyl. First, Stacy Metternich on Dave Clark for $6.99. That's sold to Stacy. Slicker on Delaney and Bonnie. That's here in the crate. That's sold to him. Brian second on Dave Clark. Fred Carnell third. Ed Nelson on ATT. And ATT for Ed Nelson was... ATT for Ed Nelson was... that's a tough one. ATT for Ed Nelson. And then Sean, not Sherry, Sean on Gary Newman. Stacy got Sonny, as in Sonny and Cher. And Fred next on Gary. Stacy got Jive Talking. And then Coco has a new bid for 6. Ed won a TT for Timmy Thompson. And then Tim, you're second on Cars and BGs. The B-side on Dr. Hook is Help Me Mama. And then the A is Sexy Eyes. And then we got Dr. John, Mo Scotius, and Everybody Want to Get Rich right away. All right, I got all those figured out. Now, Loudness, just one bid, sold to Fred Cardinell for $35. Loudness is sold. And then the David Bowie sold to Jennifer Corbin, just one bid, $25. Those are sold. Time for all new auctions. Now, Coco has a bid of 6 with William Drugovich. So, what is the puddles? I really don't know what this is. We're about to look at the label. This is billed as Topuddle Martyrs. That's the name of the group right here. TOLPUDDLEMARTYRS. That's the name of this group. And the high bid on this is $5 with Brian Call. And that is a final call. And then Coco just got a new bid for 6, which is William Drugovich. And so, Brian, you're out on Coco Coma, which I believe is the name of the artist. Brian Call does get Dr. John for $6.99. And Eric Burden has not sold. No, I'm about to just read these titles. If you hear something, you're like, hold the phone. How much was that? This is a beautiful gatefold OG copy. And no wear on the cover. Nice vinyl. That's $44.99. All right, and then here's what's left. If you need a price, let me know, so that way we can go through our next crate of new arrivals, as in new sealed stuff. Best of Dave Edmonds, Joe Jackson, Night and Day, Christopher Cross, Another Page, Shrinking Hype, Henry Gross, Wings, Good Night Tonight, Mitch Ryder, Creedence Clearwater, Marshall Tucker Band, can't believe that's still available, $14.99. The Who live at Leeds, The Who at the Hollywood, or excuse me, The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. Kansas Self-Titled was $19.99. Mamas and Papas 20 Greatest Hits. And OG Man for Man, Do Why Dee Dee Do. Rossington Collins, I the Zombie. Stevie Wonder, Johnny Cash Greatest Hits. Easy Rider, Paul McCartney, The Beatles. Joe Pass, James Gang, Aretha Franklin, and The Who. Okay? Coco, Puddle, 6, and Coco 6. All right? And then Brian's out on Coco. Brian Carnell, you were just outbid on Puddle. So Brian's out on Coco. We'll sell that to William Drugovich for 6. And then you were just outbid on Puddle. That's now at 6 with Fred Carnell. Rick Hall does want Marshall Tucker. That's sold to him. Joe Jackson was $19.99. And what kind of shape is Collins in? Let's see here. Which one? Let me go back to that. How much was Leeds? Okay, so first, Johnny Cash was Greatest Hits. Original label. Has a promo stamp on the back. Columbia 2i, extremely nice with a demonstration, $24.99. The Who Live at Leeds was also $19.99. That was right back here. It's a single pocket jacket. Single pocket jacket, no gatefold and inserts on that one. And then what was the other question? The Collins and then ER. Let me figure out what Collins was in here. Collins. Rossington Collins. It is an extremely nice jacket. And very nice vinyl. The gatefold jacket and EX Plus are better vinyl. And then ER was Easy Rider. That is sold to Chris Frazier, I believe. Is that right, Chris? That's sold to you. Now, let's put up a couple more LPs. Those are going up right now. I do have another highly sensitive cover. This time it's just more X-rated than anything. Wow, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on this. This is called what? Loss... Easy Lazy. I don't know, but she is nude on the cover, and there's a lot of, I don't know which side to leave face up. This is called Lost Easy Lays. That's a $5 start. And then Rick Hall gets the Rossington Collins. That is sold to him, okay? Now, cash is still available. Who's still available? The who's still available. What else was asked about? There was at least one other thing still asked about in here. Whatever else was asked, I think, was sold. Joe Jackson's really nice, $19.99. And Eric Burden was asked about. It's really nice. This crate is going to be right here behind me. So if you change your mind, no problem. And then Rick Hall wants to put back Marshall Tucker. So for those that just missed that, it's going back in there for $14.99. The puddle is now at 7. Fred Cardinell, you're out. You're out on the puddle. It's now at 7. All right, I'm going to change out crates right quick. Thanks and welcome, everybody. First, let's go ahead and put up new auctions before I walk over here to grab a crate. The next one is going to be David Gilmour, and this is an OG. 1978 Terre Haute, no condition notes, not in print, never been reissued. David Gilmour, self-titled, a $35 start. Very nice. I always speak highly of this album. And yeah, the vinyl has no condition notes. Pretty incredible. Gatefold, really nice copy, and it's original. $35 start. I'll add something else when I come back with another crate of records. Let me see what's next. Let me figure out which crate has the next biggest pre-order. Wow, well, this crate's here completely full of pre-orders. I'll do that one after I go ahead and do this mixed crate. Oh, the new Billy Idol's in, the new Ghost is in, and the new Samantha Fish is in. So there you go. There's some upcoming teasers. The new Billy Idol's in, the new Ghost is in, and the new Samantha Fish. So there's some cool stuff coming up that was pre-ordered, and we'll have those momentarily. Stand by. Don't go anywhere. Hope you've already, like I said, fed your kids, your cats, and your small animals and put everybody to bed. And now you're in your happy place in your house watching Coletco. David Gilmour, 35. David Gilmour, 36. Easy. That was the Nudie record. It's at 7. Puddle is at 9 with Fred Cardinell. So, Brian Call, you've been outbid on Puddle. Just FYI. And now let's go ahead and put up a new Japanese pressing. And the next new Japanese pressing is perfect for a Japanese pressing, and that is the Cheap Trick at Budokan album. Cheap Trick at Budokan album, if I can get my crates to stand up correctly. Cheap Trick at Budokan is a Japanese pressing. Beautiful, near mint minus and pristine. A $35 start. This is the classic Cheap Trick at Budokan press, gatefold. It does have the book here. Very nice, complete, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Cheap Trick at Budokan. Cheap Trick at Budokan. That is, hopefully Ed priced all these. Let me make sure he did. Okay, good. And where are we? David Gilmour is at 41. Brian's out on Puddle. This is sold to Fred Cardinell for 9. And then what about the Nudie record? The Nudie record, the last bid on the Nudie record was Fred Cardinell at 7. Robert's out. We're about to sell that. Cheap Trick's a $35 start. Japanese, and David Gilmour is at 41. First thing in here is the all analog 33 1/3 Leonard Skinner, their second album, Second Helping, $46.99, 180 gram. Gatefold, really nice, $46.99. Second Helping. Before I show that pre-order, let me go ahead and put up at least 2 more 45s right quick. We got the good old rip-offs, and let's do this one right here as well. First, it looks like the Nudie record is officially sold to Fred Cardinell. He's going to put that in his Nudie collection. That's sold to him for $7. Ed Nelson all over the Leonard Skinner. I think I've got more of those if anybody else wants one. Yeah, I've got more right here, back here, if anybody else wants one. I thought I did. So I have more of those in stock, just FYI. Here's the old rip-offs. What a bizarre cover here. The rip-offs. This is a $5 start. That's now up for bid. And the Singing Sheep. And this is called Ba Ba Black Sheep. The Singing Sheep. Paul just started laughing. That was my best impression of a sheep.
Decent, you know, for praise. I've got prices on them.
Okay.
I have the genre, but it's good.
Okay.
$6.99 buy it now.
Okay. Gotcha. Paul just dropped off some singles. I'm also about to pull up this pre-order for Vicious Rumors. That's going to be our next pre-order to knock out here. And I was trying to use voice to text, and it took up half of my other sentence. And here we go. So first thing we have is David Gilmour's at 45. Fred Carnell, you're out on David Gilmour. Cheap Trick has a bid for 35. The rip-offs have bids for 5 and 5. The Stinging Sheep is still up for an opening bid. This is new for Friday. This comes out Friday. It's called Vicious Rumors by Vicious Rumors, a limited edition, 1,500 on blue vinyl. Vicious Rumors, self-titled. This is $38.99. This is sold to Ken Crooker. Thank you, Ken Crooker. That is sold to you. We got one for Mike Helton. Thank you, Mike Helton. And then Richard Davis and Dwayne Sevilla. Richard Davis and Dwayne Sevilla. There's 2 more sold, Davis and Sevilla. Claymore and Jason Jones. Claymore and Jason Jones. Those are sold and sold. Also, we have Tony Bradford and Edwin Riviera. Tony Bradford and Edwin Riviera. If you are in on the pre-order, thank you. If not, you want one live, let me know right now. Also, Robert Matthews and Jeff Brindley. Robert Matthews and Jeff Brindley. There's 2 more sold. And then Sunday Morning Sessions over on YouTube. Sunday Morning Sessions and Jared Benoit. So Sunday Morning Sessions and Jared Benoit were not done. Not even close. We got Alonzo Breezy Brenzo Jr. and MT Matt over on YouTube. Thank you, Alonzo. Thank you, MT Matt. Also, Scott Smith and Dean Tefford. Scott Smith and Dean Tefford. And we have one more, Paul Conway. There's one more for Paul Conway. And I have 3 extras live here to sell right now. Vicious Rumors, self-titled on blue vinyl, limited and numbered, okay? Limited and numbered. So that's everybody. The pre-order was Ken Crooker, Mike Helton, Richard Davis, Dwayne Sevilla, Clay Moore, Jason Jones, Tony Bradford, Edwin Riviera, Robert Matthews, Jeff Brindley. Sunday Morning Sessions, Jared Benoit, Alonzo, MT Matt, Scott Smith, Dean Tefford, Paul Conway. All right, so what happened on David Gilmour? I bizarrely have not heard back from Fred Carnell. Fred, you were outbid about 3 minutes ago on David Gilmour. Cassie bid $45. I see you're still active in the chat. You haven't said out. Unbelievably, nobody else bid on Cheap Trick. It's gone for $35 to Greg Gallier. Thank you, Greg. That's so do you. That's unbelievably just one bid. A pristine copy of that and a Japanese pressing. The rip-offs have bids for 5 and now 6. Brian Call, you were just outbid on the rip-offs, and nobody else wants a Singing Sheep. Nobody. So it's a buy now for 5. Brian just put Sheep 5, so that's sold to Brian for 5. Vicious Rumors sold to Fred Carnell. Vince's Rumors sold to John Mincemoyer. There's one extra copy there if anybody wants it. He is done on David Gilmour. Brian, you did get Sheep, but you were outbid on rip-offs. The next is another popular Analog Productions, Pronounced Leonard Skinner, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $64.99 on Leonard Skinner. 2 LP, 45 RPM, Leonard Skinner. Oh boy, let's check out Little Richard here. This is a rare 70s mono reissue. So OGs of these from the 50s, very tough to find, but I didn't know they did a mono 70s reissue. And Paul says this is a rare mono 70s reissue. And this is a VG++. So conservatively, VG++, that means it's pretty much EX, pretty close to it. A little bit of cover wear, and that is going up for a $35 start. Here's Little Richard. Wow, that's a good one too. That is an absolute rocker. $25 start. Tutti Frutti, Slipping and Sliding. Long Tall Sally, $25 start on Here's Little Richard. 70s mono press. Rip-offs is at 7 with Brian Call. And then did somebody else bid? I see Brian at 7. Brian, I think you have it at 7. Sam Squatch wants that last copy of Vicious Rumors. Ed Nelson once again picking up another Leonard Skinner. And David Gilmour is sold to Cassie Center for $45. Little Richard, Tutti Frutti. Oh, Rudy. That's the original mono reissue there. Or that was some condescending words. How about the original intended mono, a 70s reissue? The rip-offs at 8. Okay, so I don't think that came through on my screen. So I think Brian's done. That means we'll go ahead and sell it to Fred for 8. With that being said, let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. And there's the Dotsons, Girls Best Friends. The Dotsons, Girls Best Friend, that's a $5 start. The rip-offs is sold to Fred Carnell for $8. We do have we got a few more Japanese pressings to run. And here's Van Halen 2. Really nice Japanese pressing, a $45 start. Dancing the Night Away. Beautiful $45 start. This is Van Halen 2. It has the original Japanese insert with it. There is that. There is the other Japanese insert. And there is a $45 starting bid on this. Cassie's in on Little Richards. The Dotsons is a $5 start. Let's grab another New Orleans single out of this box, and that is the Upper Fifth. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And let's go ahead and show another handful of Buy It Nows. Plus, Paul has got some records over here. He has tagged like he's looked up for Discogs. And these are kind of records that if they don't sell here, we're going to put them on Discogs. A lot of soul funk. I'm going to start showing those in just a second. But first, here's some Buy It Nows. Robert Palmer, Can We Still Be Friends? Heatwave doing Boogie Nights. 10cc, The Things We Do for Love. Heartbreaker by Pat Benatar. Foreigner, Long, Long Way From Home from their first album. Bill Justice, Raunchy. Cameo, I Just Want to Be. And Supertramp, The Logical Song. The Logical Song. That is still available. Also, somebody asked, is the Damn Yankee still available? Michelle, there is. One copy. Michelle Wagner, it is. Let me know if you want it. Little Richard only has one bid for $25. The Dotsons is at $5. Van Halen has bids for $45 and $45. The Upper Fifth is a $5 start. And we do have a claim on that Johnny Cash Greatest Hits Original Columbia 2i with the promo stamp. That's pretty cool. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Thank you, Chris. And now we got Supertramp sold to Brian Call. And before that was Pat Benatar sold to Brian Call. Jason Thomas, you're second. That leaves Cameo, Bill Justice, Foreigner, 10cc Heatwave, and Robert Palmer. Van Halen has two bids for $25. I can't believe Little Richard's going to sell for $25, but it's about to. Final Call, a 70s mono reissue. Let's go ahead and put up, let's put the Damn Yankees out for Michelle. That is sold to Michelle. And then Scott Oman on WH. That must have been something here in the Buy It Now. It was Heatwave, and that's sold to Scott Oman. Thank you on that, Scott. All right, next is another pre-order. This is the Hook soundtrack. The Hook soundtrack. This is another soundtrack done by John Williams, new for Friday. Red vinyl, numbered. This comes out Friday. It is $46.99 from At the Movies, which is music on vinyl. Music composed and conducted by John Williams. Limited edition 2000 on red vinyl. The Hook soundtrack. Very cool. And the pre-order on that was Kelly Vlodarchek, wanted 2 copies. And then Brandon Lack on 1 copy, and Daryl Johnson, Darryl, on the 4th copy there. I've got 2 extra copies of Hook, limited numbered, red vinyl, music on vinyl, $46.99. Another Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, all analog, Waiting for the Sun. The Doors, $46.99. So I've got Hook, I've got The Doors, and now, where are we on our singles? We have the Dotsons, 1 bid. That's sold to William Drugovich for $5. The Upper Fifth is a Buy It Now for $5. Little Richard is sold. I've tried every way possible. Cassie Center gets it for $25, though. Thank you, Cassie. That's sold. Really surprised on that. But it's gone. And Van Halen's at $50 with Jennifer Corbin. Jennifer Corbin. That's with Van Halen right now at $50, okay? Let's go ahead and show Extreme Pornograffiti. That is Extreme 2, $38.99. Pornograffiti, music on vinyl. We've got 2 copies available. The Upper Fifth is sold to Fred Cardinal for $5. Let's grab another new tagged auction from tonight. And then let's open another blues album, and that is going to be for Muddy Waters, the Woodstock album. And Muddy Waters is a 1976, and this is a U.S. repress. EX edition, a $35 start. Muddy Waters, and this is called the Woodstock album. EX, a $35 start. There's that. There's the cover, and that's now up for bid. Daniel Strom wants an Extreme. Thank you, Daniel. That's so to you. I've got 1 extra copy. I still got the Doors as well. I've got 1 copy of Devil Music Volume 1. That's La Sexta Resto by White Zombie, $38.99. And 1 copy of Extreme 3, $49.99. It's a double album from Music on Vinyl. I went ahead and ordered one. I remember when these came out, we sold a ton of them. Just haven't seen it, haven't had it in the bins in quite some time. So there's another opportunity. Van Halen's at 55. Let's put up a couple more singles from the New Orleans collection. And I have those right here next to me. We're pulling them one at a time until they're all gone. And who knows what I'm going to pull out of here. This is incredible. You just never know. There's another Extreme. Now, Justin, do you want Extreme 3 or Extreme 2? Justin says he wants both. So if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Here's the Greenhorns. That's going to go up for a $5 start. The Greenhorns. And that's now a $5 start. And Buff Medways versus the Buffetts. And that's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? So the first thing I have here is Justin getting Extreme 2 and Extreme 3. And if you want on a waiting list for either one, let me know. The first person on Extreme 3 is going to be Ben Diger. Put him down on a waiting list for Extreme 3, Ben Diger. And my crate over here has filled up. So I'm changing crates right quick. Give me 1 second. Let me grab a new empty crate. Welcome, everybody, to Good Old Fashioned Coletco for a Monday night sale. We are selling records. We are here, and we are rolling as usual. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Just need everybody to do me a favor. Hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. We do this every night. If you're tuned in, you probably know this by now, but I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't think I have anything else planned in my life except being right here selling records until, like, I think the first weekend in May, which is the Metallica concert. And I think Paul will step in for me then. Life of Agony. Make sure I didn't post a pre-order for this. Ugly. This is another new music on vinyl. I think it is with the same solicitation. So I went ahead and ordered a few. I don't know a lot about it. I forgot the blurb. But that is Life of Agony, $38.99. Yeah, there's no pre-order for that. So these are available $38.99. Life of Agony. Let's go ahead and put Solarplex on the Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti waiting list. They're still bidding on Van Halen. What about Muddy Waters? It's getting new bids too. It's at 42. And the singles are getting bids. So everything's still getting bids. I don't know a lot about Life of Agony, but it was solicited in the same pre-order as all these other music on vinyl pressings. And here's the other one. I figured this would be quite popular, so I did post it. This is Band of Brothers. Band of Brothers. This is the soundtrack from Michael Kamen. And everybody's telling me, Chad, you got to watch Band of Brothers. You love World War II. I know you love stuff like this. You got to watch this. So I'm like, all right. I've officially sold the soundtrack. So that means that's one of my big requirements for watching a movie. I got to sell a soundtrack. So Band of Brothers is $46.99. This is a limited numbered to 1,500 on white vinyl. I hope I have enough. Let's go here and find out. The first comment was Derek Cesaro, and then Sean Fairweather, David Howard, Lily McCurry, Eric Fisher, Paul Brothers, and Brian White. He also scored Highlander. Has anyone seen a recent Private Ryan? Okay, so this is, how many did I have there? Do I have enough? So Derek, Sean, David Howard, Lily McCurry, Eric Fisher, Paul Brothers, Brian White, I'm one shy. I wonder if Brian's watching. I got to order more. I am actually oversold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so I think there were some late pre-orders on this. Yeah, it was posted 6 weeks ago. The last 2 pre-orders was 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. So, yeah, a couple of those came in late. I probably can still get this. If anybody wants on a waiting list, I'm going to order from that spreadsheet tonight. Let me know, because I'm going to probably go ahead and order some. But that's the first time on vinyl. I'm pretty sure. I've never seen it before. Numbered with a 4-page book, and, of course, it's music on vinyl. They're really good. So let's make sure Brian White goes on that list. He was number 7, only had 6. Also, make sure Cassie Center and then Grog if he wants on a waiting list, okay? Now, when I left off, Solarplex went on the Extreme Porno Graffiti waiting list. Solarplex also wants Life of Agony. And Ben Diger, I'll be down on general admission too for Metallica. I might see you down there. if you're talking about Nashville. And then Muddy Waters 45, Muddy Waters 46, Muddy Waters 47. Grog also on wait list for Band of Brothers. So that's two people live, and then of course Brian. The other Life of Agony is so to Bob Riger. Can you get River Runs Red? I will check. James Goggin also on Band of Brothers soundtrack. Van Halen is a Final Call, a Japanese pressing, extremely nice, to MT Matt for $60. Now, Slicker Van Slyke also on Band of Brothers. And I think this was a day that I posted a lot of pre-orders. And when I post a lot on the group, most people don't see them. Facebook starts to throttle. That's why I really can only do a couple good pre-orders every day. Otherwise, a majority of y'all aren't going to see them, especially if you're not interacting a lot with the group post and liking and buying a lot of pre-orders. You're probably never going to see them. So that's why I go ahead and order some extras, but some pre-orders don't show up on y'all's feed till like 3 weeks later. But make sure you're in our group and you stay active, because that way you'll see all of the pre-orders. Buff Medways. William Drugovich gets this for $5. And then the Greenhorns, that was what got multiple bids. And the last bid on the Greenhorns that came in was William Drugovich at $7. Fred Cardinale has technically not set out. And then same thing on Muddy Waters. Ed Nelson did go out. We're about to sell that for $47. Wow, the only thing left in there, we got a big waiting list going for Band of Brothers. If anybody else wants one, they're $46.99. Music on vinyl, limited numbered white vinyl. I should still be able to get those, I hope, from the original distributor. Now, the other soundtrack was Hook, red vinyl, limited to 2,000. Music by John Williams, $46.99. That's a cool soundtrack. 2 of those left. We've sold 4. The only analog productions left so far tonight, Waiting for the Sun, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $64.99. White Zombie, 1. We've sold bucoodles of those, $38.99. And we've sold 2 Life of Agony. Let's check for Bob Riger if we can get River Runs Red. That one's called Ugly. It was a new release as well for Friday. I had never seen it before. Greenhorns is now at 9. Let's sell those 2 back auctions. And Muddy Waters is sold to Slicker for $47. And the Ghost pre-order will be pulled in the next crate. Yes, I'm probably going to go through one more crate of new arrivals, and then we'll do that other big Ghost pre-order. And then Van Halen is sold to MT Matt for $60. And yeah, the next crate is pretty much full of pre-orders. There's like 3 big new releases in there. So we'll do that in just a second. It looks like the auction table is going to be cleared since Fred went out on Greenhorns, and we are ready for all new stuff. Greenhorns is sold to William Drugovich for $9. Now, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to shift those up so I can keep all the new stuff together easily tonight. If you missed the very first crate, we have already sold out of some stuff, but here's the first big pre-order that's still left. Wasp, The Last Command. Wasp is $36.99. That's a new colored vinyl. We still got those. I still got Shuggy Otis for $39.99. I still got the Ronettes featuring Veronica, presenting the fabulous Ronettes, music on vinyl, $39.99. Stone Sour for music on vinyl, $44.99. Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, remastered gatefold, 40th anniversary, $33.99. Oingo Boingo, red vinyl, $34. And we have Rob Zombie, $34. Or you get more John Hughes. Yes, those will be here before the end of the week. They were in stock, and they're ordered, and they're on the way. If you saw something right then, you're like, whoa, 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 what was that? It's still available. You can just ask. As of right now, there's 3 no bids from tonight. The Beatles, a mono original, which, like I said, 9 out of 10 of these are some kind of reissue or counterfeit. This is a real mono. There is some writing right there, but the vinyl's nice. EX, a $35 buy it now. Blondie's the only Japanese pressing. It's still available for $35, and only 145 didn't sell. The Knights of the New Crusade for $5. And I'm going to steal Laura's crate right now. She just set it down, and it's going up right now. We'll do that instead of the next John crate that I was going to do. And then we've got more new vinyl coming. And before I show this crate, we're going to put up all new auctions, okay? First thing I have is to show you the Lore Crate. Oh my gosh, it's more Pokemon Lore Crate stickers. I'm going to have to start keeping these. You got old Bulbasaur there with his record player. Now, I know enough about Pokemon to be dangerous. I grew up with it. The one thing that I'm dangerous at, though, is trying to pronounce them. So probably they come across like, what did he just say? What did he just call that? All right, let's do some more buy it nows. I'm not going to do anything else until we do a quick handful of some buy it now singles for $6.99, okay? The first thing I have is Puff, the Magic Dragon. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $6.99. Arthur Conley, People Sure Act Funny. Atco in the company sleeve. The Blow Monkeys, Digging Your Scene. We have the Neon Philharmonic. That's a big hit song from The Moth Confesses. Morning Girl. Neon Philharmonic, David Lee Roth, Yankee Rose, Strange Advance, She Controls Me, Simply Red, Money Too Tight to Mention, Billy Joel doing James, a promo copy, and 38 Special, another promo copy, Stone Cold Believer. Those are all $6.99. We did have a buy it now on one of the no bids, and that was for the Beatles Tell All. The mono original, that sold to Tim Graham for $35. Let's tag a few of these singles right quick. We got a new arrivals crate right here in front of us. And lots of people on old Puff. Jason Thomas was first. $6.99 on Puff, the Magic Dragon. Patty was second. Ryan third. Stacy fourth. Paul fifth. Jason Thomas on David Lee Roth. And then James Goggin next on Puff. Stacy next on David Lee Roth, and that left 38 Special, Billy Joel, Simply Red, Strange Advance, Neon Philharmonic, The Blow Monkeys, and Arthur Conley. Those are all still available. Still great singles there, $6.99. Our next two LPs, we had a request for Sun Ra. Let me go find it right quick. So in my auction bin, I have West Coast Pop, Beach Boys, Pink Floyd, Grant Green, Curtis Mayfield, Mississippi John Hurt, Sonny Boy Williamson with the Yardbirds, Sonny Boy Williamson, Muddy Waters, Muddy Waters, Muddy Waters, Muddy Waters, the Ann Arbor Blues and Jazz Festival, Grant Green, Bobby Hutcherson, Sun Ra, Grant Green, Grant Green, Grant Green, Grant Green, Iggy, and the Stooges. I've got two of them. I wonder if Rebecca's watching. We have another Monday Night at Birdland, Captain Beefheart, $81.99. I don't know what that is. It's a King Crimson unofficial. Okay, let's put that up, okay? Ooh, what a cover. Sun Ra, the Nubians of Plutonia. Interesting. I don't know if I've had this one before. It is a 1974 US with the company inner sleeve. Visually a VG record. It plays VG Plus. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. A 74 US, the Nubians of Plutonia. Playback at a VG Plus. Original inner sleeve. Gatefold, a $45 start on Sun Ra. That's now up for bid. And then we have $81.99. $81.99 is a King Crimson rare unofficial on orange marble vinyl. This is King Crimson live in Munich, Germany on October 15th, 1981. What a cool bootleg from King Crimson. Orange marble vinyl, a $35 start. I did mention your name. We got two Iggy Pops we're going to be auctioning tonight. That's a $35 start. Let me go ahead and mute my mic for 1 second because I need something to drink before I say anything else. Give me 1 second, please. Now, the next 45s. Let's do something from the top 40 crate. This is a really nice copy of a 60s classic, Sugar Sugar by the Archies, in the original company sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The Archies, Sugar Sugar, the original 7-inch single. And we've been selling a lot of these lately. I think they're really cool. They're called Hip Pocket Records. Hip Pocket Records. And this one's never been opened. This one's sealed. And this is Neil Diamond, You Got to Me, and Solitary Man. That's those kind of flexi disc, Ford Philco Hip Pocket Records. This one's never been opened. Neil Diamond, $7 start, okay? Here's the lower crate sticker. The first purchaser will get the rare, highly desirable, and now iconic lower crate sticker. As you just heard tonight, lots of jazz and blues and really cool stuff. King Crimson is EX++ near mint minus. Let's start going through this crate. New vintage stuff. There's no telling what's in here. Eddie Grant, My Turn to Love You. Eddie Grant is a white label promo, EX condition, $12.99 for Eddie Grant. That's EX $12.99. Eddie Grant. Nude Camel, VG Plus $12.99. This is Nude Camel, VG Plus $12.99. I think it's technically Camel, and it's called Nude. And then Blues Magoos, never going back to Georgia. Blues Magoos is EX $12.99. All right, so let's update everything right quick. Sun Ra started at 45, then 50. King Crimson 35, 35. Sun Ra 55, Sun Ra 52, Sun Ra 56, Sun Ra 60, Sun Ra 62, Sun Ra 64. The Archies does have a bid for 7. Neil Diamond is 7. Sun Ra is visually a VG, plays back VG Plus. That tells me they probably play tested it. And then King Crimson just has one bid with Fred Cardinal for 35. Excuse me. Let's keep going. Brazilian Bird, Charlie Bird, VG condition, $9.99. Columbia 2i, Charlie Bird, VG, $9.99. And Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu Orchestra, EX condition, $12.99. Columbia 70s Press, and Kingfish with Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead, EX $17.99 on Kingfish. EX $17.99 on that. All right, Blues Magoos is sold, and that is sold to Ben Dygert, and that means he gets the rare, iconic, highly desirable, and now extremely valuable lower crate hype sticker. Thank you, Ben Dygert. That's sold to you. Sun Ra has a new bid for 68. I'm about to drop the hammer. No bid. This has got a new bid for 8. And John Dodd said he bid 35 before Fred. My bad. I must have missed that. You did. So John Dodd, 35. Fred Cardinal. Sorry, John did come in first. I didn't scroll up high enough. So actually, Fred, you're out on the King Crimson. You got to bid more than 35 now. Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp. That's VG for $9.99. And Los Lobos, How Will the Wolf Survive? VG Plus, $12.99 on that. Camel, Nude, by far one of their best 70s output prog. A must-have from this UK band. Derek Clark leaving a positive review. By far one of their best 70s output prog albums. It's available. And Campbell was VG Plus $12.99. Thomas Reed on Mahavishnu. That is sold to Thomas Reed. Now there's a new bump, and there's a new bid on the Archies for 8, which means James Goggin, you got outbid on the Archies. Neil Diamond's a buy it now for just $7. That really cool hip pocket record there. That's a buy it now for $7. Cool display item, if anything. And they're still bidding on Sun Ra. However, it's stalled out at $68 with Thomas Reed. Slicker says he's done. If anybody else wants in, let me know. And Fred Cardinal said, you know what? I will take Camel. I'm going to take a quick pause and show some more buy it now singles right quick. These are all $6.99. These are going to be first come, first serve. Buy it now. No more, no less. $6.99. I'm just a singer in a rock and roll band. That's the Moody Blues. We got Valerie, big hit song by Steve Winwood. Rick James in the picture sleeve doing Glow. ABC, How to Be a Millionaire. Expose, Point of No Return. Sting, If You Love Somebody, Set Them Free. Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John, Magic. And we have Tommy Conwell and the Young Grumblers, I'm Not Your Man, $6.99. Let's do one more. Lindsey Buckingham, Trouble. Lindsey Buckingham, $6.99. All right, Slicker. After you say out on Sun Ra, I can't let you bid again. I would love for you to, but after you say out, I can't let you bid again. So the final call is with Thomas at 68. James Goggin does want the Neil Diamond hip pocket record for 7. That's sold to James Goggin. And then the Archies has a new bid with 10 with James Goggin. Stephen A. Young wants Sting. That was the picture sleeve here. That sold to him for $6.99. Travis Wade wants the expose. Travis Wade and Stephen A. Young on Lindsey Buckingham. Also, there is a new bid on Sun Ra for $70. Now, the King Crimson, Fred Cardinal, you're back out again. It's at $40 with John Dodd. I hadn't actually called out that bid yet. You were outbid. Travis, you're going to appreciate what I did yesterday, and I think for a lot of other people too. I went through a playlist called Goth Rock Essentials, and I ordered probably 20 new pressings of some stuff I haven't had. I found some stuff. I don't know if all of it's like all 80s or 90s goth rock, but some of it even from 2010. And I found a lot of tracks that I didn't know existed, like Echo and the Bunnymen. I've listened to most of the stuff, but I found some good stuff. So that stuff should be here tomorrow or the next day. But I've ordered about 20 records from Goth Rock Essentials. So we'll see what that pops up. I know that is interest. That does interest Travis some, right? Maybe some other people too. So that stuff should be here tomorrow. Man, a lot of those bands I was looking up, I was going through that playlist, and some of those bands from the 80s, none of their stuff's in print. Like, only things available is the OG. They've never been reissued. And so I would search some of those bands, and it's like, no results. I was like, okay, let me spell it. Let me take out the amperstamp, or let me take out the apostrophe. And then I'd get on Discogs, and I'd be like, wow, this band had one album, and they were kind of like a one that's never been reissued. So some of that I can't get, but I ordered everything that I could. Here's what's left: Tommy Conwell, Olivia Newton-John, ABC, Rick James, Steve Winwood, and Moody Blues. Wow, a couple there. So London After Midnight. Maybe. Let's see here. I think I did, actually. Yeah, I think I did, because I'm trying to get familiar with more of those. I'll have to look at the covers. One of them for sure. Which one here? This one, maybe? Psycho Magnet. I think one of those wasn't in print, though. So here we go. Archie's. Regina, this is Sugar Sugar. And this is the original single in the company sleeve. Stacy has it for $13. James Goggins out. Now, Sun Ra is at $70 with Grog. That means, with Grog, that means that the longtime bidder at 68, Thomas Reed, you've been outbid, okay? Now, 81.91, this is sold to John Dodd for $40. There we have it. Yeah, I need to go through that play. I'll pull it up here in a second. It'll get pretty distracting if I do it right now. I'll read off some of the stuff that's on there, and I'll try to remember some of the stuff I ordered. But I like to keep a lot of it surprises. That's why we show new vinyl as surprise. Montrose obviously has some cover damage. However, it's only $9.99. The vinyl is VG condition. $9.99. Montrose. CCR, this is VG condition. $14.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, $14.99. Laura says, I don't even need to look at a playlist. Just go ask her. I was about to say, Laura's probably our in-house goth essentials. I'll just go to her next time. The Doors is VG $14.99. And Sweet Potatoes, Jeff and Maria, VG Plus $12.99. The Archies is at $14. Stacy, you've been outbid. Sun Ra's gotten a new bid at $72. Grog, you've been outbid. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Paul McCartney's Band on the Run. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Band on the Run, Paul McCartney and Wings. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP. Let's go ahead and show this. We have the original inner sleeve. We have the insert and the both insert. Well, actually, I think this goes in there like that. Yeah. So insert, inner sleeve, cover and obi, Band on the Run, a $35 start. The Archies is at 16 with Stacy Metternich. Sun Ra is out. Let's go ahead and sell that to the requester. 72 on Thomas Reed. Did Hook come in? Yes. I showed Hook about a half hour ago. They've all been tagged. There's 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. We have a new bidder on the Archies, the original Sugar Sugar single there, and the Don Kirshner picture sleeve. All right, so let's get right back. Band on the Run, a $35 start. There's only a few Japanese pressings left, and then we're pretty much hot and heavy the rest of the night into the advertised auctions like this. A 1979 U.S. original, Indianapolis press, VG Plus, David Bowie, Lodger. That's going to go up for a $25 start. David Bowie Lodger. And that's a 79 US Indianapolis original. It is VG Plus condition, and it's a $25 start. Lodger. Archie's has new bid for 23. I'm about to put up another New Orleans single. And Peaches, pick of the crop. Peaches is VG Plus $14.99. Industrial, yeah. That's something I'm going to work on tonight. I didn't want too much coming in on the same night, same day. So I order. The reason I order every night is so the shipments show up differently. And so, yeah, Goth or Industrial's my next list to work on. Ronnie Pearson. Here's our next New Orleans single. I Dig That Girl the Most. Ronnie Pearson's a $5 start. That is now up for bid. Ronnie Pearson, okay? So, where was I at? Okay, Peaches is a great compilation, if I didn't mention that already. This is Capricorn Records, Richard Betts, Allman Brothers, etc. VG Plus $14.99. Neil Young Harvest, EX $19.99. This is got a sing split at the top. EX $19.99. The Archies is between Jason and I guess Ginger, if you want back in. Stacy says she's done. Paul McCartney's at 38. David Bowie's at 26. Yes, Fragile. VG $12.99. It is VG $12.99. It is a 4-digit original address. That should be OG. And I love this note on the back from Laura. One of the greatest albums of all time. What a great note. I would happen to agree with that. Yes, Fragile. VG $12.99. We also have Canned Heat Vintage. EX $22.99 on Canned Heat Vintage. EX $22.99. No poster with Blondie. No poster with Blondie. And T-Rex, also known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, Unicorn, a 69 US OG on the Blue Thumb label, and that is $24.99. Paul McCartney, a beautiful Japanese pressing, has a new bid for $40. Now David Bowie's at 28 with Jennifer Corbin. Ronnie Pearson is a no bid. It's a buy now for $5. And the Archies is sold to Jason Boxell for $25. How about Ian Hunter, self-titled? Ian Hunter is EX $12.99 with his hit song Once Bitten, Twice Shy. Made very famous, of course, by Great White. Solarplex says, you know what? I do need one of the copies, a copy of the greatest album of all time. One of the greatest albums of all time. JK on T-Rex. That is sold to JK. And then Jennifer Corbin second. Paul McCartney 43. There is no greatest album of all time. There is great albums of all time. I don't think you can put a sticker on any one of them. I'm going to go ahead and take this sticker right in here. And, or sticker, this stack of 45s that have sold already tonight before I have a spiel. That way we can show some more. All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Got that out of my way. I was worried that those were about to take a tumble. And we have T-Rex, Paul McCartney, Ryan Anderson picking up the Ronnie Pearson, and then Rick Barriand and Paul McCartney still getting bids. All right. Let's see what's going on. What just happened to my phone? There it is. It took a tumble. It fell right on Roy Rogers' head. Give me 1 second to figure out what's going on here. And click on this and this. And okay, so first we have Beck Hyperspace. This is sealed on silver vinyl. So the last thing we have here is these were all check condition. The rest of the crate is non-check condition. Beck Hyperspace is $14.99. Beck Hyperspace is $14.99. Beck Hyperspace. Paul McCartney 45, Paul McCartney 48, and then we have David Bowie now at 30. David Bowie now at 30, okay? New Orleans singles going up right now. New Orleans singles. Let me see what this is here. What a bizarre... Is this supposed to go with this? Let's see here. What is this? Lost Trails. Lost Trails. Effervescent Elephants. Fuzz Tones. And then there's a postcard. Hi there, Paul. Hope you enjoy the records. All the best. Crazy or Gary? I don't think that's a Gary, but you never know. This is a $5 start. So that has nothing to do with the Paul that works here. Otherwise, we found a little dirty postcard from Paul, and he has some explaining to do. And he also has to explain to me who Gary is. That's a $5 start. And the next thing we have here is Paul McCartney at 45, David Bowie 30. Chad, I'm on the waiting list for Zeppelin Volume 2. Are you talking about Charlotte? Are you talking about Charlotte George Jones? Paul McCartney 48, and then Ron Duffield first on Beck, and then Jennifer Corbin, then Tim Colino, then Ben Digert, David Bowie 32, and Lost Trails 5. So here's the high bids. Paul McCartney's at 48 with Mike Torres. Christopher Dean's out. Jennifer Corbin has David Bowie for 32. James Goggin, you're out. Those two records and postcard are being sold together for a $5 start. Back to the records. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, $9.99. John Fogerty Revival, a 2007 U.S. original, $39.99 on John Fogerty. And CCR Chugolin in shrink wrap, special edition. It says digitally remastered from the analog tapes, custom pressed on Columbia, high quality Masterworks Virgin vinyl, $29.99. Mark Rendon's in on the Lost Trails at 10. And we have a final call on David Bowie for 32. Paul McCartney, final call for 48. Jethro Tull, wow, a classic records pressing. A 2007 U.S. 200-gram classic records Quiet high quality super vinyl, $59.99. That's going to rock. And Soul Twist and other golden classics with King Curtis. A 1987 U.S. compilation, $19.99. Jason first on CCR. Christopher back in on Paul McCartney. I got to make sure we have James Goggin done on Bowie. Cassie second on CCR. The next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 start. And this is The Fevers. Get On Again. The Fevers is going to go up for a $5 start. Can't Be True. And Can't Be True and Get On Again by The Fevers on pink vinyl. That is a $5 start. $5 start. I got volume 1 in the shipment the other day, but went home to look and see what it was. Yeah, you got a volume 1. I think you're talking about Page and Plant. So there's a Led Zeppelin bootleg called Charlotte, volume 1 and 2. And then there's another popular bootleg we've been selling called Page and Plant. And that one, there's still a waiting list on. Page and Plant. That one is called Going to California. And yes, you are second in line for Volume 2. You're second in line for Volume 2. Charlotte is still available. I think we have one Volume 1 in stock somewhere. And no one has bought that one or wanted the other one. So those are still available, okay? Now, Lost Trails got a new bid for 11. Henry's Choice on Jethro Tull. Christopher Dean was second. And by the way, Christopher Dean does have Paul McCartney for 50, which means the other bidder, Mike Torres, you've been out on the Paul McCartney. London Chuck Berry Sessions. This is a Record Store Day 2017 sealed, remastered, numbered, 180-gram tip-on jacket, $24.99. And the Pentangle Sweet Child. The Pentangle Gatefold Double LP, $19.99 on the Pentangle. And Caravan Blind Dog at St. Dunstan's, $14.99. Paul McCartney has a new bid. Christopher Dean's out. The Fevers has one bid. Since James is out on David Bowie, we will go ahead and sell that to Jennifer for $32. Man, we're loaded over here with great auctions. I just kind of flipped through them. I was like, man, all this great jazz and blues. Let's go ahead and knock out one of the jazz albums here. A Japanese pressing. A Grant Green Japanese pressing. That sounds very interesting. 1979 Japanese import with the insert. Sunday Morning with Grant Green. Blue Note 84099. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. A little bit of foxing on the cover. $45 start. That's not from our typical Japanese order. That's just something we got in a collection. Paul McCartney 52. Christopher says he's done. Soul Twist info. This is an 87 US compilation. 1999. King Curtis. Les Cooper's on here. Willis Jackson. It's Soul Twist and Other Golden Classics. 1999. Next is James Goggin on CB for Chuck Berry. And then Fred asks, which London Sessions? Chuck Berry already sold. The Fevers, just one bid for $5. My question is, are we done on the postcard here? Mark Rendon had it for 10. William Drugovich at 11. I never did hear back for some people. It's a 2-disc thing, Lost Trails, and this postcard. It's at 11, and we're about to sell it. Fred Cardinal wants Soul Twist. Let me make sure that ST doesn't want it. ST, if you want that, it's yours. If not, it goes to Fred Cardinal. Next is Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, and David Freeberg. That is $14.99, has a promo stamp on the front. And Last Man Standing, Jerry Lee Lewis. That looks very interesting. White vinyl, $24.99. Wow, the first track is a duet with Jimmy Page, a duet with B.B. King and Springsteen and Jagger, with Ron Wood, Neil Young, Robbie Robinson, John Fogerty, Keith Richards, Ringo, Merle, Kid Rock, Rod Stewart, George Jones, Willie, Toby, Clapton, Little Richard, Delaney from Delaney and Bonnie, Buddy Guy, Don Henley, and Chris Christopherson. Holy moly, I didn't know that existed. $24.99. We have Christopher Dean on Grant Green for $45. We have Lost Trails. Mark Rendon's back in at 13. New bid on Grant Green for 50. And that means Mike Torres gets banned on the run. And that is sold to Mike Torres for $52. Thank you on that. Lost Trails still getting bid. It's up to ST on the Soul Twist album. ST, if you want that, it's yours. If not, we'll go ahead and sell it to Fred Cardinal. Speaking of Fred Cardinal wants Jerry Lee Lewis here. And Jerry Lee Lewis is sold to Fred Cardinal. Looks like we need 2 new auctions. So we got a jazz album up back there. Let's go ahead and balance that out with a little bit of classic rock. And boy, I like the way this sounds. I love when I get a copy of The Wall and there's all these all caps, underlined, exclamation points. This is a 1979 U.S. Terre Haute original with the updated inner gatefold and corrected with the corrected credits. This is a super clean copy. Laura has graded it. Let me put it underneath my new light over here. Wow, it is. So nearly a top copy. It's super clean. You could grade this EX++ / near mint minus. So what it is with the Wall, obviously they made millions of copies. And the true OGs have all the same disc, but there's different jackets. And it really has to do with this right here. This is the corrected jacket. The disc, of course, are OG from the first run, 79 Terre Haute. It's a beautiful copy, beautiful jacket. That always has or somebody laid a coffee cup on it or spilled a beer on it at a party. Something always happened to that jacket. That one has survived very clean. $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Now up for bid. We have Grant Green at 50, Lost Trails 14, and then we have going back to the crate. Next is Black Alicious. This is Imani, I-M-A-N-I, Volume 1, sealed for $14.99. And Velvet Revolver. This is a opened. I always have these sealed. There's an actual opened music on vinyl pressing of Contraband. This has Scott Weiland. I've never seen what a gatefold looks like. I've sold hundreds of these. I've never got to see the gatefold because they're always new and sealed. So $29.99, Scott Weiland from STP, and Slash. And Slash, that's a super group. Velvet Revolver, $29.99. One more, Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite, Get Up, $29.99. I remember the other day we had a Barnes & Noble on red vinyl, but those are pricey, like 50 plus. That one's $29.99. All right, we've had some battles on these 2 discs here, but it's a final call. I keep losing Mark Rendon. Mark, are you out there? William Drugovich has these for $14. Pink Floyd has getting lots of bids, and so is Grant Green. We need one more New Orleans single. Actually, here's one of my last that I know of, Hip Pocket Records. We sold Neil Diamond earlier. It's one of those Ford Philco Flexi disc. Another one that's never been opened, and this time the Dales. I've had Van Morrison, I've had the Doors, I've had Neil Diamond, I've had a lot. I've never had the Dales. There It Is and Show Me, or There Is and Show Me. That's a sealed hip pocket record, a $7 start, now up for bid. I'm also going to go ahead and do some quick buy it nows on some 45s. And we hadn't done that in a few moments, so let's get started with another fresh handful that John got ready for. And we have a classic hit from 1981, Jesse's Girl. Rick Springfield, $6.99 in the original sleeve. Linda Ronstadt, Just One Look. That's $6.99. Linda Ronstadt. Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame. No One Is to Blame. Howard Jones, top 40 hit. Sade, Keep Hanging On. We have John Eddie, Jungle Boy. Force MDs doing Tender Love. Force MDs and the Rural Guardsman. Snoopy versus the Red Baron. Terry Stafford, Suspicion. 1010, Toast and Marmalade for Tea, and the Moody Blues. That's a great song, Question by the Moody Blues. All right, I got a lot of updating to do. The first thing I remember reading off, there was a couple questions on some stuff. I don't think it was about the records in the bin. I may have missed those. I've seen a couple questions about pre-orders pop up. I may have missed those if you want to send them again. And some other things. If I've kind of skipped over you, then the answer is either no or ask me again later. Grant Green, 65. Ron Duffield on Velvet Revolver. That's so to Ron Duffield. Pink Floyd, 75. Pink Floyd, 70. Pink Floyd, 80. Mark Rendon on Lost. And Lost at 15 was these 45s over here. So that got a new bid. Pink Floyd, 90. Pink Floyd, 91. Scott Oman on RS. Now they're into the 45 claim. So Scott Oman got Rick Springfield. Stephen A. Young on Snoopy and the Red Baron, the Rural Guardsman. That's really cool in the company sleeve. That's so to Stephen A. Young. George was second. Carla De La Roche on Sade. And Lost is at 16. And Monty Reed second on Rural Guardsman. Also, George, you may have missed it earlier, but I gave a big thank you and shout out to you for the purchase from last night. So I didn't want you to miss that. And I did say at some point I owe you an air horn, okay? So whenever you want that, it can be now or later. But thank you for the purchase of the Clint Eastwood. So here's what's left. The Moody Blues, 1010, Terry Stafford, Force MDs, Jungle Boy, Howard Jones, and Linda Ronstadt. Those are all still available. Okay, so Grant Green, the last bid, Grog went out. Christopher Dean has it for 65. We're about to sell it. They're still bidding on Pink Floyd. A new bid just came in at 93. The Dales is a buy now for 7. Unfortunately, I lost ST, so he never did say yes or no on this. So go ahead and sell this to Fred Cardnell on the Soul Twist. That's so to Fred Cardnell. And the Lost is at 15. I've lost William Drugovich now. Both of those are at $15. Final call. Audio Slave, back to the crate. Audio Slave is $22.99. 2LP, Chris Cornell. John Lennon, Men Love Avenue. Don't get that one very often. In Shrink Wrap, $19.99. And Blink-182's Greatest Hits. That is sealed, $24.99 before I throw it across the room accidentally, not intentionally. $24.99. Grant Green is sold. Grant Green is sold, GG, to Christopher Dean for 65. William said he bid 16. Maybe. Okay, I think I see it, or it just popped up. Williams is 16. Mark Rendon, now you're out. Mark Rendon, now you're out. Pink Floyd's at 100. Ginger Lynch wants John Lennon, and Carla De La Roche on Blink-182. Wes Wilt was second. But George, if y'all seen the big Clint Eastwood signed picture, George Jones did grab that, so it's no longer available. I'm still trying to sell the Kurt Russell. We did sell Clint Eastwood. I have a feeling somebody out there I know is interested in that Kurt Russell. They're just waiting to pull the trigger. It's still available. Get it before Clint Eastwood did. He lasted less than 24 hours. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing of the Rolling Stones the Rolling Stones Tattoo You, their 1981 album with Start Me Up, $35 start. Lost has new bids for 20. William Drugovich, it goes back to you. Can I get the title and name of the Grant Green? You can. He says, forget my previous post. I'll go ahead and tell it to you anyway. It is called Sunday Morning with Grant Green, GXF 3173. That is sold to you. And now we have Ben Digert on Audio Slave at a great price. Mark Rendon also wants the Moody Blue single back here, a question, and Rolling Stones just got a new bid. All right, now we got some activity going, but it looks like we need another new single from the New Orleans collection. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Another really bizarre one here. Magic Eye Singles, Gold, Yesteryear, Samara Lubisky, Team Xiaoping. It's on yellow vinyl. What a wild-looking gatefold. You got pizza. It looks like they've clipped out the back of a pizza box or something. Is that what they've done here? It looks like they've clipped out literally a back of a pizza box and used it for an insert or a cardboard. And it's on yellow vinyl, and that is $5 start. $5 start. Rolling Stones 35, Pink Floyd win 15, lost 21. Next is Dark Horse $24.99, and Less Variations Moroccan Roll $9.99. It's a White Earp Tombstone picture. Yeah, White Earp Tombstone picture, and it's still available. White Earp Tombstone picture. Next thing we have is Herbie Mann, Superman. Herbie Mann, $9.99 is the poster in the Rolling Stones. The poster has a Japanese insert. Oh, there is something else in here. What else is in here? Wow, stickers, but I don't think that goes to this. I've never seen that sticker sheet. That goes to Still Life, I guess. Or does it go with this? It has to go with Still Life unless they put it in this album for some reason. It's all from around the same era. But no, it just has the insert. I don't guess you call that a poster. The vinyl's pristine, and I've never seen this sticker insert. I'm glad I looked down in the jacket. It was kind of almost stuck up against the side of it. So there's that. Wow, what cool stickers, though. All right, man, there's a lot going on right now in the chat, especially on the bids. Pink Floyd has got up to 115. Lost is at 21. Mark Rendon out. Rolling Stones got a new bid for 36. Magic Eye 5. And Fred wants to see the Kurt Russell. Kurt is $899.99, as in 900 less a penny. The Clint Eastwood sold yesterday, $15.99. That's why I definitely owe George Jones an air horn. But here's the Kurt Russell. And like I said, if you can imagine this in a frame, a really cool wood or maybe like barnwood frame or something, it would look incredible. It's Beckett authenticated. As y'all know, I'm very peculiar about autographs. It's got to have really good COA. And then I've got to like it myself as far as me looking at it. And it's good. Beckett's authenticated it. And the guy I got these from, he's very peculiar about autographs. I've bought and sold a lot from him. And this is a unique size. And also, you know, Kurt, evidently, from what I'm told, he doesn't sign a ton of Tombstone stuff. Some people's peculiar about what they sign. So, but that's $8.99, Fred. You need it. Just say sold, and we'll put it on your invoice. That's all you got to do. Just type out SOLD, sold. David Bowie, this is Station to Station, new and sealed remaster, $29.99. Elephant's Memory, $14.99. And we have who and what? We have Tams. Is that who this is? Tam? Lamb. Lamb, A Sign of Change. I've never seen that before. A folk rock album with a promo stamp, $19.99. Lamb, never seen that. Elephant's Memory, Blue. This is $14.99. And Beastie Boys, Agilio Eolio, sealed, new, $29.99. Okay, the big question is, are we done on Pink Floyd? Cassie had it for $115. Before that was James Goggin. James Goggin has not bid, but he also hadn't said out. Final call to Cassie for $115. Now, back here is this Lost Trails. It's 2 discs with this postcard. William Drugovich, this went out. That was quite the battle. Sold to Mark Rendon. And make sure these two and the postcard go together. I'm actually going to put the postcard right down in here. These two go together. Mark Rendon, $26. Okay? Now, the other one was Magic Eye Singles. Robert's the only bidder on that for $5. Final call. The Rolling Stones is at $41. No poster. It does have a sticker sheet that I don't think goes with it. It does have the insert, Obi, and nice cover. Okay? That is available. There we have it. Let me do some stretching. And we're good to go. Time for another new single. First, a buy it now single. First, a buy it now single, which I'm going to do right now. A handful of buy it now singles. Here we go. $6.99. We got Big Shot by Billy Joel, $6.99. Kissing the Pink, Maybe This Day. Bo Diddley on Checker, Back to School. The Chambers Brothers, I Can't Stand It. Iron Butterfly, Soul Experience. And nice, the Jackson 5, I Want You Back. That's a classic. $6.99 on all those. Let me leave those right there for right now. Magic Eye still getting bids. Stone's getting bids. And unfortunately, I lost James Goggin on the Pink Floyd. So let me answer a couple questions, then we're going to go ahead and sell that. First, the Bowie is sealed. $29.99, station to station. Jason Boxell, I think they have officially started claiming 45s. Jason Boxell on Bo Diddley for $6.99. Jason Boxell on Iron Butterfly for $6.99. Fred was second, and Jason Boxell on Jackson 5 for $6.99. Jason Oman was second, and Mark Rendon third on Bo Diddley. That leaves the Chambers Brothers, Kissing the Pink, and Billy Joel. All right, so Pink Floyd is sold for $115. A very, very nice copy. That's sold to Cassie Center for $115. Now, the Stones is a final call to Rod Bryan. No, Jason has it for $43. Henry's Choice is out, and Rod Bryan's out. They have not set out. However, they have not bid. So we have about 3 people all within $1 of each other on the Stones. Are they done? That's the question. And then all of a sudden, Magic Eye has started getting new bids too. The Magic Panda Crepe Restaurant. And Robert Warner has this for $7. And that means Mark Rendon's out. I haven't heard back from him. And then Fred Cardinal wants CB. And CB, I think, was for the Chambers Brothers. That's sold to Fred Cardinal for $6.99. That was the single. Now, the only thing I'm going to do in here is just read the titles. If you saw something and you're like, hold on, what was the price of that? Let me know, because I will tell you, because we're about to go into a big crate of new releases. But first, we got Iggy Pop, an early 80s U.S. press of this album, which would be technically a reissue, a $35 start. Iggy and the Stooges, Raw Power, and it is truly extremely nice at near mint minus. $35 start on Iggy and the Stooges, Raw Power. 80s pressing from Columbia, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. It is still available, or it is going up for bid. It's definitely available. Next single from the New Orleans collection is going up right now, and it's The Mistreated. And The Mistreated is in mono, and it's going to go up for a $5 start. The Mistreated, You Better Run. All right, next, I'm just going to read these. If you need a price, let me know. Eddie Grant, we have Charlie Bird, Brazilian Bird, Kingfish, self-titled. Leon Russell, Willow the Wisp. Also, Los Lobos, Montrose, CCR, The Doors, Jeff and Maria, Sweet Potatoes, The Peaches, Capricorn Records compilation, Neil Young Harvest, Canned Heat, Ian Hunter, How Much Was the Beastie Boys, Jennifer Corbin. The Beastie Boys is sealed for $29.99. John Fogerty, Pentangle, Caravan, Paul Cantor, Gray Slick from Jefferson Airplane, Black Alicious, Ben Harper, George Harrison, Moroccan Roll, Herbie Mann, David Bowie, Elephant's Memory, Blue, and Lamb. Those are all still available. Magic Eye has a new bid for $9 with Mark Rendon. That means that Robert Warner, you're out. The Mistreated has a bid already for $5 for Fred Cardinal. The Rolling Stones is at $45 with Jason Boxell. Rod Bryan, you're out. Henry's Choice, you're out. The Stooges already has bids for $35. And then Jennifer said she'll take the Beastie Boys. After that, it was Solarplex Studio. Solar, I probably can order you one of these if you want to go on a waiting list. I can get that no problem. And then Mistreated's at $6. Fred's out on ME, which was Magic Eye, so I think that's up to Robert now. The Stooges at $42. And Leroy Lario, same one with LS. I think you've blew my mind. But if you let me know what you're asking specifically, I will check for you. No problem whatsoever. All right. So without any further ado, we're going to make sure Robert Warner's out on Magic Eye before we sell that to Mark Rendon. And the Mistreated and Stooges and Stones are all still getting bids. This crate's going to go right here behind me. If somebody else wants anything in here, just let me know. Give me 1 second, please. Let me send this message out. Okay, let's knock this out over here. We still got 2 more crates of new vinyl. 2 more crates of new vinyl. Of course, when we're running 4 auctions and buy it now on the sides, and I'm showing miscellaneous here and there, we end up technically showing a lot. It just doesn't seem like it with the crates, okay? Here we go. Now, Jennifer got that. Magic Eye, Magic Eye. So Mark Rendon got the Magic Eye singles. Mark Rendon, this is sold to you for $9. The Mistreated's at $8. The Stooges at $50, and the Rolling Stones is at $47. That means we need another New Orleans single. And the next New Orleans single is going up right now. And this is called Jam Rock Band. Loch Lomond Rock, and I Go 8. Jam Rock Band, a $5 start on that. All right, first thing in here, I've only got 2 copies of it, so what is this? Iggy Pop music, and this is a compilation. It's a 2 LP. I saw these in stock, and they were technically on sale. 2 LP music on vinyl, $39.99. I was like, man, the way we've been selling Iggy Pop lately, maybe we need to order a couple of those, especially since they're already kind of reduced, because I think normally it would have been like $46 or $54.99. So a little bit cheaper than normal there. Iggy Pop, those are $39.99, okay? Rebecca wants one. No surprise there. And Fred Cardinale. If anybody else wants one, they'll be here by Wednesday. $39.99. It'll be a waiting list. No problem whatsoever if you want on that. Now, some of these auctions, we're almost done. Fred's out on Mistreated. That is sold to William Drugovich for $8. Jam Rock Band just got introduced. I feel like the Stones, there's been about 3 people bidding for about a half hour. And I think 2 or 3 of them are still within about $1 of each other. Jason Boxall has it for $47. Rod, Brian, you're out. I don't know if technically Henry's Choice set out or yet, but Rod, you're out again. Jason has it for $47. We're about to sell it to him. The Stooges, the last bid I said on that was Ed Nelson at $50. Chris set out, Donna set out, Fred set out. So it sounds like we're done. This Stooges auction is a final call for $50. This next release is the new album from Ghost, Skeleta, indie record store exclusive on violet purple vinyl and a collectible Papa V, or I guess that's red 5 overlay. Ghost is $33.99. Skeleta. The new album comes out Friday on vinyl for the first time from Ghost. All right. First thing I have, Ghost, G-O-H-S-T. Ghost is up for pre-order. Or it was up for pre-order. Let me read off everybody that got one. These are $33.99. This is the indie exclusive. I didn't realize it's going to have a foil cover like that. That's pretty cool. It has a foil cover. Let's start calling all these out, okay? And they are $33.99. Let me pull a stack out here so I have some room to operate with this crate, okay? Ghost are $33.99. First thing I have is Ben Dygert. There's one for Ben Dygert. And then we got Jeremy Vaught and James Bragg. Jeremy Vaught and James Bragg, thank you and thank you. JK, that's Gianronco Corvoco. That's over on Facebook in the group. Also Ava Ewing. So those are sold and sold. 2 more there. Eric Fisher and Jeff Helton. Eric Fisher and Jeff Helton. Those 2 are sold. Eric Fisher, Jeff Helton. Also Dan Wild and Cynthia Herdren. Dan Wild and Cynthia Herdren. 2 more there from Ghost sold. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. Autumn Betts and D.L. Mitchell. Autumn Betts and D.L. Mitchell. I don't think we're done. The question is do I have enough? I don't know if I have enough or if all of them have shown up. I hope I have more on the way. This is sold to Derek Cesaro and then Daryl Johnson. There's one for Daryl Johnson, and then we got one for Fred Cardinale. There's one for Fred Cardinale, and then there's one for Ken Crooker. Now, that's all that I've had show up right now. I probably need to go ahead and see if they have more on the way. And if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. So that's all that I had on hand. I'm pretty sure the orders have been split or something, meaning that there's more on the way. So with that being said, Matt Algram, Raymond Troutman, David Polkey, and Darren Wortman is still on the pre-order. 4 more people left. New album from Ghost. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I will get you next in line, okay? Next in line will be Rebecca for the 5th person. And now the Rolling Stones. I see that Rod went out. This has to be sold then to Jason. It is for $47. Let's get all new auctions going. Incredible lineup of auctions. That one is sold. And then Iggy, I thought we were done, but he has been resurrected. And now Ed has it for $57. Rebecca, it goes back to you. And then Ride My 65, bid 7 on Jamrock Band. Fred Cardinal, you got outbid on this. You was at 5. Ride My 65 has it at 7. Next New Orleans single, I know this group, The Circle. This is going to go up for a $5 start. It is on blue vinyl, some kind of 60s reissue here from The Circle. $5 start on that. Next is probably the biggest pre-order so far tonight. The Wasp was pretty big, but none match this one right here. New album from the one and only Billy Idol. This is called Dream Into It. It's an indie exclusive on purple vinyl, Billy Idol, and this is $33.99 on purple vinyl, Billy Idol. Let's start reading off the pre-orders for this. The first person 7 weeks ago. This was posted 7 weeks ago. Excuse me, David Howard, and then Autumn Betts and Julianne Roman. So there's Autumn and there's Julie. There's 2 more. Let me go ahead and introduce a new auction. Let's get back to some of the great looking blues and jazz we have over here. Next is going to be Grant Green again. Green Street. Grant Green with Ben Tucker, Dave Bailey. This is a 2000 Scorpio Mono reissue. A 2000 Scorpio Mono reissue. EX condition, a $35 start. If you know for sure you want one of the new Billy Idols and you know you wasn't on the pre-order, I would comment right now, because after I get all these tagged, I'm going to go back up to the top of the feed and see who was second, okay? Next was Jen Cast and Fred Cardinal. Jen Cast and Fred Cardinal. There's 2 more sold. Also, Mike Massey and Jerry Stone. Mike Massey and Jerry Stone. There's 2 more sold. Let me make sure I just didn't miscount right then. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 through Jerry, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 through Jerry. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm good to go. Back to my normal rhythm now. Kelly Gabney and Rick Hall. Kelly Gabney and Rick Hall. There's 2 more sold. Kelly Gabney, Rick Hall, and then Angela Lewis. So there is, let's pause right there with Angela Lewis because my crate has gotten really full now. Let me go ahead and swap and start a new crate. Grant Green is a $35 start. A mono Scorpio reissue there. And it looks like final call on a couple 45s for sure. I'm about to put up the last couple Japanese pressings for tonight. Robert Lee Bunch says he wants a Billy Idol. And I have Ed Nelson. Let's go ahead and tag the Stooges for 60. I've got another one to put up. I'm probably going to go ahead and do it right now. John Dodd's in on, since I know it looks like some of the Stooges buyers are still on. Ed Nelson gets that one for 60. John Dodd has Grant Green for 35. Here's the other one. I don't think I've had this before. Shake Appeal. Iggy and the Stooges is an unofficial on blue vinyl. How cool is that? $35 start. Another bid on Grant Green. Nobody bid on the Circle. That's a $5 buy it now. Blue vinyl. The Circle, they were known for their hit Red Rubber Ball. Some sort of 60s reissue of some of their music there. And I lost Fred Cardinal on Jamrock Band. So that's sold to Ride My 65 for $7. That is sold. Back to the pre-order on Billy Idol. We have next Mike Torres and Paul Brothers. Mike Torres and Paul Brothers. Thank you and thank you. Scott Beebe and Darren Wortman. Scott Beebe and Darren Wortman. That's sold and sold. Also, we have Paul Conway and JK once again over on Facebook. Paul Conway and JK. Those are sold and sold. And then Walt Cruz and Tim Holloway. Walt Cruz and Tim Holloway. So those are sold and sold. Those are gone and gone. So here's what I have left. New album from Billy Idol. All the pre-order has been fulfilled. I have this many extras. Dark Horse Records, Billy Idol, Dream Into It, the new album on limited edition, purple vinyl. That's how many extras I have right there. Let's try to get them all sold. The pre-order's been filled. David Howard, Autumn Betts, Julie Roman, Jen Cass, Fred Cardinale, Mike Massey, Jerry Stone, Kelly Gabney, Rick Hall, Angela Lewis, Mike Torres, Paul Brothers, Scott Beebe, Darren Warren, Paul Conway, JK, Walt Cruz, and Tim Holloway. So I do have extras. They are available, okay? And now, the first person who commented live was Robert Lee Bunch. Thank you, Robert. That's so to you. Grant Green 35, Grant Green 35, Grant Green 40. Fred, your bid came in on Jam Rock Band. You are in on Iggy Pop at 35. Steven wants a Billy Idol. Michael wants a Billy Idol. And now we need 2 more singles to go up for auctions. These are going to be a $5 and $5 start. And these are Barbara Ann, the Chesterfield Kings, Girl Don't Tell Me. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Bona Roba. That's going to go up for a $5 start. So Iggy, just 1 bid for 35. John, it looks like you're going to get the Grant Green. It's at 42. And Grog says he's out. And then here is something that unfortunately I don't have enough for everybody. Unfortunately, I don't have enough for everybody. And I actually put that in the post. This was a fair warning. Like if you got one of these, you was just lucky. And it's Samantha Fish. Now what I'm going to do is look back into the regular version. And the first thing I have is to show everybody. So this is Samantha Fish Paper Doll Indie exclusive with the signed insert. So it comes with the signed insert right here. Limited to 500 on clear smoke vinyl. So they've only made 500 for the entire country. Now I have most for everybody. It looks like the post has 20 comments, and I think I've got 15 here. I ordered 50 because I was like, I'm going to go ahead and put in a big order. You can't go wrong with a signed artist insert, especially if they're only making 500, and it's a very popular artist. So anytime there's something autographed, I go ahead and try to order. If they would let me have all 500, I would take them. So I'm not going to have any extras unless the other distributor, they don't ship until like Thursday. So I won't know if I have any extras until Thursday. So no guarantees. Here's everybody that got one from the pre-order. I do it by whoever claimed first. First was Leslie Silvley. These are $33.99. Leslie Silvley, and then Corey Lawson and Rick Hall. Corey Lawson and Rick Hall was next. Patrick Lear and Chris Kirkley. Patrick Lear and Chris Kirkley. Those are sold and sold. Tony Riddle and Peter Mazzolino. Tony Riddle and Peter Mazzolino. Also, Ken Crooker and Larry Drish. Ken Crooker, Larry Drish. And then we got Jason Waldron and Scott Beebe. Jason Waldron and Scott Beebe. And then we had Scott Corcoran, Jerry Stone, Fred Cardinale. Scott Corcoran, Jerry Stone, Fred Cardinale. And the next person in line that gets the last one that I'm aware of I'm getting is Bill Sammis. Bill Sammis. And then that means here's everybody that's left. Richard Davis, Lily McCurry, Jason Walraven, John Smetzer, and Ben Dygert. So I've got 15. I think that was 20 pre-orders. Let's hope I get more from the other place because I ordered 50 from them too. But they usually don't ship the new stuff until it don't usually get here till Thursday. That way you could technically put it out for sale Friday. Of course, we don't really sell anything. These new releases aren't really supposed to be sold till Friday. Of course, nobody's getting them. We don't really sell them to anybody. Nobody gets their hands on it until Friday. We're basically doing live pre-orders here because by the time these are invoiced and shipped, most of y'all are not going to get them till next week. And, of course, we never put them out in the store. So they don't ship stuff until it gets here on Thursday and Friday. So if anybody wants one, just for a backup, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. It is signed by Samantha Fish. And that's a live signature. That's good to go. All righty, so let's see what happened back here. We have Grant Green sold to John Dodd for $42. No other bids came in on that. And then there was a new bid on Iggy Pop. Iggy Pop got a new bid for $37. Fred Cardinale, you're out on Iggy Pop. There is a new bid. So the waiting list is going to be Richard Davis, Lily McCurry, Jason Walraven, John Smetzer, Ben Dygert. And then live here on the show, Romelu C. and John Dodd. And Stephen A. Young. Stephen before John Dodd. Romelu, Stephen A. Young, John Dodd. Okay. And then the singles here, Chesterfield Kings, William Drugovich, 6. Fred Cardinale had bid 5. Fred hadn't said out. And Bonaroba didn't get a bid. It's a bot now for 5. Billy Idol was sold to D. Kong. And then somebody asked the price, $33.99. So the only thing left in that crate are my extra copies of Billy Idol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies. Billy Idol, $33.99. Purple vinyl, indie exclusive. D-Kong just got one. Jared Inc., if you want one or anybody else, let me know. Bonaroba, Soda Fred for $5. Sunday morning session will be put on the wait list. I go on the wait list if you get any more signed in. Okay, Luke also says he'll take a signed one. I know I'm not getting more from them because they would have shipped me more, but fingers crossed on the other distributor. I'm sure they're allocated. I could see them sending me like 1 or 5 or maybe 7. I ordered 50 from them too, so you never know. Some of that stuff, like signed, usually the artists don't do more than like 500 or, 100. I mean, it's not that exhausting, but signing 500 things, they're probably like, okay. But if they're signed, you can count a big artist they're going to sell. If you say, hey, this is signed, they can guarantee they're going to sell 500. The only thing they got to do is sign them. That's a great way. Let's go ahead and knock out the other crate of new stuff. Let's do them back to back. Since that crate was mostly pre-orders, let's do a crate that has a wide variety of stuff, okay? This should be very good. There's metal in here. There's rare funk. There's alternative. A little bit of everything in here. So let's go ahead and knock this crate out. Greg Gallier said he'll take a waiting list too. All right, so some people have went on there. Chesterfield Kings 8. Iggy Pop got a new bid for $39 with Fred. Who was the other bidder? Iggy Pop. JK, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. There's Chesterfield Kings. Now we need new auctions. Let's go ahead and do our next auction here. Let's do Sonny Boy Williamson, the Real Folk Blues. And this is pretty cool. It's an original 66 US mono. VG condition, a $35 start. An original 66 mono, the Real Folk Blues of Sonny Boy Williamson. $35 start on that. And now the next New Orleans single is going to be The Pyramids. Carol Ann and Bikini Drag. The Pyramids is going to go up for a $5 start. Anna also wants on the Ghost waiting list. Anna over on YouTube. New buyer tonight, Ghost waiting list. All right, more new stuff here. Could be new releases or just restocks and or waiting list. Venom. Venom is $34.99. This is In Nomine Santanis, the Neat Anthology. 40-year 2LP remastered on double splatter vinyl. Venom is $34.99. I've only got 2 of those. This was a very popular record I was showing the other night. And when everybody realized what it was and how rare it is, and some people went and sampled it, this is Mustafa Ozkent. Mustafa Ozkent. It's an original, it's a reissue of an album, original released in Turkey in 1973. A holy grail amongst DJ and music fans alike for anybody interested in funk. This is $33.99. If you want to hold out on an original, you're going to spend several thousands of dollars. Maybe $1,000, but you're going to get one that looks like it was ran over by a bulldozer. I think if you want a nice one, you're going to have to spend a few $1,000s. So they're $33.99. We do have a waiting list. And if you check that on Discogs, you'll see what I'm talking about. So just based on the value, you know it's some good funk. And let me pull up the waiting list. This was a record that Paul ordered. I really didn't know what it was till we started reading the hype sticker. And then I got on Discogs and looked it up. And I went, oh, no wonder. And the waiting list for this was Paul Brothers, Rebecca Howitt, Janet Gray, and Tracy Songer. So Paul Brothers, Rebecca Howitt, Janet Gray, and Tracy Songer. So 4 people, and I have extras, okay? And it is $33.99. So 4 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 3 extras. And like I said, I think this is a record, even if you're an OG kind of guy or gal, you probably will go ahead and just say, you know what, I might want to settle for that one right now. This is also a record, if you're holding out for one to pop up, you could be waiting like your entire life. You know, it's like one of those. So let's try to, here's the Discogs entry. Yeah, actually, so there's only one ever sold in VG Plus condition for $1,700. And like me and Paul was saying, if a nice legitimate copy actually showed up in the United States, that was like clean, it would probably sell for a few $1,000s. So only one has ever sold on Discogs, and that was 8 years ago. So yeah, this is one of those like, it could be 10 more years before a nice one pops up for sale in the United States. It might be the year 2035. So probably not a bad reissue to stick with right now. If there was extras, I was going to keep one, but it doesn't look like there's going to be. We're going to go ahead and sell one to Fred Cardinale, Philip Hope, and Rod Bryan, and Cassie Center. I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Anybody else want one, they're $33.99. I'll try to have more in this week, okay? Now, the first thing I have is the Pyramids. The opening bid was $40 with Grog. Patrick Lear bid $35. So, Patrick, the high bid is $40. Randy Klein on a waiting list and Brian DeLeon on a waiting list. If anybody else wants in, let me know. I'll order more tonight. They'll be in this week. The Pyramids is at 8 with William. Fred Cardinale, you're out. And the Chesterfield Kings, Fred's out. So that one is sold to, William went out. So that's sold to Fred for $12. And then Janet, yes, I've already got one tagged for you. The 4 that I've already sold was to Paul Brothers, Rebecca Howitt, Janet Gray, and Tracy Songer. Yep, and then Iggy, I'm going to sell this to whoever the high bidder was. Iggy was at 41 with JK, and that outbid Fred Cardinale at 39. And I don't think I've heard back from Fred on Iggy either. So, Fred, you was outbid about 5 minutes ago on Iggy, and I haven't heard back from you on that one either. And now you have the Pyramids for 9. So, you're outbid on Iggy. However, you're back in on the Pyramids. And Grog, you're outbid on Sonny Boy Williamson. I still got Venom. And Janet, you did get yours. And I've got another rare record here. This was another one I ordered thanks to Paul. This is another extremely rare record. It's another one from Jackpot. I went through their label. They do a lot of rare reissues. This is Gandalf, a 1969 Psych record, all analog, cut by Kevin Gray, and it's on clear vinyl. Let me give you some comps on this one to kind of show you. Gandalf is $38.99. If you know about this, you already know. Probably the rarest album to be pressed on like Capitol Records. I mean, it's on the same label the Beatles was on. And originals right now, a particular Los Angeles pressing, there's only 2 for sale, 1,000 and 890. Both of them are overseas. One of them's in the United Kingdom. And if you click on the other versions, you'll see what I'm talking about. If you go over here to the Jacksonville, none for sale. The last one sold last month for $500. So they're expensive. It's a rare Psych record. Once again, not bad at all to have a reissue, $38.99. And we'll try to get more of those if we need to. So Randy Klein and Brian DeLeon and Patrick Lear added to the Mustafa waiting list. Pyramids got a new bid for 9. Iggy has a high bid. Fred Cardinale says he's going to bump it $2. So JK bid on the Stooges about 3 minutes ago at $37. That means Fred has it for $39. JK, you're out. It's now at $39 with Fred Cardinale. Grog has bid $45 on Sonny Boy Williamson. Gandalfs are sold to Janet Gray, Jerry Stone, Stephen A. Young, and Colin Butler. Let's go ahead and start another waiting list for these. So these are sold to Jeremiah Lewis, Janet Gray, Jerry Stone, and Stephen A. Young. Or, excuse me, hold on a second. Jeremiah Lewis, Janet Gray, Jerry Stone, Stephen A. Young. Yes. How many do I have? I have 4. Jeremiah Lewis, Janet Gray, Jerry Stone, Stephen A. Young. Colin, first on the waiting list if he wants on there. Then Jeremiah Stasich. And then Fred Cardinale. I've got 4, right? Or did I already put one in the crate? No, I've only got 4. I've only got 4 on hand. So that's to the first 4. And the first 4 is Jeremiah Lewis, Janet Gray, Jerry Stone, and Stephen A. Young. There's 4 there. Colin, first on waiting list. Then Jeremiah Stasich. Fred Cardinale. How much was Venom? $34.99. Patrick's out on Sonny Boy Williamson. You're out on Stooges again, Fred Cardinale. It's at 41. And Rebecca wants on the Gandalf waiting list. Colin said no waiting list for him. Okay, Venom's $34.99. The Pyramids is out with William Drugovich. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $9. Brian DeLeon also on the waiting list. I knew that one would be popular as well. Some of these I may have grabbed all that was in stock from one distributor. That's why maybe there's only 4 or 5 or 3 or 2, and then I'm going to have to probably get them somewhere else. So we'll keep going with that one. Let me go ahead and show the next record, which is another Venom record, and this is Welcome to Hell on 40th Anniversary Splatter Vinyl. That is $33.99. Venom, and this is $33.99. VENOM, and the waiting list I had was for Storm the Gates, so no waiting list for this one. These are available, $33.99. Fred's back in on Iggy Pop at $45. We've had quite the battle on a few of these auctions. Now we're at $45 on Iggy. And now Sonny Boy Williamson, Patrick's out. So this is So DeGrog for $45. Next auction is going up right now. And the next auction I have over here is, let's do Grant Green carrying on. Grant Green is an original 1970 US or a 1973. You don't know until you open it. So it's either OG 70 or 73, and it is sealed. It's never been opened. A $75 start. A $75 start. The Stooges is at $43. Next is Silverchair Frog Stomp. Silverchair is a 2 LP, music on vinyl pressing, $46.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp, $46.99. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed, music on vinyl, double LP gatefold. Now, the next 45's coming from the New Orleans collection. Let's update the Stooges again. It's now at 46. Fred Cardinale, you're back out. Here's how this is going. Every time you bid, JK bids. Every time JK bids, Fred bids. We're going to see who's first out. Next is Mowena Banks, White Horses, $5 start, and the Wonky Monkeys. The Wonky Monkeys is a $5 start. Those are sold and sold. Next is, can you get in the Jackpot Etta James? I will go back through that label tonight and see what I can get, okay? Stooges at 46, back to Fred Cardinale. Solarplex says he wants a Silverchair. Chrissy Weeby says he'll take a Silverchair. Silverchair sold out. The first Venom, the 40-year compilations. And yes, this is Venom in Nomina Santanis, 40 Years in Sodom, the Need Anthology, $34.99. Venom. The only thing left there is Venom. No heavy hitters on tonight. Peter Gabriel, remaster of his album So, $33.99. Final call to get a bid on Grant Green. It's sealed for a $75 start. Clint Eastwood comes with a full letter of authenticity. Yes, a full photo-matched letter of authenticity. Yes. And it's stickered to match. Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. Dead Kennedys is $24.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Step. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38.99. This is Music on Vinyl Remastered. We have Janet on Peter Gabriel. Grant Green is at $75. Sunday Morning Sessions on the Venom compilation. We do have a heavy hitter watching. Heavy hitter meaning listening to some metal, as in Venom, with Sunday Morning Session. Nirvana, Live Madrid, 1992. Now, I've only ever had about 100 Nirvana bootlegs this year, so let me figure out what this is, or see if there's a waiting list. Nirvana, my waiting list for Nirvana records are as follows. Let me see what I got over here. Nirvana. And I have a waiting list for maybe nothing. Nirvana? Maybe nothing. Okay, so these are available. Yep, let me make sure. Let me do a spell check across the table here. And let me look up Nirvana. Make sure I didn't misspell, put 2 N's or something. No, these are available. So these are $29.99, okay? Next is Cassie Center on Stevie Ray Vaughan, sold. Is Dead Kennedy's colored vinyl? No, but it does include a 32-page book, remastered, $24.99. Chrissy Weeby, also on Stevie Ray Vaughan, that's sold. Grant Green got one bid with David Hoy. That is sold to him for $75. Also, the Wonky Monkeys and the Morwenna Banks, no bids on those, $5, $5. As soon as I said that, Farmer Redman bid $76 on Grant Green. Trust me, I would have loved to taken that bid. I didn't think anybody was going to bid to begin with. When I seen his $75, I went ahead and sold it. A 1976 U.S. Pittman original, VG Plus, Funkadelic. Tales of Kid Funkadelic, a VG Plus copy, a $35 start. This is Funkadelic, VG Plus, a $35 start. They're still bidding on Iggy. Now it's at $55 with Fred Cardinale. JK, it's back to you. David V put more, M-O-R-E, but he meant Nirvana. That's sold to him. And Rebecca got the Dead Kennedys. Funkadelic's a $35 start. Our next New Orleans auctions are going to go up right now. Let's pull this one and let's pull this one. And these are going to be $5 starts, okay? The first thing I have here is what? I have no idea, but it's a $5 start. The electric roaches, we might have had this one the other night. Yeah, the electric roaches, that's a $5 start. And turbines, Wah-Hey, no sure bet, that's going to go up for a $5 start. The turbines. So now that's up for bid. Funkadelic, 35. Funkadelic, 35. And the Stooges, after a long, hard-fought battle, is sold to Fred Cardinal for $55. You're going to have like pop a couple Tylenol after that one. That was a battle. Next thing is Bruce Springsteen in the East Street. No, Bruce Springsteen at the Stone Pony. Bruce Springsteen with the East Street Band, a vintage bootleg, unofficial, 1984, recorded live at the Stone Pony in Asbury Park, New Jersey in 1984. EX condition, a $25 start. Funkadelic is a 1976 U.S. original Pittman, VG Plus, a $35 start, and we've already got a few bids. Here are some Buy It Now singles. These are $6.99. The Dave Clark 5, Because. Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Also, we have ELO, A Letter from Spain, and Four Little Diamonds. Also, ELO, Turn to Stone. Ringo Starr, A Dose of Rock and Roll. And Average White Band, Walk On By. Those are all Buy It Nows for $6.99. Those are all $6.99. So Bruce Springsteen, 25. Kid Funk's at 40. These two singles here don't have bids yet. Next, I got Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Primus is $36.99. Yes, Little Richard just got one bid for $25. I couldn't believe it. And Ginger Lynch on RS, that's probably for in here. Ringo Starr, right? That's sold to Ginger Lynch. That leaves ELO, Leo Sayer, Dave Clark 5, and Average White Band. Those are all available for $6.99. Next is Silverchair, Neon Ballroom. I actually had a waiting list for this. So let me go over here and visit the Silverchair waiting list right quick. Silverchair. And this waiting list was for who and where. And let's see here. Clutch, minor threat. I got a bunch in here. Silverchair, there it is. My search doesn't work great on this. Solarplex Studio. Solarplex Studio. The spreadsheets is very sensitive. Like if you don't put a space, like if it's just one word, it's very weird. So this is already sold to Solarplex. He was already on a waiting list, so we won't give him another one, and he wants a Primus, okay? Now, Bruce has a new bid for 32 with George Samberez. These singles didn't get bids, Electric Roaches and Turbines, so those are Buy It Nows for 5 and 5. And now Funkadelic's at 40 with Jeremiah Stasich, which means Philip Holt's out. It's a 1976 USOG Pittman, The Tales of Kid Funkadelic, okay? Next, I've got the Dune soundtrack. This is another one from Jackpot. Score composed by Toto and Brian Eno. From the original master tape, that's the original Dune, $33.99. And another Silverchair. This is live at the Cabaret Metro, limited edition 3000 on clear and white marbled vinyl. Silverchair is $39.99. Silverchair, $39.99. That's the third and final Silverchair of the night and of the crate. So there's another opportunity for Silverchair, $39.99. All righty. So there's another one. Looks just like Frog Stomp that we sold earlier. Okay, so that's available for whoever wants it. Let's put up another couple New Orleans singles right quick. No Buy It Nows on the last couple. So let's go ahead and put up the next one here. And what else do I got over here? Let's go back to the front here and see what we got. Here we go. All right. So here is Rat Tail Comb Plastic Land. Rat Tail Comb Plastic Land. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have, wow, this is from the New Orleans collection. It's really low grade. It's like poor or fair. It's Lightning Hopkins doing Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Lightning Hopkins, spelled different than it normally is. Lightning Hopkins. Why am I having trouble with that? Lightning Hopkins. So that's in like poor or fair condition. It is a Deca color bar. $5 start on that. And of course, we got plenty others to read through over here tonight. Dozens, if not hundreds. Solarplex Studio on live. That's sold to him. All right, anybody else? Bruce is at 38. It's between Carol and George. Funkadelic's at 45. And that means I haven't heard back from Jeremiah Stasich. Jeremiah, you're out. Rat Tail and Lightning are $5 starts. And here's what's left in here. We got one copy left of Venom, $34.99. Venom, $33.99. Got 3 of those. Peter Gabriel Soul, remastered, $33.99. Nirvana live or Nirvana doing Nevermind in Madrid, $29.99, and other tracks. Promise is $36.99. Silverchair, $39. Dune is $33, and Silverchair Live, $39.99. Those are all still available. And the only other stuff left from tonight is the new Billy Idol album. If you missed it, Billy Idol's on purple vinyl, $33.99. I've still got Billy Idols left. Those are new and sealed indie exclusives. And then here's a few more things. Life of Agony, Ugly, $38.99. New music on vinyl. White Zombie, new music on vinyl, $38.99 for Devil Music. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, 2 LP, $64.99 RPM. $64.99, 45 RPM is what I'm trying to say. The new Hook soundtrack, music by John Williams, $46.99 red vinyl. I've got Rob Zombie for $34, Oingo Boingo for $34, red vinyl and black vinyl. And Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue's $33, Stone Sour's $44. Stone Sour's a music on vinyl pressing. The Ronettes is $39.99. Shuggy Otis, Inspiration Information. Shuggy Otis is $39.99. And the other big pre-order that we still have left is Wasp, $36.99. That is the last command. And that actually is the 5 crates of new vinyl that all came in tonight. Everything that's left is right there. Everything else is waiting list or sold out / waiting list. If you saw something sell out earlier and you want it on a waiting list, now's the time. We're about to go through for the rest of the night. Pre-owned vintage arrivals from Paul, John, and Laura while we continue to knock out off tonight's auctions and 45. So for the rest of the night, nothing but pre-owned originals and VG plus copies and sealed stuff that Laura might bring up here. There could be more sealed and new. Depends if we get some from that collection. All right, so the first thing, we sold that. Plastic 5, Lightning 5, and Life of Agony. Yeah, so this was solicited with all the other new music on vinyl stuff for this week. It's called Life of Agony, Ugly. Limited edition on turquoise colored vinyl, numbered $38.99. All right, we're not done on Funkadelic. We're actually tied at 50. We got 3 bidders active, 50, 48, and 50. Gregory was first. Let's go ahead and sell Bruce Springsteen to George Samberes for $38. That's done. I'm going to go ahead and introduce one of the last actual Japanese pressings of the night, which is the Police Zenyatta Mandata, a beautiful Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. And this is a $35 start. Zenyatta Mandata, fantastic copy. Has the inserts with it. There's the Japanese inserts. $35 start on that. Now, Stephen Bender said he will take the Life of Agony. That's so to Stephen Bender. And then, do you happen to have the new Jason Isbell? I don't, but I can order one for you. And do you have Dark Knight? I don't, but I can order it for you, for sure. Now, Rat Tail did not. Yes, it did. William Drugovich got that for $5. Lightning Hopkins is tied. Rod Bryan, you're out. Michael Wood said he will take a Wasp. That's so to Michael Wood. Wasp. All right, so a lot of great new vinyl tonight. If you missed what sold out, a lot of it could be here by actually Wednesday and then Thursday. So that's everything. We'll go through those probably later tonight when there's probably a whole new crowd watching. We'll read through all those one more time. Let's go ahead and grab a crate of new arrivals. We got a bukudo of auctions, a bazillion. And while we have all that, we're going to be showing other stuff. I'm also about to show you some of the stuff Paul marked, all right, because he brought me a basket of Psych Soul Garage 45s. I think y'all are going to like these. I'll be surprised if y'all know any of these artists, but if you want some tasty surprises, probably some of these are going to be pretty epic, because this is all kinds of stuff he play checked and possibly about the list on Discogs, etc. And let me see if John's got us a check condition bin. I don't think there is a check condition bin tonight. I think everything's all nice and clean, which I'm okay with that. I've got 3 crates here. Laura's working on more. And let's go ahead and get started. And yeah, great looking stuff in here. I see even some hop stickers. I see no condition notes. And I just see really nice, clean, cool copies. I like nice, clean, cool copies. After we go through all the new stuff, we'll start discounting some stuff too, okay? The Police has bids. Funkadelic has bids. And first thing we have is a quick update. And the quick update's going to be on Lightning Hopkins. Rod Bryan bid $6. Brandon Lack bid $7. Rod, you're out. Brandon Lack has that for $7. The Police is at $40 with Stephen A. Young. That means the first bidder of Ivan R is out. Put down Grog for the new Jason Isbell album. Put down MT Matt for Dark Knight Hans Zimmer. What is the Silver Chair? Frog Stomp, Neon Ballroom, and Silver Chair Live. Is that the last Motley Crue? That is the only Motley Crue that I have in stock. I can order you any other album, a remaster. They should all be in print. And Funkadelic's at $58. One more total look on Funkadelic. Tales of Kid Funkadelic is a 1976 Pittman U.S. original VG Plus condition. The bid just came in of $58, but Gregory had already bid $65. So Slicker, you're out. Gregory's already in at $65 on YouTube. We got a Japanese pressing of the Dee-Da-Da, Da-Do-Da-Da, Don't Stand So Close to Me. And this is sold, Lightning Hopkins, this is sold for $7 to Brandon Lack. But Brandon, there's been 3 silver chairs tonight. Silver Chair Live, Frog Stomp, and Neon Ballroom. 2 of them are still in stock. I'll take the extra copy of Motley Crue. I need 1 of every other one they have, okay? So put down Solarplex for all Motley Crue remasters except Shout at the Devil, okay? So let me pull that for him. And then he wants 1 of each of all the other Motley Crue remasters. You got it. So that's going to be like Too Fast or Too Fast for Love or Dr. Feelgood, Girls, 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 Theater Pain, etc., etc. Okay? Oh, I released the balloons. What did I do? 2? And then make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, because I really need you to do that. All right, here we go. The frog that has a black cover. That is live. That is really cool. I've sold a bunch of these. This is actually a Record Store Day UK. $39.99. Tomorrow, Israel Sun, numbered $39.99. That's the live album. Yes. Very cool. I'm surprised I still can get those. Now, let's go ahead and put up a couple more singles. And let's get going. So this looks really cool. Fails, Easy Rider, a $5 start, and Cad Cats. Cad Cats, $5 start. Funkadelic, looks like it's going to be sold for $65. I think everybody's done. And now the Police is at $45. And the high bidder is Stephen A. Young, which means a lot of people's out, but they hadn't said out. Final call. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm just going to show a few records, and then I got to finish this box of Buy It Now 45s. Next is The Who. $34.99. I've been waiting for this to pop up. It's a really clean Deca pressing. This should be OG being on Deca. $34.99. Very nice. It has an MCA inner sleeve. Deca, color bars label, $34.99. James Gang, Jesse Come Home. James Gang, none of these have any condition notes. Nice jacket on that as well. $19.99. The Beatles live at the Star Club in Hamburg. A 2LP German Bellafon label. $39.99 on the Beatles live at the Star Club. Also, Deep Purple, Slaves and Masters. Wow, we don't get that one very often. A 1990 U.S. original with the original inner sleeve, $44.99. Funkadelic is sold to Gregory Roberts for $65. They're still bidding on the Police. Ivan's out. It's between Fred and Steven. Steven has it for $50. Cad Cats has one bid for $5. And the Fails has one bid for $5. Next, let me go ahead and show you some of these 45s that Paul marked, okay? The Tiny Watkins, a 1969 Sock Soul single, Fine Driving Machine, VG Plus, $9.99. The Ovations, a 68 Soul EX, $6.99. Johnny Little, a 1967 Soul Jazz Promo, $9.99. James Carr, VG Plus, $39.99. 1966 Soul Fantastic. Paul says this one hurts to sell. Yeah, James Carr, some of his albums we've had before, extremely good stuff, very desirable. VG Plus, $39.99 on James Carr. And we have Lightning Slim, a 1961 blues single, VG Plus, $29.99. Lightning Slim, I'm Tired, Waiting Baby, VG Plus, $29.99. These other ones are ones for auction that don't have a price. Those are going to be $7 starts. $7 starts on those. Okay, so first thing in here was Christopher Dean wants The Who. Nice pickup there. Very nice copy. Also, the Police is at $51 with Fred Cardinale, which means, Steven, you got outbid. Patrick Lear on Tiny Watkins. That's sold to him. VG Plus, $9.99. Fred Cardinale on the Ovations. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. EX, $6.99. And Brian DeLeon on Lightning Slim. That leaves James Carr, VG Plus, $39.99. 66 Soul Fantastic. And Johnny Little, the 67 Soul Jazz Promo. No condition notes on that. $9.99. All right, back into the bin. The World of Johnny Cash. 20 all-time great recordings. 2LP gatefold, $24.99. And CCR Gold, a great compilation. It has the flip-open faces, die cut, $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And we have Bobby Hutcherson, Components. This is a 1973 U.S. reissue, a strong VG Plus EX record. Blue Note, Jazz, Bobby Hutcherson with Freddie Hubbard. Herbie Hancock appears on here. Ron Carter, a $65 start. Steven's out on the Police, but first, the Cad Cats is sold for $5 to Robert Warner, and the Fails is sold to William Dragovich for $5. The Police is sold to Fred Cardinale for $51. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. That is sold to you. All right, there's Bobby Hutcherson. I'm going to throw y'all a random curveball, okay, for an auction. This has been down here below me for a while. This is a original Rolling Stones Steel Wheels Budweiser or Bud poster from 1988, 1989. Stones, very nice. This will come shipped to you rolled in a tube, and that is going to be put right back here. Budweiser Rolling Stones, 1989. That is going to go up for a $35 start. 1989 Anheuser-Busch. That's a poster. That's going to go up for a $35 start, okay? And then next is Hutch got a bid for $65 and then another bid for $65. The pressing number off the label of The Who. Sure, the lay off the label. This is, who's next? It is DL79182. If that helps you. Also, there's a 7-128, or no, yeah, a 12888, I think. But the main catalog number is DL79182. Okay? Hutcherson's getting lots of bids already. The Stones poster's a $35 start. Mott the Hoople Mott. Mott the Hoople Mott's $19.99. And the best of Eric Burdon and the Animals, Volume 2. It actually has a note up here, mono. And that's a red polydor, $19.99. Bobby Hutcherson, let's take a look at the dead wax for David Hoy. Side 1 has Van Gelder stamped. Yes, is stamped Rudy Van Gelder. Actually, Van Gelder, but you know what I'm talking about. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions, nice clean looking copy here, $29.99. Very nice, almost a top copy there, just missing the shrink. Stevie Wonder, $29.99. Let's pull one of the singles that Paul handed me, and let's also put up another New Orleans single. So here is Otis Clay, a funk single from Cotillion. Otis Clay, Do Right Woman, Do Right Man. That's a $7 start. $7 start on Otis Clay. That's a funk single. And then from the New Orleans batch, we have the Los Chronicos. The Los Chronicos. That's a $5 start. Bobby Hutcherson is a stereo press, and it's at $80. Neil and Grog are both outbid. We also have Historic Santana. Wow. Previously unreleased early recordings. Over 40 minutes of electron blind blowing sound. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Makes it very tough to talk fast when I got the hiccups. Historic Santana, $19.99. Also, Carl Perkins, Honky Tonk Gal. Carl Perkins is $24.99. Rare and unissued Sun Masters. Look at that car. Cadillac, $24.99. Carl Perkins. And Hall & Oates Rockin' Soul Part 1, which is essentially a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits, $19.99. And Janis Joplin, Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. And this is technically from the soundtrack of the motion picture Janis, $34.99. A beautiful copy, gatefold, and nice, $34.99. Back up at the top. The last thing was Hutch 80, Hutch 82, Hutch 100, Chronic, 5. Fred bid 7 on this, and then 7 on this. Hutcherson 105, Fred Cardinal on Carl Perkins. That's so to Fred Cardinal. And then Lol C is at 6. So Fred's outbid on that, 7 on that. If anybody wants this Rolling Stones poster, a $35 buy it now. Rolling Stones presents, or Bud presents Rolling Stones, 1989, $35. It is near mint. It will come shipped to you rolled in a tube. That's a buy it now for $35. Buy it now for $35. And a third of that will be the tube and the postage, just saying. That will come shipped separately than your records, obviously. So a lot of the road posters include postage because we're going to have to buy the tube and ship it separately than your normal $7. But it does include shipping. So $35 shipped is what I mean when I say that. We got Long John Baldry. I don't know if I've seen this one before. That's $14.99, Long John Baldry. Let's grab another auction here. And I'm about to show some more of these Paul singles. And the next thing I have is Pink Floyd. And this is a 75 U.S. Terre Haute of Wish You Were Here. It is original, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. VG Plus, conservatively graded. It is a Terre Haute original. No postcard, just the original under sleeve. Pink Floyd. There's the original under sleeve. Very cool. Yes, that's an actual photograph. All these are like actual photographs. Pretty amazing. $35 start on that. All right, and now I think Otis Clay has a new bid with Rod Bryan for 8. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. And Loss is at 7 with Fred. Robert went out. We'll go ahead and sell that to Fred for 7. Hutch is at 108. Bobby Hutcherson's at 108. Chad, Prong albums, and then something about Blu-rays and DVDs. I'll have to look into this. DVD and Blu-ray. Well, we only have about 10,000 here in the store. I've just never got to them. I mean, it's just like CDs. We got boxes full of stuff like that. We've just never... I mean, we've sold a lot of DVDs. We sold a couple hundred to, I think, one guy one night. But Michael Rudolph and VHS. But yeah, we have all kinds of other media here. I'm trying to sell off all of our 45s first. We auction them basically one at a time and do buy it nows, and then we'll get to the other stuff. How to Use Tact and Skill in Handling People. Wow. By Dr. Paul B. Parker. I think this is one of those, like, you listen to this and it teaches you how to manipulate people. $9.99. Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. Bob Dylan is $34.99. And The Carpenters, A Kind of a Hush, $14.99. Shrink wrap and hop sticker. Okay. Bobby Hutcherson's at $110. Otis Clay's at $9. Pink Floyd's at $35. Otis Clay's at $10. I'm going to show some more buy it now singles here we have that Paul has tagged for tonight. The first one is The Hesitations, You'll Never Know, a 67 Soul with Fuzz promo. A Strong VG, The Hesitations, $24.99. That's going to be an auction. We have George Jackson. I'm going to wait, a 67 Soul promo, VG Plus, $34.99. And Big Amos, He Won't Bite Me Twice, a Blues on high, 66 styrene, VG, $14.99. VG, $14.99. So there's a few more opportunities. Big Amos, VG, $14.99. 66 Blues. George Jackson, 67 Soul promo, VG Plus, $34.99. And The Hesitations, a Strong VG, Soul with Fuzz. That sounds cool. $24.99 on that. All right, let's keep going with this crate. There's also some cool records here. Another Carpenters with shrink and hop. Look at that hop sticker. We've only just begun. In shrink wrap, $14.99. That would be classified as top copy. And Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer Group, that's $19.99. And Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $34.99. Pink Floyd only has one bid with Tim Colino for $35, and I'm about to sell it to him. The last bid on Bobby Hutcherson was Neil Reigler at $110. I don't know if David Hoy is out. I know the other bidder went out, but that's a final call for $110. Otis Clay's at $10 with Rod Bryan. Fred's out, so let's go ahead and sell this to Rod Bryan for $10. And let's go ahead and put up some more singles for auction. But first, I've got more singles for buy it now that I hadn't got to yet. These are $6.99. Fleetwood Mac, I Want to Be With You Everywhere, $6.99. John Cougar Mellencamp, check it out. Styx, The Best of Times. This is Cheyenne Frontier Days. I'm not for sure what that is, but it's $6.99. Harry Belafonte, Roll On Buddy. Nielsen, I Guess the Lord Must Wait, New York City. And a Peter Pan record advertising Peter Pan peanut butter. This is The Ballad of Davy Crockett. It's Peter Pan advertising Peter Pan peanut butter. Wow. Those are all $6.99 there. First come, first serve, all those buy it nows. Next is Pink Floyd info. An original 1975 Wish You Were Here, Terre Haute pressing, inner sleeve, no postcard, VG Plus, one bid, final call. Bobby Hutcherson sold. Bobby Hutcherson sold to Neil Reigler for $110. Next pull over here, we got all kinds of fabulous auctions, like They Call Me Muddy Waters, a 1970s U.S. pressing, of They Call Me Muddy Waters. It's on chess. It's VG Plus. A $35 start. Not bad for this, and not a bad jacket. They Call Me Muddy Waters. $35 start. Michael Ruttman wants the Peter Pan record. That's so to him. And that leaves us Nielsen, Harry Belafonte, Cheyenne, Styx, John Cougar, and Fleetwood Mac. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. Those are still available. Back to the crate right quick. John Mayall, Lots of People, $24.99. Climax Blues Band, FM Live, $29.99. And Fleetwood Mac Penguin, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac, $34.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, Gatefold Original, very nice. And Slime a Family Stone, there's a riot going on. Boy, this looks nice too. It is. Absolutely beautiful. Unbelievable on that one, $39.99. All of a sudden, Pink Floyd has woke back up. Let's grab another one of these other records here Paul had tagged for auction, including this, what was that other one right here? This is the Soul Children, a 1972 soul single on the Stax label, in the Stax company sleeve. That's a $7 start. And then over here, out of the New Orleans batch, for a $5 start, we have the Watermelon Men. And the Watermelon Men is a $5 start from that, okay? $5 start on that. Next is the Birds. The Birds is $26.99. The Birds is $26.99. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman. Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band, $26.99. Dwayne Allman, an anthology with booklet, $39.99. Also, Elton John's Honky Chateau, $34.99. Rocket Man and the Electric Flag in shrink wrap, $29.99. A Columbia 2i. Unbelievable how many great records are still left in that bin. Like, I'm almost shocked. So many fantastic and high-grade titles. All of a sudden, Pink Floyd, 35, 36, 37, 38, 40, 41. Final call to get a bid on Muddy Waters, a 70s U.S. reissue. VG Plus, $35 start. I'm glad at least Patrick's commented 3 letters. I was worried everybody was asleep. No bid on Watermelon Men for $7. No bid on Soul Children for $7, or actually 5 and 7. 5 on Watermelon, 7 on that. I'm just going to read the highlights left in here and be like, are you sure you don't want anything left in here that got overlooked? I'm going to do like I can't believe this didn't sell. But the first thing I'm going to do is just read the titles, okay? And the first thing, there's like 20 in here, probably like half the crate. Some of these that you can buy them now or like later. Sometimes if they don't sell, we pull them out and put them up for auction. And there's a good chance they're going to bring more than what we have them stickered for right now. They could bring less. First is, what year is the Electric Flag? Being the Columbia 2i, and it is definitely going to be an OG pressing for this, $29.99. This has got to be like late 68, 67, maybe somewhere in there for sure. Mike Torrey's going to get the Beatles. That was going to be one of the first ones because that was the German press from Bellafon, so that's sold to Mike Torrey's. We know now that's gone. Electric Flag was a beautiful copy, shrink and 2i. And then we had James Gang, one I don't see as often, for $19.99. Jesse Come Home. Here's probably the biggest surprise. A 1990, think about the year. We don't ever get it. A band like Deep Purple, and it's a beautiful top copy. Richie Blackmore, John Lord, Roger Glover, $44.99. No bid on Soul Children, it's a $7 buy it now. No bid on Watermelon Men, it's a $5 buy it now. Pink Floyd is sold to Mike Monroy for $41, and Muddy Waters is a buy it now for $35. And Tim Colino bid at the best possible time ever. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him for $35. That is sold. Now, Sly Pressing, it wasn't marked, but I can go in and try to tell you. I just know this, it's on Yellow Epic, which should be the first label. And the second thing is it didn't have a mark on it, which is highly unusual. So let me go ahead and stack this. That's our 4th full crate tonight. That's pretty amazing. Of course, we had a ton of new pre-orders come in tonight, but that was our 4th full crate already tonight at just about 9:45. Deep Purple still available. I'm going to show 2 more records, show Sly, and then put up all new auctions. A 20-track, 2 LP compilation from Johnny Cash, just $24.99. And then Creedence Gold, the original with the die-cut cover, $34.99 on that. All right, our next auction. So here's some of the stuff I still have. I got Japanese Beatles, Let It Be. The West Coast Pop, Beach Boys, Curtis Mayfield, Mississippi John Hurt. Let's pull that one. And I think I got a few more jazz back here, including Grant Green. I do. So let me pull these. And here's the immortal Mississippi John Hurt, an original 67 US stereo with the company inner sleeve. So this is pretty cool. It's an original with the company inner sleeve from Vanguard, a $35 start. $35 start. There's the inner sleeve. There's the jacket. $35 start on that. $35 start. And then here's Grandstand by Grant Green. And this is with Yusef Lateef and Jack McDuff, a 75 US reissue. 75 US reissue, a $35 start. Now, Gregory and Matt have both asked about Sly. Let's go back to Sly. And so here's the jacket. KE 30986. Epic. It looks like a Pittman. That's a Pittman press, right? With the circle. It's a 0. I think that's Pittman. And it has, wow, it has a promo stamp. Probably an auction-worthy record if I had all the right information on it. I feel like this should have brought more than this. I'm looking at it, and there's not a mark on it. It's yours if you want it, Gregory. If not, Matt Lawson or anybody else. Mott the Hoople, Mott, beautiful copy, $19.99. The Best of Eric Burden Volume 2, $19.99. Stevie Wonder, $29.99. And this Historic Santana compilation. That's what it's called, Historic Compilation. Unreleased tracks. That sounds really cool, $19.99. We've only sold one Funkadelic. So I'll get back to those after these two back here complete. Here's the Sismicons, the Seismicos, the Sismicos, New Orleans single $5 star, and the Cad Cats. Cad Cats. O is Jacksonville. Jacksonville. Thank you, Laura. I had a feeling she'd be tuning in. So yes, O Jacksonville. There's little symbols. P's Pittman, right? Maybe they put a P. And then I know what Terre Haute looks like. Some of them, and then others I'm just like confused. I got to go back to my old references. So, all right, what do we have here? Gregory, you just made a great decision. That is sold to Gregory. Matt says he'll take it if he passes. Mississippi's at 40. Grant Green's at 40. What's the details on Grant Green? Grant Green was Grandstand, a 75 U.S. reissue, Blue Note, of course, 75 U.S. reissue. And that already has multiple bids, and then there's the next two singles. Okay? Bill Samus says he will take Santana. And we also have Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1. Great compilation, $19.99. Janice was $34.99. Janis Joplin. Long John Baldry, $14.99. How to Use Tact and Skill, $9.99. Planet Waves Dylan, $34. The Carpenters both in shrink with hop stickers, $14 and $14. Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, John Mayall, Climax Blues Band. Very nice Fleetwood Mac, $34.99. Also, the Byrds, Deep Purple, the Duane Allman Anthology, which is incredible. If you don't know what this is, it's everything he appeared on, including some Allman Brothers that wasn't Allman Brothers tracks. Like he played with B.B. King, he played with Boz Scaggs, all kinds of different people. It has the book with it, no condition notes. Does have a little ding there on the cover, but nice, $39.99. And then we have Fleetwood Mac. That is sold to John Smetzer. I was waiting for that one to get sold. And then Elton John. I hadn't forgot about you, Todd Saw. Don't worry, I hadn't forgot about you. Here it is. Honky Chateau. Very cool. It has the envelope cover. Now, I don't know about y'all, but the copy I have, I never put the tab back in there for this reason. It just provides unnecessary wear and tear. So my copy, I never put the tab back in the cover. That way it's just, you're not constantly trying to get to it. Plus, the record's outside the jacket anyway. This is a classic, of course, Honky Chateau. The main song on here, the big song, is Rocket Man. But you also get Honky Cat and So Mellow. I Think I'm Going to Kill Myself, Susie. There's Rocket Man. And then back here, you got Salvation, Slave Amy, Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatters, A Great Song, and Hercules. Several classics, including So Mellow, I'm a Rocket Man. Interesting note on this one, the printed photograph was put on here crooked. Look, they kind of botched this one. It's on here crooked. That's an actual printed photo that's been die cut, and it's been put on here crooked. It is an OG first Unipress, beautiful, $34.99. That is a classic. I think it's going to be a long, long time. What a song. So did Todd Saw. You got it. Man, I'm a Rocket Man. Wow. What a song. What an album. What an artist. Rocket Man. Now I'm just like, I've got to go listen to it. She packed my bags last night, pre-flight. The Cat-Ats, did this get a bid? It did not. It's a buy now for $5. And the Sismicos, I almost wanted to say Semisonic. I wish I could find some of their records. I don't think they really exist, though. Robert Warner gets this for $5. The Closing Time Band, Closing Time, Last Call for Alcohol. That band, I don't think they've really have anything on vinyl, at least with that song on it. Grant Green's at 65. Mary Miles takes the Duane Allman. Now y'all have finally chipped away most of the records in here that I thought would sell. And by the way, Mississippi John Hurt is a final call to Tony Murphy at $40. Tony Murphy has Mississippi John Hurt for 40. If I missed a bid, you might want to comment again. Grant Green was near mint minus. There's no condition notes on Grant Green. No condition notes on Grant Green. I'm looking at it right now. It is spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. Now, the only thing is probably, I mean, Johnny, but definitely Deep Purple. $44.99, $19.90 original. All right, let's do some buy it now singles. Buy it now singles coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. Greg Ken, Love Never Fails. BB King, Happy Birthday Blues. The good old Herman's Hermits, The End of the World. Ice House, We Can Get Together, a promo. BTO, Down the Road, a promo. Bill Black's combo, Blue Tango Willie. That's pretty cool. In a picture sleeve, Bill Black. Garth Brooks, Walking After Midnight, red vinyl jukebox. And the Chambers Brothers, I Can't Turn You Loose. And let's do back-to-back Dave Clark 5. Original 60s picture sleeves. I've Got to Have a Reason, and You Got What It Takes. Dave Clark 5 and Dave Clark 5. Those are all $6.99 each. Buy it nows. What is the title of Grant Green? Grandstand. 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 Mississippi John Hurt got a new bid. Grog has it for $45. That's who you were bidding against, Tony. I just heard back from him. So Grog's back in at $45. Just so you know, Tony, there is a new bid there. All right, let me do a little bit of condensing. This was the stuff Laura marked. This was the first crate John marked. Let me do all this so I can keep up with what's been shown tonight, including the discount bins, which I think we only went through one. We went through one crate, and then vintage. We went through new vinyl, vintage, and then we went right into all of our new stuff. And plus, with all these 45s, we are still showing all those. All right. So here we go. All right. Let me send a message right quick. Okay. Rocket Man. And it's gonna. All right. When I left off, we sold Dwayne Allman. Mississippi John Hurt got a new bid for $45. Grant Green was at $70. Samuel Copage on HH. HH was for Herman's Hermits. Sold to Samuel H. Copage for $6.99. Michael Ruttman on GB for Garth Brooks. Sold to Michael Ruttman, $6.99. Grant Green, $71. New bid, Farmer Redman. Don Nicole on Bill Black, $6.99. Next, Grant Green, $75. Grant Green, $75. Samuel, Dave Clark 5, Dave Clark 5. Sold and sold. What is Mississippi John Hurt at? I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell everybody where everything's at. We have the Chambers Brothers, BTO, Ice House, BB King, and Greg Ken Band. Those are all still available for $6.99. Mississippi John Hurt. The last bid that came in on this was with Grog at $45. Going twice, going 3 times. Now, Grant Green just got a new bid with Grog for $80. We're not done there. All right, let me straighten up all these sold records. We need new 45 auctions. Let me go ahead and jump over here to another one that Paul tagged for tonight for auction, a 45. And this is Manitoba featuring Joe Dowen. This is a 1970 soul single from RCA in the original company sleeve, a $7 start. A $7 start. Next is another New Orleans single, and we're going to put this up right now, and it is called Kings of Rock, LA Kings of Rock. Another New Orleans single here, a $5 start on that one. All right. New vintage arrivals, never shown before. A whole nother crate I'm doing right now. But before I do anything else, it's time for a New Orleans bundle because these have not sold. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They normally would be in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. How about $24? $3 a piece, New Orleans bundle. $24 a piece, New Orleans bundle. That is the Knights of the New Crusade, the Circle, Norwena Banks, the Wonky Monkeys, the Electric Roaches, the Turbines, the Watermelon Man, and the Cad Cats. Those are all $24 if anybody wants them. Just $24, I should say. Just $24. Those are all buy it nows, okay? Now, we have new arrivals. Let's see what we got. Right off the bat, Blackfoot, Train. Music for some Yoo-hoo drinking right here. You drink your Yoo-hoo and you listen to one of the greatest harmonica intros ever. $19.99 on Blackfoot Strikes. $19.99. Blackfoot Strikes. Train. $19.99. William Drugovich gets the NOLA bundle for $28. Mississippi John Hurt, I'm assuming we're done then. That is sold to Grog, and he gets that, and he is getting that for the winning bid of $45. That is sold. Those two singles are $7 and $5, and Grant Green's at $95. MT Matt on Blackfoot, that's sold. Time for more new auctions. Let's do that right now. First, MT Matt gets Blackfoot, but first, I got to show you Fleetwood Mac Future Games. A beautiful, clean copy. Fleetwood Mac. I'm looking at the vinyl right now. It's fantastic. $24.99. We have the Electric Flag. Groovin' is easy. $24.99. Groovin' is easy. This is some kind of UK compilation or import here. $24.99 on that. And Entrance by Edgar Winter, $19.99. Yes, William, the NOLA bundle was 8 times 3. Those are sold to you for $24. Yep. Now, our next auction is going to go up right now. I had somebody ask earlier about the Parliaments and Funkadelics. Here is Parliament. We've got the funk. Got to have the funk. This is a vintage reissue, years unknown, or it's a U.S. reissue, unknown year on 180-gram vinyl. So this is a reissue of Mothership Connection. We've got the funk. Tear the roof off the sucker. EX Edition, a $30 start. It must be a good pressing because the high on it is $90. The median on this record is $50. So it must be a good sounding record. And yes, Craig, I saw your claim and I forgot to pull it. Craig wanted the Chambers Brothers picture sleeve. That's sold to Craig for $6.99. That is sold to Craig for $6.99. Thank you. Did I miss anything else? I think I'm good to go. It's about time for Chad to go get a V8 and a pack of crackers, though. Chad about needs his V8 and pack of crackers. First, Kings of Rock, LA's a buy it now for $5, and the Soul 1970 Soul single is a buy it now for $7. Next is Deep Purple live in London. Don't see that too often. It's a UK press, EMI, over 57 minutes of heavy rockin' music. $29.99 on that. Grant Green's at 100 with Neil Rigler. And we have Grog out. Parliament's a $30 start. we also have Dave Edmunds' Rocker. Early works from 68 to 72. Dave Edmunds is $29.99. And the very popular Allman Brothers Beginnings. And this is essentially the first two Allman Brothers albums in one package here. $34.99 gatefold and very nice. Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, Denny Diaz. You may know those names, especially the first two there from Steely Dan. That's the soundtrack to You Gotta Walk It. $34.99. Technically, You Gotta Walk It Like You Talk It. Bonnie Raitt, The Glow. $9.99 on Bonnie Raitt. That's available. And so is Dr. Birds and Mr. Hyde. The Birds is $24.99. 70s press, but clean. All right, who's ready for some more something? I'm ready for something. I don't know about y'all. I think I'm ready for a quick buy now of 45s before I put up anything new for auction. Here's the Jimmy Castor bunch. King Kong Part 1. Come Fly With Me, Bobby Bland. These are all $6.99. The Jackson 5, Maybe Tomorrow. Foreigner, Feels Like the Very First Time. Rick Springfield, Human Touch. Spyro Gyra, Catching the Sun. And Deeper Than the Night from Olivia Newton-John. Samuel Kopech on Dave Edmunds. That's sold to Samuel Kopech. George Samberez on Bonnie Raitt. That's sold. And Neil Reigler, You Do Get the Grant Green for 100. The Parliament is in EX condition. Parliament is EX condition. Let's go ahead and put up another single or another album for auction. And let's see what's going on here with something here in the front. Let's go ahead and knock this out. The West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, Part 1. And this is a 1980 German reissue. OG copies of the Sight Classics sell for hundreds of dollars. This is a vintage 1980 German press. Not bad, unless you want to step up to the plate for an original. A $35 start. $35 start. That is now up for bid. And then we have, all these are still available for $6.99. That was Olivia Newton-John, Spyro Gyra. We have Rick Springfield, Foreigner, the Jackson 5, Bobby Bland, and Jimmy Castor. Those are all still available for $6.99. Benton Wood, wow, unusual to see this in the bin. Oogum Boogum with Gimme Little Sign Hype Sticker, just $39.99. These are new arrivals, never shown. Sticker price. Benton Wood is $39.99. Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, $39.99. And the J. Giles Band Freeze Frame. J. Giles is $19.99. Also, Fleetwood Mac Kiln House, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Kiln House, $24.99 on Fleetwood Mac. And Climax Blues Band, a lot of bottle, $24.99. Brian DeLeon on Benton Wood, nice pickup there. Parliament's a no bid, a $30 buy it now. U.S. reissue of Unknown Year, Casablanca, $30. Some of those have sold for as much as $90. Final call to get a bid on West Coast Pop for $35. And we have Don Nicole on JGB, J. Giles Band, Freeze Frame. That is sold, and now a couple more New Orleans singles need to be put up for auction. I've got them all night long. I think we've had this one before because it really stands out to me. Mouse Zen and the Cheese Bites. Mouse Zen and the Cheese Bites. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Ronnie Cook and the Gay Lads on Lucky Charms label. Wavy Gravy with Marshmallow Bites. That is Jungle Hop, also with Kip Tyler and his Flips. $5 start on those. Those are now up for bid. Next is Michael Pivler on EW, and that was for Edgar Winter. That's back here in the back. Yep, that's so to Michael Pivler. Gregory does grab the Parliament for a buy now of $30. Now we need another new auction going. Man, we still got a lot to get to. I better kick it into turbo drive. Sonny Williamson, Sonny Boy Williamson and the Yardbirds. A 1966 U.S. Deep Groove Mono. It does have a promo stamp on the back jacket. This has the company inner sleeve. The vinyl's really nice. EX Plus, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. It's a 66 U.S. Deep Groove Mono with the company inner sleeve, the matching correct Mercury inner sleeve, and there is a promotional copy, not for sale stamp on the back. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Malzen has a bid, and yes, George, you did get the Bonnie Raitt. Yes, you did get the Bonnie Raitt. I'm going to turn down this. I think this light was like at 40 the other night. I think they've that just make everything too... I'm sure y'all just noticed everything got darker. This light over here next to me, I think has been too bright. I think the other night it was like on 45. It's almost too bright for me being right next to me. I think that's pretty good there. That looks like there's too much. Let's try 50. Oh, I better tighten this up. Hold on a second. I shouldn't have been fiddling with it. Oh, yep. This is what I get for fiddling. Jake's going to come in and be like, what have you done? Sorry, Jake. Don't want to mess up anything here. Okay, there we go. All right, so. Parliament, Mouse Zen, Lucky 5, Sonny Boy 45, 50, 50, 50. Next, I'm going to turn into a true auctioneer. 50, 50, 50 right here, 55, 60, 60, 65, 70. Marshall Tucker band, Running Like the Wind. Very nice, $14.99 on Marshall Tucker band, Running Like the Wind. This is Bob Dylan's self-portrait, $64.99. Very nice copy, textured covered gatefold, $64.99. Eric Clapton and the Yardbirds, Sonny Boy Williamson. Here is a reissue of the record we're auctioning right now, $24.99. Here is a reissue of the exact record we're auctioning right now, 45, 45, 50, 53. Mouse has one bid for 5, final call. Lucky Charms is now at 6. West Coast did not get a bid. A $35 buy it now. The West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, Part 1, a 1980 German reissue. Originals are expensive. The Sundays is new and sealed for $36.99. It should be on silver vinyl. Jason, you're only the 4th person who's asked about it tonight. Only the 4th person. And maybe you can be the first to buy it. I hope so. We have Sonny Boy Williamson sold to Tim Colino. That's sold to him. Also, Savoy Brown, Savage Return. Savoy Brown is $19.99. Savage Return, Blue London label, very clean. Moody Jr., Junior Walker on the All-Stars, $19.99. And we have John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade. That's $26.99. $26.99. Usually, at least, if I leave something highly desirable where people can see it, we'll get asked about it all night until it sells. And I think everything in the back is pretty hidden except the Sundays. And of course, a lot of people hop on and they really just want to buy whatever they can see. And so they always ask, what is that? What is this? What is that back there? Can I buy that? And the Sundays is what's visible. You really can't see Cat Stevens. You can't see anything back there. You can't see anything. So right now, that's the only record is visible. So it's the hot commodity tonight. I should have sold 2 or 3 other copies. I have one left, $36.99. I have one left for $36.99. But a lot of new people get on and they see this, they see that, and they're like, man, what's in those crates? What could he possibly have in those crates for sale? And I'm like, right here's what's for sale right now. These are technically for sale. If you can figure out what they are, I'll sell them to you. I will sell them to you. Next, we have Spirit, Farther Along. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes in concert. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99 for Derek and the Dominoes. That's $34.99. And Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on tour of Eric Clapton, $19.99. Delaney and Bonnie, $19.99. All right, here's the deal. Lucky is sold to Craig for $7. Mouse is sold to Robert for $5. Sonny Boy Williamson. The final call is George Samberez for $60. $60 final call, 66 US Deep Groove Mono with promo stamp on back. This is the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, a 1980 German reissue, $35. OG copies, of course, sell for big money. We have a note about that. It's a nice, clean copy. Should be a great price at $35. Mike Owen says he'll take the other Sundays record. Excellent. Also, did y'all see this single from earlier? We have Simtek and Willie, bootlegging part 1. Paul says a thumping, pumping, funk, great track, VG condition, $49.99. That is still available. That is still available. Let's go over here to the Sundays, and this is sold to Mike Owen. Oh no, the next record's Rat. We're going to get worn out about that one. Oh my gosh. Rat is $49.99. That is going to catch some people's eyes. Next is Quadraphonic, the Jeff Beck Group Rough and Ready, $34.99. That is a quad press of Rough and Ready. Beautiful, $34.99. And Humble Pie, Rock On. Humble Pie is $19.99. Rock On, $19.99. No problem, Craig. I'm just glad they made it to you. I leave stuff in the shipping room and like send this to him, send this to them, send this to her. And sometimes I don't know if it actually gets sent out or not. I'm glad those made it to you. All right, time for a new auction. Next thing we have is going up for bid right now, and it is Muddy Waters. And this is called King B. And it is an original, nice clean copy, an 81 US original, EX Plus, a $35 start. Sonny Boy Williamson is sold to George Samberez for $60. That's sold. Gary Newman, the Pleasure Principle. Bob, is that a request for me to order you something maybe? I don't know. That wasn't in the crate. I'm just trying to figure out maybe where you've seen that. Sonny Boy Williamson is sold. Scott Smith on JB, and that was for Jeff Beck. That is sold to Scott Smith. Muddy Waters, $35 start. And the Allman Brothers, The Road Goes On Forever, a 2LP, fantastic compilation, $34.99. $34.99 on that. All right, so next is going to be what? We need a lot of stuff. We need another LP. So let's try to pull something. Here's Funkadelic. Here is a 77 US original VG condition. A 77 US original OG VG condition, standing on the verge of getting it on. Funkadelic's a $25 start. $25 start. Bob Reiger needs a Gary Newman Pleasure Principle here in my car. Put him on a waiting list. You got it? We can do that. All right, next two New Orleans singles. Let's go ahead and at least grab one here and maybe this one. This is the Golden Guineas. I think we had this the other night, the Golden Guineas. And this looks like it has some extra stuff with it. It has a sticker. It has a it has a 100% bass player free with a Paul McCartney X over his face. And that's going to go up. Looks like it's on some wicked colored splatter if I can get to it. Wow, look at the vinyl. $5 start on that. All right. Funkadelic has a bid for $25. Muddy's a $35 start. The Golden Guineas, $5 start on that. And what is this one here? This one is the Strawberry Smell Penelope Bloomington. The Strawberry Smell. There is a little bit of a corner flip here. $5 start. $5 start. All right, let's go ahead and keep going in this crate. Don McLean, Chain Lightning, $9.99. Carole King, Touch the Sky. Carole King, $14.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman's $19.99. Climax Blues Band, Reel to Reel. CBB is $14.99. Alvin Lee, 10 years later, Ride On. Alvin Lee is $19.99. 10 years later, Ride On. Alvin Lee. Also, Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Robin Trower is $19.99. The Impressions, 16 Greatest Hits. The Impressions is $26.99. And Jeff Beck, Truth. And Jeff Beck, Truth, Yellow Label, $19.99. Funkadelic has a new bid for $27. Golden Guineas has one bid for $5. Final call. Strawberry Smell, no bid. Final call for $5 on that. And I think I have just like one handful left of a whole new box of Buy It Now singles. So let me go ahead and show these. Axe, Let the Music Come Back, from their album Nemesis. Yeah, the hard rock group Axe, $6.99. We have another one, Now or Never. I've never seen singles from them. Axe and Axe. Brad Scruggs, 706 Union. This may be, these are New Orleans singles here. Yeah, these are more like New Orleans records here. The Diabolic, $6.99. Fuzz Tones, $6.99. Jerry McCain, $6.99. Ernie K. Doe, $6.99. And very cool, the Four Seasons Ragdoll with the picture sleeve. Those are all $6.99. Tim Colino is in on Muddy Waters for $35. Tim Colino is in at $35. Scott Smith on AL. Alvin Lee. New bid on Funkadelic for $35. Craig Thomas wants the Fuzz Tones for $6.99. Ivan R. on the Diabolics for $6.99. and William was second. William second on fuzz tones, okay? Let's keep going through this crate right quick. We have Street Noise, Julie Driscoll, and Brian Auger and Trinity, $29.99. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Slade in Flame. Slade is $19.99. And the London side of Nashville, Third Coast New Wave. And that picture is taken in front of world-famous Tootsie's Lounge, $26.99. I've walked by that a many a times. The Golden Guineas is sold for $5 to Craig Thomas. Nobody bid on the Strawberry Smell. It's a $5 buy it now. Funkadelics at $30. Michael Remza, you're out. Muddy Waters, one bid, sold for $35, and that was with Tim Colino Jr. Samuel Kopich gets Ragdoll. That sold to Samuel Kopich for $6.99. That leaves Ernie K. Doe, and I guess that's technically from the New Orleans batch. I bet it was. So I'm going to put that actually over here and Jerry McCain over here so we can bundle them later. And then still got Axe. Does anybody want both of those for 10? I'll say both Axe singles for 10. Funkadelic still getting bids. Rydell wants Slade. Let's sell that to Rydell Martin. Also, we have Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot. Wow. Don't see that very often. $29.99 and no condition notes. How unusual. How cool. Booker T. Don't see that one very often. $29. Lionel Richie's $9.99. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99. And Brian Ferry, Boys and Girl, and Shrink with Hop Sticker, $24.99. Mike Owen says he'll do my deal on both Axe singles for $10. And Brent Robley says he'll take the Booker T, and that was exceptionally nice, too. Now Funkadelics at $38 with Michael Remza. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's called McKinley Morganfield. If you don't know that name, I bet you've heard of Muddy Waters. This is a 1970s U.S. repress. Both discs are nice. EX, it's a gatefold, 2LP compilation. Muddy Waters, a $35 start. Mike Owen wants Brian Ferry. Beautiful copy of that. All right, let's grab a couple more New Orleans singles. And those next New Orleans singles are going to go up right now for $5 starts. I've been chipping away at a box for like the last 2 nights now, and here is the first one. Electric Family, says made in Germany, Trash City Records. I think that says Electric Family. And then the Quiet Kings, Don't Doubt My Love. Those are $5 starts, okay? Now, the only thing I'm going to do here is just read these titles, and if you hear something, you're like, whoa, 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 I didn't hear that the first read through. Chad, what was that? I will pull it for you, and we will give you all the information you could ever want. And let me see what else is going on right over here. Give me 1 second. Okay, back to business. So, if you need a price, let me know. This is just the title right there. By the way, Michael Remza, you are out on Funkadelic. Muddy Waters is a $35 start. Actually, let me read you some of the other auctions we still have tonight. The Beatles, Beach Boys, Curtis Mayfield, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, that's together on one. Ann Arbor Blues Jazz Festival, Grant Green, I'm going to do one of those next. Hank Mobley, Captain Beefheart, Captain Beefheart, Captain Beefheart. Wow, we better start chipping those away too. Probably Grant Green and Captain Beefheart next. And, of course, plenty of singles all night long. We got Fleetwood Mac, Future Games, Electric Flag, Groovin' is Easy, Deep Purple, Allman Brothers, Donald Fagen, Walter Becker. Surprised I didn't get gone. The Byrds, Joe Cocker, Fleetwood Mac again, Climax Blues Band, Marshall Tucker, Bob Dylan, Savoy Brown, Junior Parker, John Mayall, Spirit, Derek and the Dominoes, Delaney and Bonnie, Humble Pie, Allman Brothers, Don McLean, Carole King, Rick Wakeman, Climax Blues Band, Robin Trower, The Impressions, Jeff Beck, Street Noise, Julie Driscoll, the London side of Nashville, Third Coast, New Wave, Lionel Richie, REO Speedwagon, and Bad Company, Till the Day I Die. Those are all still available. I think here's kind of the agenda, by the way, for tonight. We are... I'm about to go through another new arrivals bin from John, and then I think Laura's closing in on having another one of her crates done. Probably by the time I get done with this next John crate, there'll be another crate from Laura. So new arrivals still for another hour at least, which should put us almost at past 11:30. And while we're still working on new arrivals, we're going to be putting up more auctions and singles, okay? So Mike Owen got the London side of Nashville, Samuel Kopage on that Julie Driscoll. Those are some unique records there I don't recall seeing as often. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and condense the last crate with this crate because it was full. We've sold about half of it. The other crate was full, and we've sold about half of it. So let me clear up a little space. So basically, if you can hang out with us the rest of the night, for about the next hour, you're going to see new arrivals, great stuff John and Laura's marked, and you're going to have opportunities to bid on all these auctions over here. And we're going to close in on chipping away at some more of these buy it now singles over here, which there is a couple bucoodles. I've been using that word a lot lately. Some people may be familiar with a bucoodle. Most people aren't familiar with bucoodles. MT Matt wants bad company. Now you can have your rock and roll fantasy, Matt. Thank you on that, Matt. I try to rhyme whenever I can. That's the best thing to do. You know what I'm saying, man. Muddy Waters is a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants that, 2 LP compilation. Quiet King sold to William Drugich for $5. Electric Family sold to William Drugich for $5. I lost Michael Remza, unfortunately. Rodell got Funkadelic for $40. Time for a new crate, and then I'm putting up 4 new auctions. 4 new auctions. Here we go. Let me take a quick peep in here. The first record probably could be auctioned. I'm going to make it the first record. It's going to be a buy it now. Let me take a quick peek in here. Yep, wide variety. I've seen everything from soul, rock, pop, jazz, classic rock in here. There's more soul, lots of Dylan, as usual. For the people that ask for Dylan's, I'm like, listen, between 5:30 and 1:30 a.m. every night, there's probably going to be about 20 Dylan records shown. Every night, you can count on it. Muddy Waters sold to Tim Colino for $35. Shane was second. And Solarplex picking up REO Speedwagon. You got it. Let's go ahead and put that up for Solarplex. Now we need all new singles going up, okay? That's sold, and now, or all new auctions going up. I promised a Grant Green and a Captain Beefheart because we got multiples of those, and let's go ahead and chip away. So we have Grant Green Visions, a 1971 U.S. promo with U.S. promo sticker. Paul says the disc is super clean, a $65 start. Visions by Grant Green. It is very nice. It's a U.S., looks like maybe Terre Haute, but Paul didn't mark it. It is a $65 start with a promo sticker. Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band. This is a mid-70s U.S. repress. There's also a note, great album, Free Blues. EX condition. It's not free, though. It's a $35 start on Captain Beefheart. That's now up for bid, okay? Let's go ahead and get started in the crate, and then we'll go ahead and put up 2 new singles. I have Prince, 1999. This is a 2 LP. Looks like a extremely nice copy with the original inner sleeves. Prince is $49.99. Yes, very nice. Prince, $49.99. Bob Dylan, Real Live. Bob Dylan, $34.99. Original inner sleeve. Dylan, Bob Dylan. Robert Zimmerman, $34.99. Carly Simon, Come Upstairs. Carly Simon is $9.99. Huey Lewis and the News 4. Huey Lewis is $16.99. Bob Welch, unfortunately from the Connery collection, but man, I don't recall seeing that one too often. $9.99 on Bob Welch. And Roy Buchanan, In the Beginning. Roy Buchanan is $19.99. Red Polydor label, Roy Buchanan. Captain Beefheart, a $35 start. Grant Green, a $65 start. No bids as of this exact moment. Going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more singles. I think we had one of these earlier tonight. The Crazy Teds. No, we did, but it was a different single, different picture. The Crazy Teds. Looks like Japanese rockabilly. $5 start. And we have Davey Allen and the Arrows Encounter. Davey Allen, that's probably some fuzzed out guitars in there. $5 start on that. Ivan R on Roy, that's Roy Buchanan, sold to Ivan R. Cheryl Smith on Bob Welch, that's sold to Cheryl. MT Matt second. Bob Dylan and the Band Before the Flood. This is a 2 LP. Looks like it was at a radio station, WULF. So possibly a radio station copy. It's not marked though. $44.99. Bob Dylan and the Band. The Carpenters is $9.99. Is this sealed? I think this thing, or is it a top loader? Yeah, it's a top loader. I forgot that's a top loader. And that's $9.99 on the Carpenters. Crazy Ted's has a bid for $5. Grant Green does have a bid for $65. No bid on Captain Beefheart. I'm about to make it a $35 buy it now. Dionne Warwick Anthology, unfortunately from the Connery collection. It's a 2 LP compilation, $17.99. Dionne Warwick Anthology. The Yardbirds Shapes of Things. The Yardbirds is a gatefold 2 LP. You may know that man as Jimmy Page. $34.99 for the Yardbirds, and the Doors 13. This is a Doors compilation. Looks like the cover's got some stuff on it. Looks like the cover has some staining. $34.99. Let me take a look at the vinyl. It is extremely nice. $34.99 on that. Final call on Grant Green. Joe Walsh is $19.99. Joe Walsh is $19.99, and music from this year's hottest new television show, the 77 Sunset Strip, $19.99. And John Mayall, a hardcore package. John Mayall is $24.99. All right, first thing I'm going to do is make Captain Beefheart a buy it now. That's a mid-70s U.S. repress. CB, Captain Beefheart, a $35 buy it now. Those are about to sell as well. But first, can I see Bob Dylan and the Band, please? This is called Bob Dylan and the Band Before the Flood. Gatefold 2 LP, no condition notes. Generic inner sleeves, I think the way it came. The vinyl is EX Plus or better, $44.99. Asylum labels, Cheryl Smith on JW for Joe Walsh, that's sold. First is Crazy Ted, sold to Jim B for $5. Robert Warner got Davy Allen for $5. And Grant Green, just one bid with Farmer Redman for $65. Samuel Kopich does pick up the Captain Beefheart for $35. Next auctions are going to go up right now. And that is going to be Muddy Waters and the Wolf. That's an original 1982 compilation, a white label promo. Paul says it's borderline between VG and VG Plus, and that is called Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf. White label promo from Chess, Muddy and the Wolf, a $25 start. Somewhere between VG and VG Plus. Bob Dylan's greatest hits, with the poster. I repeat, with the poster. $39.99. Does have the really cool poster with that. Here's another Mr. Executive, Keep Well, Live Longer. To the American executive and his wife who wants to keep him alive. So you listen to this and it will teach you how to live longer. We have Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, $19.99, and Chicago Transit Authority, truly the first Chicago album, 2 LP, a 70s press, tough to find that on the first label, $24.99 on that. The next LP is the last of the Japanese crate tonight. I'm just now getting to it, but it looks like a very nice copy of the Beatles' Let It Be, $35 start. It looks like the cover has a little bit of discoloration, maybe a little bit of fading, maybe some slight fading on the cover, but the vinyl is, of course, the way you would expect it from Japan. A really nice copy. It is near mint minus and pristine. There is the LP. There is the Japanese insert. And here is the cover and Obi, $35 start on the Beatles. Speaking words of wisdom, Let It Be. Mary Miles on Chicago. Tougher album to find, especially on the first label. That one was very nice for what it was. And Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. And Stevie's even got it here on Braille for him and anybody else. Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants, $26.99. And Eric Clapton, another ticket, $34.99 for Eric Clapton. Another ticket. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more New Orleans singles. What do we have next in the New Orleans batch? How about the Neanderthals Twinkle Toe, a $5 star? And what about the Psychotic Turnbuckles? And the Psychotic Turnbuckles is going to go up as well for a $5 start. There we have it. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. The Who Face Dances in Shrink, another one. With the poster, $34.99 on the Who Face Dances. And Circus Maximus, that's weird to see that in the bin, $26.99. Circus Maximus on Vanguard, very clean, $26.99. Tim and Shane are battling out over Muddy Waters. The Beatles is a no bid, final call for $35. We already have bids for 5 and 5 on those. Neanderthals 5, Psychotic 5. William, you were second at 5. Craig was in first. as soon as Chad stretches his legs. I'm going to try to finish this crate and go up front and get my nightly pack of crackers and snacks. John tried his best to cover up the nudity here. I wish we would have just put that on the sleeve. He tried to cover up the nudity here. Let me get that peeled off before it gets stuck on there any further. Looks probably really weird what I'm doing to this cover right now, but I don't like the way he done that. I think he meant to do that on the actual sleeve and forgot what he was doing there. It looks like somebody covered up that nipple, but the other nipple's exposed. And this is a white label promo. White label promo, $29.99. That is $29.99. Sorry I had to do that live on camera, but that had to be done. And then Asia Alpha, that was going to bother me if not. $19.99 on Asia Alpha and Debbie Harry Cuckoo. Debbie Harry Cuckoo is $19.99. Psychotics at 6, Craig's out. That means the Neanderthals is sold for $5 to William Drugovich. Jason says letter B for $35. I guess that's the Beatles then, right? Let it be. Letter B. Sure, 35, final call. I'll take it. And then Jethro Tull Heavy Horses, $19.99. And the best of Peter, Paul, and Mary, $9.99. And the greatest of Nat King Cole, Gatefold 2 LP, $19.99. The greatest of Nat King Cole, $19.99. All right, so first thing we need to do is put up another single for a $5 start. Actually, I'm going to try another one that Paul tagged for us tonight. And this is on the Excello label, always collectible. This is the Kelly Brothers. You Put Your Touch on Me, a 1967 soul single on Excello. Very collectible, a $7 start. The Beatles is sold to Jason Fornerat for $35. Let's go ahead and get that in a sleeve for him. So the whole entire shipment of Japanese stuff from the night is gone. G-O-N-E. We've sold every Japanese pressing, so you can go ahead and let David Johnson know. David, if you're out there, unless there's something in a collection tag for tonight that hadn't sold, we have moved every Japanese pressing tonight. They are all sold, none left behind. Always desirable stuff. The Allman Brothers Enlightened Rogues is $19.99. And Isaac Hayes, to be continued. Isaac Hayes is in shrink wrap, $26.99. Psychotic is sold to William Drugovich for $6. The Kelly Brothers is a $7 start. Muddy Waters is at $65. Our next LP auction is going to be Captain Beefheart. I always thought this was an interesting cover. Unconditionally Guaranteed. Captain Beefheart is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute original. This is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute original, not a reissue, not a repress, an original Captain Beefheart on Mercury, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Also, we have Bob Dylan and the band Basement Tapes. This is a 2LP, $49.99 Basement Tapes. Also, Christine McVie, the legendary Christine Perfect album. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Christine McVie from Chicken Shack, from Fleetwood Mac, $29.99. And Charlie Daniels, T. John Grease, and Wolfman. Wow. Don't get that one too often from his discography. And it's on a white label promo. Charlie Daniels, $29.99. Tim, you're out on Muddy Waters. No bid on the Kelly Brothers. It's a buy it now for $7. Buy it now for $7. Michael Remza gets the Basement Tapes. That's sold to Michael Remza, $49.99. And now a couple more New Orleans singles after I give Shane Devers Charlie Daniels Band. The next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 start. If I can grab a hold of them here. These are $5 and $5. And King Crimson, both King Crimsons are sold. We had a live bootleg. And we had they were both live albums. Yeah, they've both sold. Next New Orleans single is the M. Brooks. The M. Brooks, is this a double single? Or is this just like on 500 gram vinyl? Wow, that's probably one of the thickest 45s I've ever seen. It feels like 3 or 4 smashed into one. No joke. Whoever buys this, you'll be like, whoa, that's amazing. The M. Brooks is a $5 start. And Long Tall Shorty and the Spectacles. Wow, what a name. Long Tall Shorty and the Spectacles. $5 start on that. Brian DeLeon on KB. And that was for Christine. Was that for Christine McVie, maybe? KB Bryan. Muddy Waters still getting bids. No bids on Captain Beefheart. About to sell it. Lonnie Mac with Stevie Ray Vaughan. $19.99 on Lonnie Mac. Graham Parsons, the early years, $63.65 with booklet. Never seen that before. It looks like it's a 1975 pressing, $26.99. Oh, the Kelly brothers. Sorry. I was going to say, that's a weird way to put Christine McVie. The Kelly brothers. Yes, thank you. That's so to you for $7. And then Shane Devers on LM for Lonnie Mac. Now, let me see which ones I hadn't shown from Paul yet. Let's see. That was tagged for auction. Auction. Did he have any more buy it nows in here? No. Okay, so the rest of these, the only ones that didn't sell that were straight priced, I'm going to show one more time. And then everything else is going to be like a $7 start auction, okay, which is kind of deep cut obscure singles. And one more look at those. So first, that Simtek and Willie, Thumpin' Pumpin' Great Funk, VG $49.99. Johnny Little, Done It Again, $9.99. Soul Jazz promo. James Carr, this is surprising, VG Plus $39.99. The Hesitations, Soul with Fuzz, VG $24.99. Big Amos is VG $14.99. George Jackson, 67 Soul promo, $34.99. So those are the straight price singles that are still available that were marked for tonight. The rest are going to be auctions, okay? First, we got Jim B on It for $5, and that is, or that might be LT for Long Tall. He has that at $5. The Muddy Waters is sold for $85 to Shane Devers, and no bid on Captain Beefheart. It's a $35 buy it now. Captain Beefheart. I bet somebody grabs that. 35 on Captain Beefheart. Next is Long John Baldry. Baldry's out, $14.99. And Sam and Dave, the greatest hits. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99 on Sam and Dave. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is Grant Green. And let's also see what's up with this Bruce Springsteen. So the first thing I have here is Green is Beautiful, Grant Green. Wow, I should have ran this one earlier. An original, I didn't realize it was OG, an original 1970 U.S., and the note from Paul says, extremely nice copy. A $95 start on Grant Green. Green is Beautiful. Grant Green's a $95 start. That's now up for bid. And Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown. A 1985 U.S. promo only. A double A-side promo. Just a $5 start. Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown. A $5 start. All right, so 5 and 5 on those, about to be gone. Captain Beefheart is so to Samuel Kopich for $35. Thank you, Samuel. That's so to you. We have Joe Tex, Hold What You've Got. Joe Tex is $34.99. And Smash Your Head Against the Wall. That's John Entwistle. You may know him from The Who, $19.99. All right, so the M. Brooks is sold to William Drugovich for $5. The one on 500 gram vinyl, that is a $5 start, or a $5 winning bid, and Jim B gets Long Tall for $5. A couple more New Orleans singles, and I think I'm going to go up front and get a V8 before it's too late. Hey, this is a good pull. Here's one I actually know. It's a little dusty, but it's the Monster Mash on Garpax, and that might be like a promo type label. I think that is the first label that song was on. It was, back then, technically almost like a garage single. Bobby Boris Pickett with the Crypt Kickers. Garpax Monster Mash, a $5 start. Do the Monster Mash. And the other single I have for you is another one from the M. Brooks. And Grant Green is a $95 start, and Bruce Springsteen's a $5 start. Here's the M. Brooks, Back in My Mind, $5 start. Now, if somebody gets on in the next 60 seconds and says, where's Chad? Say he had to go up front and get something to drink, which I desperately need to go do right now. So don't go anywhere. Give me about 1 minute. There's a lower crate inbound. We're not done with this one. I'm going to start doing some discount crates after we finish that next crate of new arrivals, recap all the new vinyl from tonight, and do discounts. And I'm going to show, hopefully, some miscellaneous. I've already tried one poster tonight. Before I walk away, I was gonna tease and just be like, what if I just start showing random posters? And this one's still available. Somebody could break the ice, and I might show more tonight. It's a $35 buy now, shipped, rolled in a tube. Bud, Budweiser presents the Rolling Stones. That's from their Steel Wheels Tour US 1989 promotional poster. $35 if anybody wants that. I would love to sell it to you. That way the ice is broken, and then maybe tonight we can get into a few more over here. But we're going to start working on those next week. I'll be right back. I'm going to stop talking. Everybody still with me? What happened? All right, so the M. Brooks got a bid for 5, Bruce Springsteen 5, Grant Green 95, and Monster Mash 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 auctions have opening bids, final calls. Bruce Springsteen 5, Grant Green 95, M. Brooks 5, Monster Mash 5. Sorry. What happens? I've had hiccups all night, and now I've just like chugged a Diet Coke with some like snack crackers, and now I'm really gonna have the hiccups. Wow, this looked pretty cool. Janis Joplin with a promo sticker, $34.99. First label, Columbia 2i with promo sticker, $34.99 for Janis Joplin. Hall & Oates Live at the Apollo, $19.99. And then Carlos Santana, Blues for Salvador, Carlos Santana, $19.99. And Stevie Wonder, N Square Circle, Stevie Wonder, $24.99 for N Square Circle. Also, the best of Caravan, 1970, 1974. We speak very highly of Caravan. Great music. Blue London label, 1999, okay? Let's go back to the top. First thing we have is the M. Brooks is sold to William Drugovich for 5. Cheryl Smith does get the Monster Mash for 5. Let's put that in a new sleeve here for her. Grant Green is sold for 95 to John Dodd, and Bruce Springsteen is sold to T.O. Review for 5. And then next is details on GP. Is that for Graham Parsons? Graham Parsons, the early years, 1963, 1965. No condition notes, a little bit of cover damage, $26.99, $75 for both Dylan and Band. There's 2 problems with that. 1, this is a sticker price crate, no more, no less. And number 2 is one of those already sold. The basement tape's already sold. Basement tape's already sold. And if you want Before the Flood, it is still available. It is $44.99. No condition notes on that. Now, our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Captain Beefheart and his Magic Man, or excuse me, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band, Mirror Man. And that is a 73 US Sonic reissue with the company sleeve, just a $25 start. Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band, Mirror Man, that's a $25 start. Grant Green already sold. Captain Beefheart, $25 start. And we have the Ann Arbor Blues and Jazz Festival. 1972, recorded live at Otis Spann Memorial Field, an original 1973 US with both company sleeves. There is no white label promo of this album. It's a $20 start. There is a track on here with Sun Ra. $20 start. There he is. $20 start. That's now up for bid. A couple more New Orleans singles are going up right now for $5 starts. And the first one is the Lord High Fixers. That's a $5 start. And Dodd and the Rods, You're Gonna Miss Me. That's a $5 start. Everybody still with me after me taking a break? When I went up there, there was 191 people. When I came back, there was 164. A few people got off. They either went to bed and they're not coming back, or they went and took a break too, and hopefully they're back and focused. Lord High Fixers, that's going to go up for a $5 start. And Dog and the Rods, You're Gonna Miss Me. That's a $5 start. The Ann Arbor Blues Festival does have a bid for $20. Captain Beefheart's a $25 start. Let's see here. What should I do next? I'm just going to read these titles, okay? Let me just... Oh, man. Sorry, I'm sore. I wasn't sore yesterday, but the second day, gym muscle fatigueness is kicking in. Man. All right, if you need a price, let me know. Once again, late night showing new arrivals, especially for a Monday night. All these great records in here. If you're tuned in, you got a chance at some stuff that typically would have been sold or should be auctioned, in my opinion. First is Prince. It's still available. Also, Bob Dylan, Real Live. Carly Simon, Come Upstairs. Huey Lewis and the News 4. The Carpenters. Dionne Warwick. The Yardbirds. The Doors. 77 Sunset Strip. John Mayall. Bob Dylan and the Band. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits with the poster. Now, let me take this out, and then someone's going to buy it after you see the poster. This is an iconic poster. I mean, I feel like if I just had this out loose, this should be $39.99. Look at it. Incredible Bob Dylan poster that comes with the Greatest Hits album. This is Milton Glass. Now you've probably seen that before, right? It says Dylan down here at the bottom. I mean, that's pretty cool. I've seen people have those framed in their music rooms. That's a good one. $39.99 for Dylan with the poster. With the poster. That is available. Ann Arbor has another bid for $20. So that didn't move. Jesse already bid $20. William has the Lord High Fixers for $5. That was the executive record. Also, Maha Vishnu Orchestra. We have Clifford Umstead says he'll take the Bob Dylan. There we go. That poster is always the selling point. I mean, you're thinking about a classic vintage Bob Dylan poster included in with the record for just $39.99. Seems reasonable to me. Stevie Wonder, Eric Clapton, Jean-Luc Ponty, The Who, Circus Maximus, Supertramp, Asia, Debbie Harry, Jethro Tull, Peter, Paul, and Mary, the best of Nat King Cole, Allman Brothers, Isaac Hayes, Christine McVie still available, Lon John Baldry, the best of Sam and Dave, Joe Tex, John Entwistle, Janis Joplin, Hall & Oates, Santana, Stevie Wonder, the best of Caravan, and Graham Parsons. All right, first is Captain Beefheart. Is just a $25 buy it now. And this is a 1973 U.S. Sonic reissue with the company sleeve. And it can be bought right now for the buy it now of $25. So all 4 Captain Beefheart albums tonight have sold. If this one does, for the buy it now price. That's unbelievable. Lord has a new bid for $6 with Craig. William, you're out. But Dodd and the Rods is a buy it now for $5. That's a buy it now for $5. And Rod, you're out on Ann Arbor. The bid came in quick and fast early from Jesse at $20. So you're out on that. Next auction is the Beach Boys Surfs Up. And this is actually a white label promo from the good old Beach Boys here. It does have the insert with it and the company inner sleeve. It is a white label promo, a $25 start. Ann Arbor has a new bid for $21. And William, you've been outbid on the Lord High Fixers. Let's go through our no bids so far tonight. First, the stack of New Orleans stuff. These are going to be buy it nows, a bundle, NOLA bundle. So let's add them up and see what we got. We got Dodd and the Rods, Jerry McCain, Ernie K. Doe, The Strawberry Smell, and L.A. Actually, these were $6.99 and $6.99. Those were 7 and 7. And then these were 5, 5, and 5. So 14, 9, 24, 29. We're only going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $15 on the NOLA bundle. $15 on the NOLA bundle. 15 on those. He's out on Lord, so sell this to William Drugovich for 7. Jesse's backing on Ann Arbor for 22. Laura says her crate is on the way, and the Hall & Oates is live with the Temptations. Live with David Ruffin and Eddie Kendricks, of course, 2 front men of the Temptations. No condition notes, $19.99. And then we have Captain Beefheart for 25. West Coast for 35, and Blondie, the only Japanese pressing that didn't sell. I actually misspoke earlier. There's 1 Japanese press left, Blondie. And then here are a few $7 no bids. Mantobia, featuring Joe Doan. The Soul Children, those are 1970, 1972 soul singles. And the Hip Pocket record for 7. So instead of 777, 5, 5, and 5, 2 deep cut soul singles, and the Dale's Hip Pocket record, which is also soul, $15 for those 3. So instead of 777, $15. And if anybody wants to make an offer on these albums, 35. I'll now take offers. 35 or best offer. Laura scared me. She is so quiet. It's incredible. West Coast Pop. I thought something was scooting across the floor at my feet. And the West Coast is 35 and Captain Beefheart 25. All right. Man, we were talking about the other day. She's so quiet. It's like a cat burglar is what John calls her. Paul Brothers gets the NOLA bundle for 15. And then Watch Ernie K. Doe. That's already sold. Now the Soul bundle for 15. The West Coast Pop is right here. This is the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band Part 1. It is a 1980 German reissue. OG copies of this Sight Classic sell for hundreds of dollars. And that is still available for $35. Okay? Soul bundle for 15. How could you go wrong? It's Soul. Blondie 25. I'll do Blondie for 28. Ann Arbor, I haven't heard back from Rod Bryan. Jesse still has it for 22. Beach Boys final call for 25. All right, let's go through the Laura crate that just got brought up here. And let's do it. Making sure that was what I wanted to do next. That's the only thing to do. All right, big night for new vinyl. We had 4 crates. There's 1 crate left, and we'll go through those in just a second. Let's try to put up some more of these singles that Paul tagged, and what else? Plenty of New Orleans stuff, one after another. I think since we're at a good stopping point before I slam this 60-pound crate on the counter, let me go ahead and take this second stack of sold New Orleans or 45s in here on the table right quick. Alrighty, now let's grab this crate from Laura and see what we got. Probably the last crate of new arrivals for tonight before we start getting a discount, and probably, you know, tagging what am I trying to say? Tagging going through discount bins and recapping. Tagging and recapping is what I'm trying to say. So Don Cav does get the Blondie for $28. That is sold. Let's go ahead and put all new auctions up before we go any further. Beach Boys is a no bid, a white label promo, $25. Ann Arbor is sold to Jesse for $22. Rod just said he's out. Next 2 LPs. Actually, the last 2 tagged LPs of the night. And here's Curtis Mayfield, Something to Believe In. An original 1980 US white label promo, EX++ condition, a $55 start. This is a good one. And here's Curtis Mayfield, Something to Believe In, a white label promo for this album. A $55 start. And then another Monday night at Birdland, Hank Mobley, Billy Root, Curtis Fuller, and Lee Morgan. An original 1959 US mono, visually a VG, mostly plays VG Plus or better. The top seam does have some splitting. $35 start on the roulette label. All right. Here's the Laura crate sticker. Joe Cool, Snoopy, very creative. Thank you, Laura. Beach Boys is called Surfs Up. EX condition, a white label promo with the insert and inner sleeve, $25. And West Coast Pop is sold to John Dodd for $27. Now we only have 2 auctions left, Beach Boys and Captain Beefheart, and of course, technically the no bid soul stuff there that was tagged for tonight. All right. Next is another, this is on the Black Cat label, Little Beaver, Party Down Part 1, 1974 Soul, $7 start on that. And then let's grab a new Orleans single. The next New Orleans single is Teengenerate. There we go, Teengenerate, No Time, $5 start on that. Dog Meat label, black vinyl. Janet on Beach Boys. That just leaves poor Captain Beefheart, the only no-bid auction tonight. 73 US Sonic, 25 OBO. Beach Boys is sold. Birdland already has a bid for 35. All right. First thing we got in this crate is Peter Frampton Comes Alive. A VG++ copy for $14.99. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. Buddy Miles Live. VG+, $12.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. VG+, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, VG+, $14.99. And Bob Welch, 3 Hearts. Bob Welch is VG+, $9.99. VG+, $9.99. And Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, VG+, $14.99. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. This has the original inner sleeve with it, $14.99. Also, we have Uriah Heep. Uriah Heep is VG condition, $9.99. That's on the Red Mercury label. $9.99 on Uriah Heep. And the Photos, Photos is VG Plus, $9.99. Okay, first thing I have is an update on all 4 auctions. We have, and here's Curtis Mayfield, Something to Believe In. An original 1980 US white label promo, EX++ condition, a $55 start. And as of right now, there's not a bid. Adam Bernardi put Curtis 20, but this was a $55 start. $55 start. It's a white label promo. So as of right now, that doesn't have a bid. And over here, we have Teenage, I keep on wanting to say it a lot more difficult than it is. Teen Generate. William Drugovich, $7. And then Jim B, $8. That's where we're at on that. And then Little Beaver. Did this have a bid yet for $7? Looking for a $7 start on that. As of right now, there's no bid. And then another Monday night at Birdland. Hank Mobley, Billy Root, Curtis Fuller, Lee Morgan. An original 59 US mono. Visually a VG. Plays mostly VG Plus. And then the high bid here on this is Curtis. See, this was a $35 start. Birdland, that's what this is being referred to. Neil and Grog, and Neil Reigler has this at $47. $47. Now, let's go up to the top. I showed a lot there, so it would be a crazy first run of records. And the first thing that appeared was Bob. Did anybody get the Peter Frampton? This is, I think, what happened here. PF, Brian DeYohn, and Todd Saw. Oh my gosh. I thank Todd Saw. I am going to have to break some very bad news to him. Extremely bad news. Not only did I think his requested Peter Frampton get claimed first, but also the Laura Crate Hype sticker. This is going to make me feel really bad since I think he's asked if we have a Peter Frampton comes alive. But I think by definition, Brian DeLeon was first over here on YouTube. He was, or on Facebook at 23:01:36, and then you came in at 2:01, almost 30 seconds later. And that is tagged to him. And then next is Paula on Bob Welch. And that is sold to Paula. That's the Bob Welch. And the Belladonna. That's also sold to Paula. Birdland has a new bid for $47. Teen 8. Cheryl Smith on Uriah Heep. Alan Hagen second on Stevie Nicks. And then Curtis has a bid for $55. Teen's got a bid for $9. And then Birdland at $60, Teen out, and Birdland $62. Next is, I've already shown the photos, and Christopher Cross, self-titled, VG condition, $9.99 for Christopher Cross. Also, the Gap Band 3. This is VG condition, $9.99. The Gap Band 3 and the Ritchie family, African Queens, EX condition, $12.99. Birdland 65, Birdland 67. We have Little Beaver, no bid on that. That's a $7 buy now. And Teen Generate. The last bid on Teen Generate that came in, Teen Generate, William Drugovich 9. Curtis Mayfield is sold for $55. And this is sold to Adam Bernardi for $55. And then Birdland, Neil Reigler at 67. Neil Reigler at 67, 65 and 67. Susie Breedlove first on Gap Band, then Rod Bryan, Birdland 75. We have Surfing Bird, the Trash Man, the Surfing Bird. This is the original US mono misprint. Side A labels have 2 misspelled publisher credits, A3 and A6. This is the original 64 Trash Man, Surfing Bird, $49.99. $49.99. Also, Cheryl Smith on FM, and that was for Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. So far, great stuff in here. William Drugovich gets Teen Generate for $9, and then Birdland Grog has that for 75. Neil Rigler has been outbid. All right, next LP, or excuse me, next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 start. What an interesting cover here. Look at this one. Volcanoes with the Hot Wheels lunchbox. How cool is that? A $5 start. And then the Daxels. The Daxels is going to go up for a $5 start. Those are now up for bid. Also, Brian DeLeon on the Trash Men. That's so to Brian DeLeon over on Facebook. The condition of the Birdland sleeve. The top seam does have some splitting. I guess just because of that alone, you have to call it VG minus. It has a seam split halfway through the top. The front has a little bit of wear right there and a little bit of a stain on the back. So yeah, it's definitely VG minus. Paul graded the vinyl at VG plus. Visually, VG plays VG plus or better. So those singles there, the Daxels and the Volcanoes are $5 starts. Next is Camel. I Can See Your House From Here. Camel's VG $9.99. The Photos, Travis Wade, the Photos was VG plus $9.99 in shrink wrap. Also, we have Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parkerilla, VG condition, $9.99. And the Builders is sealed on green vinyl for $29.99. $29.99. Donna Summer, Cats without claws, $9.99 on Donna Summer. Let's go ahead and sell the Photos to Travis Wade. Craig is in on the Volcanoes. That's a really cool cover. I love metal lunchboxes. I have 3. I have a James Bond. I have another James Bond I've upgraded. And I have a Batman. And I've been trying to get a Munsters forever. But to this point, if I'm buying a metal lunchbox, I try to get them a 9.5, basically new with tags, which if you have checked on the recent market for metal lunchboxes, the really cool ones, new with tags, get up into the hundreds, if not thousands now. It's crazy. Of course, I'm pretty picky. If I'm going to buy a metal lunchbox, I want it like the way it was sitting on the store shelf, which is extremely rare. That's like saying you only want sealed Beatle records or, sealed mint condition coins or something like that. So it's very hard to find them. But I've been trying to get essentially a brand new Munsters, a brand new James Bond. There's about 10 that I just absolutely love, but I've been looking for years for the right ones. A big eBay account one time had a whole collection, basically, of mint condition lunchboxes, and I got outbid by bots. They were bringing crazy prices, but I don't know if that's an actual Hot Wheel. I know there is a Hot Wheels lunchbox, but I don't think it looks like that. I don't think so. But man, I love metal lunchbox, especially they were made here in Nashville. The stamped metal ones, they're just amazing. The Star Trek Dome. There's so many killer metal lunchboxes. I've bought multiple lunchbox collections over the years. I bought 500 from one lady here locally, probably about 15 years ago. And it was an incredible collection. Sold them all on eBay. Wish I had them all back. They're probably worth about 3 times as much now. Jackie Reynolds on Donna Summer. That is sold. Also, we have Brian Ferry, a 1980 Japanese, $24.99. The Volcanoes is called Diora, and Drums Fell Off a Cliff. And that has one bid with Craig for $5. We're about to sell it. What happened on Birdland? Did the other bidder go out? And he did, and Grog gets that for $75. All right, there we have it. All right. I had a green. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a real Hot Wheel. I got some red lines up front. If anybody's interested, I have what's left of a pretty big collection we acquired. Lou Reed live at Alice Truly Hall. Lou Reed is on burgundy colored vinyl. The top seam does have a bump, a seam split. $27.99 on that. And nice, Thin Lizzy Black Rose, 2012. Probably one of the last times they actually really put this into print. I think it was one recent, but that is $34.99. Yep, I've had Emergency. The thermoses. I've had tons of cowboy and westerns. That's the ones you see the most around here. Cowboy, western, Bonanza, and Gunsmoke, and Roy. I think we still got Roy Rogers and stuff like that from. But we had a metal Batman thermos we sold in the store probably back around Christmas time last year. The metal thermos was a couple $100. It was near mint. And I kind of wish I had it because if I had my metal lunchbox didn't even have one with it. And we sold that one, and forever I was like, man, I can't believe I sold that thermos. And I had like a near mint one because you get on eBay and start trying to replace them. I start zooming in. I was like, that has a little bit of a ding there. Probably the most thing I'm picky about is buying a lunchbox if I'm going to pay, $800 for one. Tyler Bryant and the Shakedown, pressure sealed, $19.99. And we have, wow, this is wild, a Johnny Winter, Edgar Winter, and it is $29.99 with a lenticular cover. Wow, look at that. I've never seen that. Didn't know they did that. $29.99. All right. The Daxels is a no bid, so that's a buy it now for $5. And Craig, you do get the Volcanoes for $5. What a cool record. That is sold. And we have Evening Star Frippanino EX $22.99, a 75 UK original. Kiss is Joy. Yep, I've had several Kiss and $6 Million Man. Yep. Fall Guy, Charlie's Angels. Dukes of Hazzard's really popular around here. That's an instant seller. Anything Dukes of Hazzard, you can count on it gone. I've sold those things rusted. It looks like they got dug up at an archaeological site, and they're sold like instantly. Looks like this was excavated out of being buried for 30 years, and they'll still sell. The Smell of Incense, that's going to go up for a $5 start. A little bit of a dog-eared sleeve here, or creased corner, but it's okay. $5 start, and Surf's Up too. $5 start on that. Jackie Reynolds on Tyler Bryant. That is so to Jackie Reynolds. And if you're just tuning in, we're going through a new arrivals bin right here. Napua, No Disguise, a synth pop album, gold stamp promo, $9.99. And Saint Tropez, Belle de Jour. Saint Tropez, Belle de Jour. A sealed copy, $9.99. And this is Loving is Living, an R&B soul album, gold stamp promo, $14.99. The Tramps, The Whole World's Dancing. The Tramps is sealed, $14.99. Mike Owen on In for Napua. That's so to Mike Owen. Smell of Incense has a bid for $5. Surf's Up, a $5 start. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, $9.99 on that. All right. Let's see what else I can find. So all of the tagged LPs tonight are sold, except for that one Captain Beefheart you can see on the left side of the screen. Everything that was tagged tonight is sold. All the Japanese stuff is sold. So at this point, I'm just going to try to dig around and find some other auctions that I can reduce the price on and put them up for auction. Try to get some stuff sold. Here's my next best example. Dan Arbach from the Black Keys. This is a limited edition indie store exclusive on orange and black marble vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Dan Arbach, $15 start. Evil Knievel, that's a cool one. Fat Albert, that's a cool one. Yep. I've had all those at some point or another. There's some out there that are very rare that I've never had. At some point or another, I've bought and sold about every mainstream lunchbox that was manufactured. Some of them I still have never found, though. There's several out there. I need to start getting back into looking for the Munster. I gave up forever. Plus, I seen some. I get outbid. I don't like eBay. I don't think anybody does. But sometimes that's the only place you can go to find something rare, really rare like that. Otherwise, you're going to be looking your whole life. Like people, but imagine, most of y'all remember pre-eBay and pre-internet, people didn't even know certain things existed. And they looked their whole life at antique stores and thrift shops and flea markets. But now when you get on there, there's the same people looking for all this rare high-end stuff, and they have bots bidding for them. And I think they have systems in place where stuff can get bid up at the last second. It just don't make sense to me. I see stuff on there like at the last second, and I'm like, I think that's why everybody doesn't like eBay. So Blacktop Mojo, but I have to sell stuff on there too, because you have to go there to sell all your rare, every one person in the world's looking for that one item at that moment. So otherwise, I don't like eBay too much. I don't think anybody does. Blacktop Mojo is sealed for $34.99. Also, the pinups. This is a gold stamp promo, $9.99 for the pinups. And Roxy. Roxy is $9.99. Roxy, Red Electra label, $9.99. So Incense and Surf's Up's getting new bids. Dan Arbach is sealed. That's pretty much half price at a $15 start. Just saying, $15 start on that. And there is a bid with Tim Colino. Surf 5, Smell 6. Surf 6, Smell 6. Melissa Bailey on Lionel. That was Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling. That is sold. And we have Adam Bernardi, Johnny Winter. That's right back here. And yes, that's a lenticular pressing of an album called Brother Johnny. It's a gatefold 2 LP. Looks like all these people play on here. Joe Bonamassa, Taylor Hawkins, Steve Lukather, Michael McDonald. Lenticular, $29.99. $29.99. Yeah, Goldmine. That was another way people sold rare records. Robert's right. The back of a magazine that came out, Goldmine, people would list rare records for sale, and they would do it through mail order. You just had to judge their grading, and that was the Goldmine standard. That way everybody knew what a VG Plus record was. That we still use today. James Taylor, $14.99. That's called In the Pocket. Has the original on her sleeve. James Taylor, In the Pocket, $14.99. This has Shower the People on it. Don't see that one as often for some reason. Sea Level, Cats on the Coast. That's a sealed original for $9.99. And right here, right now, Precious Metal. Precious Metal, $24.99. Right here, right now. Which Blacktop Mojo? Blacktop Mojo, that one's called Rock and Roll. It looks like, maybe. I don't know, or maybe it's self-titled. I don't know if it has a title. $34.99. Surf Paula has both singles for $7 and $7. And then Tim Colino, you are getting the Dan Arbach for just $15. $15. Dan Arbach, that's so to you. Chad, can I get Christine McVie? You can. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. And let me find that right quick. Boom and boom. And let me click on this and this and this. Okay. So Christine McVie. Christine McPerfect. Christine McPerfect. What's it actually called? The legendary Christine Perfect album, Christine McVie, which her name was Christine Perfect till she married John McVie. Yes, very nice copy. That is sold for $29.99. Is that Roxy Music with Brian Ferry? No, that's a completely different album. Adam Bernardi does want Brother Johnny, okay? That is sold. Oh, the Beatles lunchbox. Sorry, I'm actually distracted over here looking at some of the most expensive lunchboxes sold in the last 90 days on eBay. Yeah, the Jetsons is always popular. Yeah, see that one? I hadn't been looking. See, right there's what I want, but look what they sell for. That's a brand new mint condition with tag. See, it still has the tag with it. Look what it sold for. $2,850. That's what I'm looking for, but I don't know if I'm ready to spend that kind of money on it. That's essentially a mint, brand new Monsters. But look how cool. Look at the images on it. Just absolutely, that one is like brand new. That don't even look real, honestly, but it is. That's a real deal. So that's like on my all-time grail list for pop culture toys and collectibles right there. That is amazing. So yeah, I'm glad I wasn't on eBay when that got put up because I'd been disappointed. That is quite incredible. And then there's Superman and the Beatles in really high grade can sell for a lot too. So yeah, those bring huge money in mint condition. If they're absolutely perfect, they can get up into the thousands. But otherwise, they're like $50, $100, $150. But other than that, they can get really up there. It's just like records, you know. Is that the original label? Let's see here. You know, Sire, I think so. Well, no, this is 76 Sire. This is 1976 Sire label. I think Blue Horizon's the true first press. If you need some time to think or look at that, just let me know. I'll put it over here. Okay. And I think that's a second press. And what else was claimed? Alan Hagen wants the Pinups record, which is still available. This is sold to Alan Hagen. Thank you. All right. Next is Foxy, Hot Numbers. Foxy is sealed for $9.99. Hey, there's Chad. Sealed for $9.99. There I am. I cut an album. This was my prior life back in 1976. $9.99 for Chad. If you buy that, I will open it and sign it for you. The Brenda Lee story, her greatest hits, sealed $19.99 for Brenda Lee, and KD Lang and the Reclines. That's $9.99. So I think Paula got these two singles for $7 and $7. She did. Those are sold. And show me something special. Tony B. Daniel, thanks for tuning in. Sorry to hear about your dad's vehicle. Janet, are you sure you want to go to bed? We have 10 of Pentacles. Sam the Sham, 10 of Pentacles. Interesting. Sam the Sham is $14.99. A couple more singles coming at you right now. Lunch boxes, I know. Yep, Travis, yeah. Now you can get that for, you can get a Monsters used for probably a few $100s. Yeah, there's another one that sold mint for $2,200. They've gotten really expensive. I remember when I could get on there and buy a mint one for about $600 or $800, and that was just a couple years ago. Okay? That was just a couple years ago. So some of them have took exponential jumps. And I'm talking about dead mint, and I'm sick I passed on those, because now, unless I get lucky and find one somewhere in somebody's collection, which if somebody's going to have one, they're not going to have one that looks like that. Brand new, that's extremely rare. It's like saying you're only going to buy, you know, perfect records of every rare pressing out there. It's just, you're going to be waiting your whole life. You can at least buy one and maybe upgrade later. We have Rawhide and we have the Rapiers. And those are $5 and $5 starts. Those are up for bid right now. The Rapiers and the Rawhides. I messed up by putting two R's, but just go ahead and spell them out. We have Roseanne Cash sealed for $14.99. How much is the Chad record? It is sealed for $9.99. And if you buy it, I'll open it and sign it for you. We have Marshall Tucker Band, $19.99, Where We All Belong, a 2 LP. Magic Threes, a jazz funk soul album, $19.99. So we did sell one of those Dan Arbachs for half price. I have one more if anybody wants one for half price. Man, I remember when these came out, we pre-sold a ton. $15. Because we just auctioned one for $15. I have another one, Dan Arbach, for just $15 sealed. Tony McDaniel says he'll take this. Good deal. Now, whoever tags this, set it aside for me, and we'll open that sucker up, and I will put the best signature I can put on that. Okay? Thank you. That's so to you. This is a new sealed copy of Right Out of the Cellar. Christine McVie, he says he's going to wait for an OG. No problem. That is a, like, near mint minus copy if anybody wants it. These two singles are 5 and 5. We have Sad Cafe. That is sealed for $9.99. Also, Aretha, 10 Years of Gold. Aretha is $19.99. 10 Years of Gold, $19.99. Chuck Berry in London, Record Store Day, sealed for $19.99. And Toussaint, as an Alan Toussaint, a 2021 German reissue, $24.99. Jim B wants Seth. You can have them. Michael Remza on DA, and DA was for, oh, that last Dan Arbach for just $15. Yeah, great price on that. Oh, you were saying Seth is fired. Autocorrect. Yeah, or spell check. You got it. All right. Seth was actually here this morning. He was keying in the rest of y'all's records. So I pulled up at 4:30 a.m. Tanner pulled in about 4:31 a.m. and Seth got here about 4:35. And they were here pretty much all day keying in the last records that were needed to be keyed in before invoices. So they do get early starts. They get really early starts. Tanner goes to bed, gosh, and Seth, they was in bed hours ago. Of course, they do have pregnant wives. I'm the single bachelor who operates during the night. They're like on normal hours. So we all are about, I don't know. I'm about 1 year older than Tanner, and I think I'm about 6 months older than Seth. I think I'm about 1 year older than Tanner, and I think I'm 6 months older than Seth. So we're all pretty much the same age. We're all about 30, 29 or 30. So, or 28 and 29. I'm not 30 yet. 28 and 29, so. Yeah, Seth keys in records. He comes in, that's what he does. Seth, G, Rebecca, Tanner, Jake, Jill, Jack, they all key in stuff. It takes multiple people hours every week on those. All right, these are buy it nows for $5 and $5, rawhide and rapiers. Those are buy it nows, and I'm going to read these titles one more taunt. I said taunt because I said Alan Toussaint here for Adam Bernardi. This is a 2021 German reissue. Alan Toussaint is $24.99. Alan Toussaint is $24.99. All righty. Okay. And Arnold Adams. Tony McDaniel's already got Chad. Tony McDaniel's already got Chad. There we have it. Is that Jack that works here? I think it is. Adam Bernardi. And they do ABC order. They're present. I always have people observing me that work here too. They want to make sure I don't mess something up so they don't have to fix it later. But I do think it's pretty funny. We got a Jack and a Jill and a Julie working here. And a Jake. A Jack, Jill, Julie, and Jake. Jack, Jill, Julie, Jake. And we got Paul and John. No George yet. We're still looking for a Ringo. I got Seth's probably watching too. You never know about that rascal. He's probably tuned in right now trying to figure out how to sabotage something. No, he went to bed hours ago. Otherwise, what's her name? Rachel. She'll chew his butt out. All right. Next thing we have here. Anna G. Jack, Jill, G. So many names. Welcome, Jack. We have the black and whites. Now, the black and whites here was a $5 start. This has a lot of stuff in it. This had a receipt. Another receipt from Rocket Scientist. And Rocket Scientist Records, New York. I'll leave all that with it, probably where it was bought. Actually, it's still in the Rocket Scientist Records sleeve. Does that place still exist? Rocket Scientist Records, that's 2007 is when the receipt's from. $5 start on that. And then here is the Count Bishop's Taking It Easy. Those are $5 start, okay? Now, the first thing we have, Tim Colino wants blacktop if Brandon doesn't. Okay, Tim Colino gets blacktop. I'm about to read through these one more time. And then John Dodd wants, oh, I didn't pull that. Yes, I remember you want that. This goes to John Dodd, okay? And then there's our next singles. Let's read through these one more time. Welcome, everybody. And we're going to read through these one more time. So it's 11:30. We're about to knock out this crate. I'm about to do a quick recap of just one other crate from the night. And we're about to get into some vintage bins, okay? Or discount bins, which is, quote, vintage bins. Here we go. So if you need any other information, let me know. These are sticker price new arrivals. Buddy Miles Live, VG Plus $12.99. Christopher Cross is VG $9.99. We have the Ritchie family, African Queens, EX $12.99. Camel, I Can See Your House From Here, VG Condition $9.99. Graham Parker and the Rumor, the Parker Gorilla, VG $9.99. The Builders, This is indie exclusive colored vinyl, sealed, $29.99. So Count Bishop's has a bid for $5. The Black and Whites has a bid for $5. Brian Ferry's a 1980 Japanese pressing. So Japanese, beautiful, just no obi. Brian Ferry from Roxy Music, $24.99 on that. Paula also bid $5 on Black and Whites. Robert already had bid $5. And we have Lou Reed, a record store day on burgundy colored vinyl. There is a scene bump at the top, $27.99. 2 more records. Can't believe no one got Thin Lizzy. It is a reissue, but $34.99. Evening Star, Frippinino, EX, $22.99, 75 UK. And then Paula, somebody had already bid $5 on Taking It Easy. So that already had a bid as well. Let's put up another, see if I can find another sealed record to reduce the price on. Dan Auerbach sold, it just didn't do too well. Those, no, not those. Do I have anything over here remotely close I could possibly, potentially auction? Let me see what is in this bin. I think this is going to be our next bin. Probably a great half-off crate here. This would be a great, probably half-off crate here to do. Probably, most likely. You never know. I got to go through these No FX records at some point. They've been over here laying around forever. Next is Belle de Jour, Saint Tropez, sealed for $9.99. Loving is Living, this is $14.99. The McCrarys, R&B and Soul. The Tramps, The Whole World's Dancing, sealed $14.99. Roxy is still available, $9.99. James Taylor, $14.99 in the pocket. Sea Level is sealed for $9.99. Precious Metal, right here, right now, $24.99 on Precious Metal. And Foxy is sealed for $9.99. The Brenda Lee Story, Her Greatest Hits, sealed $19.99. Katie Lang is $9.99. 10 of Pentacles, Sam the Sham, $14.99. Roseanne Cash's Greatest Hits, unopened, just $14.99. Count Bishop's is at 7. Count Bishop's is at 7, and Black and White's is at 6. So Paul is leading the Black and Whites at 6, and the Count Bishop's at 7 with William Dragovich. Marshall Tucker, Up Where We All Belong, that's $19.99. Sad Cafe is sealed for $9.99. Aretha, 10 Years of Gold, $19.99. Respect, Thank, Seesaw, Rocksteady. And we have Chuck Berry in London, sealed $19.99. Did I say no FX? I did, but I was just screwing with somebody who's currently watching this video, who is possibly the biggest no FX collector in the world. And he has bought a lot from us, and he wishes he could buy more. But I'm pigeonholing. Ever heard that claim? Ever heard that term before? That phrase, pigeonholing? I'm pigeonholing. I'm holding them back. I'm not letting them have them yet. We're going to wait for the right time, at the right day, at the right moment. Pigeonholing. How did that term originate? Somebody was holding a pigeon and not telling somebody. They were pigeonholing. All right, very quickly, tonight's newest new vinyl is coming at you right now. This is the newest stuff. We had 4 crates of new vinyl. It's going to take me 30 seconds to read through all these. If you didn't hop on until right now, you may have missed something, okay? First thing we have is Thin Lizzy's $34.99. This was a new pre-order. Everybody got one. I've got extras. Wasp, yellow and black vinyl, $36.99 for Wasp. We have Shuggy Otis, Inspiration Information, $39.99. The Ronettes, Be My Baby, $39.99. Stone Sours, $44.99. Music on Vinyl, Rob Zombie, $34.99. Oingo Boingo, Red Vinyl, Weird Science, Dead Man's Party, $34.99. The Hook soundtrack, John Williams, limited to 2,000, $46.99. The Doors is $64.99, 2LP, Analog Productions. White Zombie 38, the new Billy Idol album, comes out Friday. Dream into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies left. $33.99. Venom is $34.99. Venom is $33.99. Peter Gabriel, $33. Nirvana, live in Madrid, doing Nevermind and More, $29. Primus is $36. Silverchair is $39. Dune's $33. And Silverchair is $39. That's Silverchair live. All right. I'm kind of confused on these auctions. Count Bishops is sold to Paula for $7. And the Black and Whites is sold to Paula for $6. Okay? New auctions going up right now. Let's take a handful out of this New Orleans box and see what we can come up with. Blacktop Mojo. Yes, that's sold to Tim Colino Jr. Next is the Chicanes. Further Thoughts, Cry a Little, the Chicanes. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And the Manor Freaks Morto Attack. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We got all kinds of cool stuff still left here. All kinds of cool stuff still left here. William Dragovich said challenge. And let me see what he's challenging. Okay. Which one was it? Had CB before William. Count Bishops. That's right. William has Count Bishops at 7. Paula, you're out. Paula, I think I said you were out and I never did hear back from you. So one more chance to bid on the Count Bishops. The Count Bishops. The Black and Whites went to Paula for $6. This is very confusing. Like every time y'all bid, y'all were tied. And then it seemed like y'all stayed tied. And then the Count Bishops is at 7. And Paula, you get one more chance to bid on that. Otherwise, I got to sell it to William. And if you can bid fast, that would greatly be appreciated. And then there's those and there's those. They already have bids, okay? And let me adjust my neck before I continue. All right, that was quick, right? I told you I'd go through that quick crate. Silverchair, Dune, Silverchair, Primus, Nirvana, Peter Gabriel, Venom, Billy Idol, White Zombie, Doors, Hook, Oingo Boingo, White Zombie, Stone Sour, Ronettes, Shuggy Otis, and Wasp. All right. There's those. Put those right here behind me. And now let's go through some discount bins, as promised. Probably for the rest of the night as we just basically try to sell some more records. That's why we're here, to sell records every night and sell off these 10 billion singles, which seems like they're never ending. Just when I think maybe like, oh no, where's the next box? Have we finally ran out? And I'm like, oh, never mind, false alarm. Here's 3 more boxes to keep us busy for the rest of the month. And then I'm like, all right, well, we're through, April. Is there any left? Oh, yep, here's 3 more boxes. That'll keep us busy through June. All right. And William Drogovich does get the Count Bishops for 7. Freaks is sold to Robert Warner for 6. And what about the Chicanes? It was a no bid. It is a buy it now for $5. Let's go through a half off crate. Hopefully we can sell everything in here. That would pretty much fill up a whole nother crate over here next to me. That would be great. The kind of way I look at it is if I can sell a crate of records, boom, crate gone, 1 crate gone, another crate gone, another box of singles gone, another box of singles gone. That's what I try to do. First thing we have is the Astronauts. The Phantom Surfers, Safari Dark Eyes, and it may be split with the Astronauts. It is. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And the next single is World of Birds, It Came to Me. That's, I think, a reissue of a rare single on Decca Decoy. $5 start on that, all right? And then how do we buy the price records? You just claim whatever you want. You claim whatever you want. If you're first, it's sold to you. If you're second, I'll call off whoever's first and second, and that is until they're all gone and everything's sold. $7 in limited shipping. Actually, whatever's left, we try to bundle it and do a deal on it. But, yeah, $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Half off bin. First is Bill Lloyd, Feeling the Elephant, a 1987 Paul has a note, Nashville legend, Bill Lloyd. The half off price is now $10. $10 on that. I'm going to be auctioning a bunch of singles. You bid in the comments, you buy in the comments, you don't have to be pre-registered. Another Bill Lloyd. We have 2 copies, $10 each on Bill Lloyd. Next is Naughty Sweeties Live. That's a 1981 US. That's sealed. Now just $5. Riding High, Moxie, $7.50. Moxie. And Keep the Fire, Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins is sealed, $7.50. For who? Kenny Loggins. Sealed, $7.50. Storybook Children, Billy Vera and Judy Clay, has a hype sticker and contains the hit single Country Girl, City Man. That is $7.50 on Storybook Children. And Wild Machine Unplugged, featuring Van Gogh's Garden, a jazz album. What a wild cover. $5 on that. So here's the update. We have technically the Astronauts, and who was on the flip? The Phantom Surfer. So Astronauts 5, Q65 5. This is the Phantom, same thing, 5, now 7. Jim B wants the Chicanes for a $5 buy now. Patrick Lear on Moxie, cool stuff in here at half off. That's sold to Patrick for $7.50. Mary Miles on Kenny Loggins. That's sold to Mary Miles. And Josh White Jr. That is sealed, 1978, $5. Also, we have Vicious Circle Reflections, a hardcore album, a 1986 Australian press, now $12.50. $12.50 on that. Also, the Mamas and Papas VG Condition, $5. The Mamas and Papas self-titled VG5. We have Bases Loaded, Milt Hilton, Wendell Marshall, and Bull Ruther. A 1955 US mono, Bases Loaded. How cool is that? VG Plus, $10. The Phantoms / Astronauts is at 8. Q65 has a new bid with Jim for 6. That means Robert Warner's out. Paula, you're second on Moxie. Next in the half-off bin is Nymphs and Satires, a 77 US private press folk album, VG Plus $7.50, and REO Speedwagon is EX Condition, $6.50. REO Speedwagon, wow, seems like a great price on that. And Snuff Night Fighter, 83 US EX Edition, $5. Michael Remza on Bases Loaded. Thank you, Michael Remza. Grog, you were second. Chuck Haley first, though, on Mamas and Papas. Also, we have Death Haven, Ordinary Corrupt Human Love, VG Condition, $7.50. Q7's at 7. Phantoms at 8 with William, a.k.a. the Astronauts. Talks with Ravens is out, so we're about to sell that for 8. And Quiver is a 71 US EX Condition, $9. Let me see if that box of CDs, did I bring that back here? I have a great box of CDs to auction. I was going to start trying to slip those in for the 3rd and 4th auctions. Did I bring it back here, though? Let me step up front. I mean, one's a killer, like $100 David Bowie CD, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure Jim B will be highly interested. Let me go up here and see if I can find those. Yeah. Here's my next tricks of the night. Give me 1 second to get all these up and rolling. And cool stuff in here in the half-off bin, as y'all are seeing. About to start reading off the rest of these, update all these auctions. I hope everybody's having a great Monday night. We are here. Hopefully, you're here in mind and spirit, and your spirits are high to buy records right now. And here we are. So I'll warm up with a, yeah, so the guy had priced some of these records, put a crazy price on this CD. I'm going to start it for $15. David Bowie Space Oddity. Incredible CD. I think these are weird because when you go to look them up, like prices vary so much, and I don't really understand it. I've had a couple people give me a rundown on CDs before, but man, some of these are just as expensive as an OG record or more. So this is David Bowie Space Oddity. You can tell it's one of those earlier CDs. Just absolutely incredible. It had a really high price on it, but like, I don't think I could get that on Discogs. Maybe it might take a long time. And I know I don't think I could get that here, but we're about to find out because I'm going to start it for $15. David Bowie Space Oddity. So that's up for bid. $15 start. Beautiful CD. Incredible. $15 start on that. I'll let y'all be the determiner, but I think it is a $100 CD. Like, I think fairly it would be reasonably at $100. All right, Q is sold to William Drugovich for $7. And then the split record is sold to William Drugovich for $8. Greg Beddinger got REO Speedwagon. Gary Wellman got Quiver. And let's get back to the half-off stuff and more singles. David Bowie already has a bid for $15. The Mystic Moods Awakening, 1973 US, VG Plus, $7.50. The Mystic Moods Awakening, VG Plus, $7.50. Bobby Short loves Cole Porter, a 71 white label promo, EX condition, $5. We're going through a half-off bin. Morning Star, excuse the nudity there, Venus, that's EX, $6.50. And we have Larry Hart, Heart and Soul. Larry Hart's a 78 US Disco Funk album, EX, $9. And The Ventures play Telstar, EX, $6.50. All right, new single. And my plan is, I mean, hopefully y'all are all here with me for a long time, as in tonight, tomorrow, months and weeks from now. Weeks and months, if not years from now, because my plan is to eventually, every night, have 4 auctions up and rolling. Record, and then whatever right here. It could be a 45, cassette, at some point CD, book, guitar pick, whatever it may be. But right now we're just we just chip away, you know, until we get all that stuff sold. Like everything in the store. So whether it's a book, magazine, whatever I make and sell. So and then we have Purple Wizard. That's a $5 start. That's up for bid. Back up to the top. So Bowie had bids for 15, 16, 18, 16. Gary Wellman on MS. Morning Star. That's sold to him. Adam Bernardi on Bobby Short. That's sold to him. David Bowie 20. Wait, $100 CD. CDs can sell for 100. CDs can sell for hundreds. Some CDs out there can sell for hundreds of dollars. Some can sell for over 1,000. The Ventures is sold to Chuck Haley. Chuck Haley, that's sold to you. Thank you. Let's keep going through more. Next is Purple Wizard, $5 start. We have The Worst of PDQ Bach. That's EX, $6.50. And Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose, $10 on Gordon Lightfoot. That is Dream Street Rose. Also, Little River Band, $5 on Little River Band. And Pat Travers, Putting It Straight. Pat Travers, $10. Also, Dan Seals, $5 and Dan Seals. Dan Seals, $5. Some cases are 25 cents. Yeah, CDs can range from a nickel to 1,000, kind of like a record. Just depends on what it is. This is David Bowie Space Oddity. It is PCD. That catalog number is PCD 1-4813. PCD 1-483. My cousin, a retired school teacher, he priced a bunch of these for me, and that's what he came up with that one last June. I've had it behind the counter, been meaning to put it on an eBay auction. I'm like, no, I'm just going to let it roll here. Whatever it brings, whatever it brings. It's at $22. Susie Breelove on Gordon Lightfoot, that's sold. Todd Saw, I'm going to make sure we get you a Peter Frampton, okay? And it'll be I'll make sure we get you one, okay? Sorry, the unfortunate, the way things fell earlier, but I'll make sure you get one, I promise. My word to you sending me subs, my word to your kindness of sending food here the other night, I will make sure we get you a Frampton and a sticker, because I think that was part of the deal originally when I think you sent some food here, right? I know you sent food here, but I think it was part of like, hey, I might need a sticker in there too. Arnold albums, I'll make sure you get that. Well, that album can come through quite often. Actually, we should have plenty back there. Arnold Adams, what is PC5? If you knew Susie Quattro, Susie is $12.50, and Robin Trower Live, Robin Trower's $9, and then Johnny Cash, Greatest Hits Volume 1, $12.50. Wow, what a beautiful copy. Columbia 2i, $12.50 on that. And Air Supply's Greatest Hits, $5. Fantastic, half off here. Half off here. And we have Willie Nelson. This is Without a Song, $7.50. $7.50. And the Best of Buck Owens, $5. Best of Buck Owens, $5. Okay? Now, David Bowie, Michael Remza has it for $26. Von Stom on JC, that's for the Johnny Cash. Very nice copy there. Susie was second, then Corey Ross, Alan Hagen on DS, and DS was for Dan Seals possibly. Gary Wellman on JC, that's Johnny Cash, You Were Next. And then Gary Wellman first on Willie Nelson, Chuck next on Johnny Cash, Bowie at 27, Jackie first on Air Supply, Chuck Haley first on Buck Owens. Purple Wizard is a $5 buy it now, unless that's what Arnold was trying to bid on. So Purple Wizard's a $5 buy it now. PS is Pat Seals. PS, Pat Seals. DS for Dan Seals. Right? Wait a minute. What happened? Did I miss something? And then Greg Beddinger second on Cash and Buck. We have Dolly, that's $12.50. The Bowie CDs at $29. Y'all are a long ways to $100. Probably the bids need to start going 30, 35, 40, 45. Sawyer Brown Shakin', $10 on Sawyer Brown. John Schneider trying to outrun the wind, $7.50. Jim B says he's out on Bowie. It may be a $29 winning bid. Final call. The next New Orleans single I have is the Jasmine Minx. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Jasmine Minx. $5 start on that. Now up for bid. Ignore my comment. Okay, I can do that. Jerry Lee Lewis, When Two Worlds Collide. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. And Gary Lewis and the Playboys, New Directions. $5. Gary Lewis and the Playboys. Nice with the original on her sleeve. $5 on that. The David Bowie CD, Space Oddity. One more look at it. It's in a nice resealable bag. Pretty early CD, I think, from, based on when these things will first start being made. Beautiful disc. I've already pulled it out. PCD-1483. And I think certain copies of these have sold up there in triple digits. This is at $29 with Michael Remza, and he is about to get it, okay? And then the Jasmine Minx has a bid for $5. Arnold Adams, I'm still trying to figure out what your PC5 was for. Purple Wizard's a buy it now for $5. It's still available. Before I go any further, I'm going to go ahead and put up another CD. This is sealed. It's never been opened. It's a remaster of Kiss, Dress to Kill. Sealed Kiss remaster, $7 start on Dress to Kill. That's now up for bid. Sealed CD there, Dress to Kill. Also, Steve Walsh, Schemer Dreamer. Steve Walsh is $10. Joe Walsh recorded live, $7.50. New bid on David Bowie for $30. We're not done. David Bowie's now at $30. Also, Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is $15. Kiss has a bid for $7. The Best of Michael Martin Murphy, $6.50. And Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur, $10 on Rick Wakeman. This does have the book with it. No condition notes, just $10 on that. So, Michael, you're out on Bowie. You're back in on Bowie on 32 on that. And then the Jasmine Minks. Ignore my comment, please. Okay, just making sure. And then Gary Wellman on JJ. And JJ's for Jerry Jeff. That's so to Gary Wellman. That'll go good with your autograph, right? Gary, if that record pops up, I owe you a copy of Don't Let Me Forget, okay? And then Tony put wow, and Chuck Haley put MMM. Chuck Haley gets Michael Martin Murphy. That is sold. And we have Music of the African Arab. Excuse her nudity. Pretend that's not there. Or you can pretend it's there. $10 on that. And the fabulous French singing star of Muriel Mathieu, $10. Paula on Rick Wakeman, that's sold. Now we have another out on Bowie. We're going to sell it for $32. Jasmine Minks, just one bid to Jim B for $5. That is sold. And now I feel like we already had this tonight. So here's another opportunity. Rat Tail Comb, Plastic Land. Rat Tail Comb is going to go up for a $5 start. Next is African Ceremonial and Folk Music, recorded in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. That's now $7.50. Now Kiss is at $8. Now Kiss is at $8. This is a sealed remaster of Dress to Kill. New bids are in on that. Willie Nelson is $7.50. A lot of bidding, a lot of bidders. I'm assuming we're done on David Bowie. I'm not for sure. Rare, mastered. I think it's just early. I'm not for sure. Let me scan it again and see what comes up. It is a final call. About to drop the hammer. It could be the mastering. Yeah, I mean, the last one sold in September for $130. It's a weird deal. It's like they've sold expensive, and then there's some cheaper, so it's kind of all over. The first CD release, yeah, the first CD release of Space Oddity, the CD features 72. I think it's just a rare CD, made in Japan. Yeah, I think it's just collectible because it's the first Space Oddity CD. Yeah, and the last one did sell for $130. Before that, $75, and before that, $50. So, and then before that, $18. But however, this one I will say is dead mint. But it's trending upwards. I like the way that curve is going, up, up, up. So, yeah, pretty interesting. It is a pricey CD. And it's a final call for $32. Kiss is still getting bids. The name of the Willie Nelson is called What Can You Do to Me Now? What Can You Do to Me Now? $7.50. What Can You Do to Me Now? We have Almond Brothers and Latin Rogues, $10 on the Almond Brothers, and Rachel Sweet, and Then He Kissed Me, $7.50. I'm very excited to get into our CD stashes. Man, it's going to be like records. There's no telling what kind of CDs we have stored back there. Probably first issues, first time on vinyl, or first time on CD. Great mastering on certain things. There's no telling what. We have stacks of them back there just layered. There is no telling. Smith in shrink wrap minus plus. Smith is just $12.50. All right, so Kiss is at 11. Michael Remza, you're out. Alan Hayes it. But after a long battle and many explanations, I think this is done. It is. It's sold to Michael Remza for $32. All right, and then Rat Tail is sold for $5, and that is sold to Paula. And we have Little Feet, Hoy Hoy. Little Feet is $17.50. It also has the book with it. Very nice. And now Kiss is at $12 with Michael Remza. Let's grab another New Orleans single, and this is The Satins. And The Satins is on the Zork label, You'll See Me Cry. And the B-side on that is Bad Woman, $5 start. Did you already go through the box? I did. If you see something, if you're probably asking about Rat, Rat is a new sealed remaster with lenticular cover. That's why it is changing colors. It's on splatter vinyl. It's got the 7-inch. It's $49.99. Rat is $49.99. New sealed remaster. Next is Michael Remza on Little Feet. That's so to Michael Remza. He's out on Kiss. Now Alan has that for $13. We also have Bread. Bread is $5. That's actually the first crate we went through about 7 hours ago. That's the first crate we went through about 7 hours ago. That's what I started the show with. Pure Prairie League, Can't Hold Back, $7.50. George Thorogood is $10. And Tina Turner, Private Dancer. What's Love Got to Do with It? $12.50. All right, so Kiss is sold to Alan Hagen for $13. The Satins, some may call them the Satans, but they're a $5 start. Todd, you did not get the cash. You were actually pretty far down the list, unfortunately. There were several people next in line on cash. We got Matt Curtis. Matt Curtis, the terrific rock and roller from Texas. He's a $5 start. There's our 2 New Orleans singles. And now another CD. Let me find that other one I had over here. I think some of these other ones are like wickedly just kind of pricey, and I don't know why, or I hadn't really figured it out yet. This one, I don't know if this is the one that he actually had found, but it is Japanese, but he had a big price on it, but I just didn't quite understand it. It is Japanese. It could be a different version he went in and found, because there are some other Japanese CDs, but this is Bourgeois Tag, and this is a $7 start. And I'm not for sure what he found here, but it is a Japanese CD, Bourgeois Tag. And I mean, he had a huge, some of these that he priced really high, we set them aside. I was like, why is this $160? I still hadn't figured this one out. I don't know what he found that day that I can't find, but that's a $7 start on Bourgeois Tag. $7 start on that. And then next comment is Gary Wellman wants Allman Brothers title. Enlightened Road. Oh, did I not pull those for you? Hold on a second. Actually, I missed some stuff. Gary Wellman said sold on Willie Nelson, and then Gary Wellman on the Allman Brothers, and that's called Enlightened Rogues. So Gary, Willie, and Allman Brothers is sold to you unless you say otherwise. We sold Little Feet, and then Adam Bernardi was first on Bread, and then Tina Details. No condition notes. There is some wear and possibly staining on the back cover, but it is a clean copy, $12.50. Greg Beddinger second on Bread, Chuck Haley third, and Bourgeois Tag does have a bid for $7. These 45s do not get bids. The Satins and Matt Curtis are $5 and $5. Those are buy it nows. Little River Band is $5. Sleeper Catcher. 38 special, Wild Eyed Southern Boys, $12.50. That is the half off price. That was $24.99. Rick Wakeman is $10, No Earthly Connection, and Saga is just $7.50, worlds apart. Adam Bernardi does want Tina Turner. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. All right, so I think it's time for me to group together some NOLA stuff. So, whoop, don't mean to bump the camera. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 NOLA records, $18. So instead of 5, 5, 5, and 5, and 5, 3, 3, 3, and 3. So those 6 for $18. NOLA bundle. That will reduce the no bid pile a little bit smaller. I know somebody will take them for that. And then Traffic. The Traffic album that was in here, unless there's another one, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Now, we've got it in a MoFi sleeve, which looks a little weird because it's in a die-cut cover. It does have the original die-cut jacket and the original inner sleeve. And the price on Traffic is $10. Great album. Next is Melissa Bailey. She was first on 38 Special, then Von Stom, then Todd Saw. Patrick Lear first on Saga. Paula was next on Saga. And there was only one bid on Bourgeois Tag. Final call for $7. And then Michael Remza wants Traffic. Let me make sure Lonesome Loser doesn't want it. And then Susie Dolly is $12.50. Dolly, Dolly, Dolly is the name of the album by Dolly Parton. $12.50 on that. That was a great half off bin. I mean, I think we've sold half. I would love, usually the second read through, we sell another half. How about another sealed Kiss CD? How about their classic debut, Kiss, the remasters? Kiss, self-titled, $7 start. Sealed CD, $7 start. Let's also sell Bourgeois Tag to Michael Remza for $7. And NOLA bundle, $18. Somebody's got to buy it before I put up another NOLA single. In the meantime, I'm going to put up another CD. And I think this is another pretty desirable deal here. It usually is with this band, Wasp. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. Wasp. This is Animal, F Like a Bee, specially priced compact single, gatefold, and Show No Mercy. Wasp is a $7 start. This was in our collectible CD box that I've brought up tonight. Collectible CD box for the next 12 hours. I'm going to be live standing right here selling CDs one after another. I'm not going to take a break. I'll be here till 12 noon tomorrow. 12 hours straight of auctioning CDs. Who can hang with me? Alan Hagan just bid 8 on Bourgeois Tag. I've already sold it. I already sold it for 7. I didn't think anybody else was going to bid. Kiss is a $7. Wasp is a $7 start. Let's read through the half-off records one more time. Next is Bill Lloyd, Feeling the Elephant. Bill Lloyd is $10. We have Bill Lloyd, $10. Jim B's in a Wasp at 7. Naughty Sweeties Live, sealed, $5. Storybook Children, Billy Vera and Judy Clay, $7.50. Wind Machine Unplugged featuring Van Gogh's Children, $5. Wasp has another bid for 7. Josh White, it is sealed. There is a tear in the shrink wrap, but it's only $5. Nobody on the NOLA bundle, 6 records, $18. Who wants them? $3 a piece. Before the next NOLA bundle record is shown, where's William Drugovich? Where's everybody at? Next is a hardcore album, unclaimed. Vicious Circle, Reflections, 1986, now $12.50. Memphis and Satires, a 77 Private Press folk album. Private Press folk, VG Plus $7.50. WAS 7, WAS 7, WAS 9. No bids on Kiss. Final call. Are we done? Nobody wants to bid. I'm about to make it a buy it now. Also, Snuff, Night Fighter, EX $5, 1983 US. Death Haven, Ordinary Corrupt Human, VG $7.50. Michael Remza wants the Vicious Circle. That is sold to Michael Remza. The Mystic Moods, Awakening, VG Plus $7.50. Gary Wellman on Vicious Circle. Now Kiss has a bid for 7. Also, we have Eternity, a 1973 U.S. Christian rock album, VG Plus $5. We have Larry Hart, 1978 U.S. Disco Funk, EX $9. The price, I'm telling you, is the half-off price. No more, no less. We have The Worst of PDQ Bach with Professor Peter Schickel. That is EX $6.50. Now Kiss has a bid for 8. Now Wasp has a bid for 10. Little River Band, $5. Pat Travers, Putting It Straight, $10. If You Knew Susie Quattro, $12.50. Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker. Robin Trower Live, $9. No condition notes. Sawyer Brown, Shaken. Sawyer Brown's $10. John Schneider Shrink Wrap and Hop for $7.50. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. And Gary Lewis and the Playboys, New Directions, $5. Was 10, Was 12. Kiss is at 8 with Michael Remza. Patrick Foos out. Who wants the New Orleans bundle for $18? Do you know if you're getting Mad Season this week? Ooh, let me check. Let me make sure that's still coming out this week. Good question. Let me see what I can find out for you very quickly. Mr. Shakedown. I wish I could go back in time and go see David Gilmour with you. I messed up big time. I think about that often. Herb Albert, Machine Head. Herb Albert's about the ship. The picture disc. Machine Head's about the ship. The Nikos are about the ship. Robert Warner, if you're still watching, they're in my cart. What are we looking for? Mad Season. He told me I was getting them. Let me just make sure it hadn't been pushed back. He told me I was getting them, though. Let me find it on here. Mad Season above. There they are. Luckily, they hadn't been loaded yet. Mad Season is due out April 25th. That's this week, right? Yep. They're due out this week. I didn't even see them on the pre-order last night because they've already took them off. I am in for 60 copies, and he told me I was getting them. He told me I was getting them. So I hope so. But yeah, I have 60 copies on the way, evidently. Well, let me rephrase that. I have 60 ordered. They have not been released. And it was pushed back 5 weeks ago. It was pushed back to April 25th. And I think I have sold every copy. Right in here was like my 60th copies or so. So, yeah, I think they're going to be sold. On arrival, it looks like they're going to be sold out. But you should be getting one because right in here was like the 60th copy. I think it was with Spackle Tab or maybe Jeremiah. That was like the 60th maybe because a lot of people bought 2. So, yeah, we'll just see. Fingers crossed, okay? Stuff like that we don't know until they tell us. But it has not shipped as of right now. Okay, so WASP 10, WASP 12, then their shakedowns question. I'm glad you asked because I forgot about that. I forgot that was this Friday. The reason it's not even showing up because they don't even, you can't even look it up anymore. It's deleted. It's gone. So they've made them. They've already been made. They're not making any more. They're gone. Kiss is at 9. Jim's out on WASP. Chuck Haley wants Jerry Lee. William does take the NOLA bundle. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Those are also to William Drugovich. Now we can put up another one. No on the Almond Brothers you pull for me. Okay, Gary needs to put back the Almond Brothers. If anybody wants that, it's $10. Michael's out on Kiss. Greg's out on WASP. Time to sell some CDs and new auctions. Steve Walsh is $10. Joe Walsh is $7.50. You got Steve Walsh from Kansas. You got Joe Walsh from the Eagles and James Gang. African Arab is $10. Mariel Matthew is $10. African Ceremonial Folk Music is $7.50. Rachel Sweet, $7.50. Smith minus plus, $12.50. Pure Prairie League, $7.50. George Thorogood, $10. Little River Band, $5. Rick Waitman, $10. Dolly is sold to Susie Breedlove for $12.50. And then Traffic. I never did hear back from Lonesome Loser, so we will go ahead and sell this to Greg. No, did he want this? Yeah, he does want this, right? Lonesome Loser does want Traffic. Then Michael wanted it, and then Greg. Lonesome Loser, you did get it. I'm glad I scrolled back up. Thank you. Now the CDs are sold. First is Kiss. It's sold to Patrick Fu for $9. Wasp is sold to Michael Remza for $12. Nice CDs. Let's pull another one as soon as we sell Pure Prairie League to Gary. And now the next New Orleans single is gonna up right now. It's called Fireworks. Baby Go. That one looks cool. Fireworks. Baby Go. Don't Let It Go. Has an insert with it. Human Fly Records. $5 on that. Almond Brothers is sold to Arnold Adams. Thank you. And then the next CD, I have another Kiss, but let's jump over here to Steely Dan, Asia. Man, talk about a collectible band. You never know about stuff like this. So all these were tagged as like, you need to do further research. They could be quite pricey. I don't know. I spent some time. I listed a few on Discogs, Boney M, and they hadn't sold yet. I've got a few on Discogs. I probably just need to pull them off and auction them to y'all at some point. And the rest, then I just did those, I think, because they were sealed. Because I hate grading CDs. Here's how I grade a CD. I look at it. It doesn't have a mark on it. I say it's perfect. And then if it has scuffs, I'll say it has a few scuffs, this scuffs. But there is CD grading definitions. I hadn't mastered those yet. Paul's really good at figuring that out. But there's Asia for a $7 start. Steely Dan, $7 start on Asia. And let's put up this CD. I think this was another good one too. This is limited to 3,000. That's what he had it stickered. I don't know how close that is. But it's Jefferson Airplane. It says audiophile recording mastered in high definition. 96 kilohertz, 24-bit. Legends of Rock, Jefferson Airplane, $7 start on that one. Great half off right there. Is anybody possibly interested in a bundle price? Interested? Possibly? Yes. I mean, I can at least price them out, see if anybody's interested. There's a lot still left in there. I will offer it. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. $150. That's probably another half off, approximately, of the half off. But that's if you buy all of them. I'll see the rest of that crate. Pretty good selection of music there. $150 with some interesting, some classics. $150. Asia has a bid for 7. Jefferson Airplane has a bid for 7. And Fireworks has a bid for 5. Any MoFi. I think I've got 2, but not back here. I think I've got a Steve Miller Band, Greatest Hits, and maybe a Queen. But I would love to sell that bundle for somebody. And then we can blow the air horn for the second time tonight. Oh, I never did blow it for George Jones. I'm going to have to do that tomorrow. I owe him an air horn for the Clint Eastwood. He got on and everything. I never did do that. Well, sugar. Blame it on the rain. Shame on the moon. What do y'all want to do? One more half-off crate? We still got 128 faithful people. Attendance is a little bit lower than normal for a Monday night at just 12:16. I think everybody's got the Monday blues. We've had a pretty busy week here. And it's been a fun night, though. We have sold a lot, especially in CDs and 45s as usual. Maybe one more half-off crate. I was hoping somebody'd buy the bundle. Man, some cool stuff in here. Smith. Pat Travers. Kansas, essentially. Mike Battery. That's a good suggestion. Let me go ahead and do that right now. All right. It's on red. Thank you. Well, who can we convince to buy this bundle for $150? I mean, just $150. Look at all the records you can add to your collection. All right, let's sell some auctions first. Fireworks is sold to Robert for $5. Jefferson Airplane still getting bids. Let's go ahead and sell Steely Dan just $7 to Grog, right? Yep, Aja. Jefferson Airplane still getting bids. Let's throw up another Kiss. Sealed, Music from the Elder, remaster. Kiss is going to go up for a $7 start. Sealed, Kiss remaster, $7 start on that. All right, I'm taking the half-off crate off the table. Bundle, all somebody has to do is say bundle sold. Bundle sold. All right. I'm changing crates. Let's find something to go through. Let me walk over here to my stash. It's called the Wall of Crates. What's over here? I don't know. Let me squat down here if I can and figure it out. Clapton, Doors, Otis, Captain Beyond, Arctic Monkeys, Rancantors, Blue October. How about we go through this crate? Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer, which you're still going to get stuff discounted. You're still going to get stuff at great prices. You just got to make the offers, or if you don't want to make an offer, you can go ahead and just buy it. There is some new and sealed stuff in here too. Kiss has a bid for 8. Jefferson Airplanes at 14 with Robert. And we are about to sell that. Let's grab the next New Orleans single. It is the Chimpanzees on yellow vinyl. Let's Get Pregnant. A $5 start on that. Chimpanzees. A yellow vinyl single, $5 start. This crate is going to be a buy it now best offer bin, which means first come, first serve, no more, no less. Let's get it going. I may look up some of these last few obscure cassettes I have over here too. Try to get some of this stuff sold. All right. So if you're sticking with me, I may get into some deep cut stuff here. I like deep cuts. Let me see what these bizarre cassettes are here. Some of them aren't bizarre. They just look bizarre. I'm going to try to check some of them right quick. At least try to figure out what they are, or at least maybe tell you what kind of music. I think this is the name of an album. Yeah. Wool. Yeah, that's the name of an album, box set. I was trying to figure out what this is. Wool box set. I think this is an advanced promo. Buy it now, $5. Wool box set. Buy it now, $5. That's an advanced promo, okay? Kiss is at 10. Kiss is at 11. Jefferson Airplane. Robert Warner. Got it for $14. And here's the first buy it now best offer record. We got 2 of them. This is Camp Low, Uptown Saturday Night, with that Marvin Gaye top artwork on there. Sealed for $44.99. Camp Low, Uptown Saturday Night. I just saw balloons. Right, yeah, look, I can make it happen again. I throw up the peace sign, deuces, and balloons will appear. Evidently, there's other stuff I can do, but like if I hold up my thumb, it shows a like button as well, which means you got to lock the crates. Or excuse me, you got to lock the post. You can lock the crates too. Next is Blue October, Spinning the Truth Around Part 1, sealed for $39.99, Blue October, and Willie Carlisle, Critterland. Willie Carlisle is an Appalachian folk album, $27.99. So Blue October and then Willie Carlisle, Appalachian folk, those are $27.99. Kiss at 11, Patrick's out. The Chimpanzees is a buy it now for $5. The Chimpanzees, buy it now for $5. New Orleans single. It is available. Let's grab a new handful out of here and see what we got. Here is the Original Sins. This one's going to go up for a $5 start. The Original Sins, Alice D. and Dizzy on green vinyl. The Original Sins, $5 start. Kiss is now at 12 with Patrick Fu. We also have the Rancantors. The Rancantors, Help a Stranger, sealed, just $24.99. I got a bunch of those. I'll go ahead and discount it for you. $19.99 for a new sealed Third Man record pressing, pressed in Detroit, Michigan. The Rancantors, Help a Stranger, a highly regarded album. $19.99 if anybody wants one. I've got a bunch of them. I've got several of them. Kiss is sold to Patrick Fu for $12. Thank you. Original Sins is a $5 start. I have the last Kiss remaster CD of the night. Destroyer, new and sealed, remaster Kiss Destroyer CD, $7 start. $7 start. Here's a pricey CD. I remember looking this one up. That's what he had it stickered at one point. Dead on the Heavy Funk, James Brown, 1975-1983. It's a 2-disc James Brown compilation. $7 start on James Brown. $7 start. It's a 2-disc James Brown compilation. And this is, yeah, last sold 28. Some have sold for as much as $130. Now, that's probably some kind of sealed, maybe overseas deal, but still, James Brown, $7. Original Sins, $5 start. Anybody want a Rancantors? Kiss is at 7. Kiss is at 7. And then we have Blues from Chicago to Paris. And this is Kenny Blues, Boss Wayne. Sealed, a 2022 pressing on colored vinyl, $24.99. Nobody on the Rancantors. We have 3 of those. And then also 197206, Philophobia by Arab Strap. First ever vinyl U.S. release. That is sealed for $29.99. I have 1. I have 2. Also, we have 1 copy of Arctic Monkeys. Humbug, 1 copy for $29.99. James Brown has bids for 7, 7, 7, 7, 8. 4 bidders already on that one. Kiss is at 10. Original Sin has a bid for 5. So everything has bids. Original Sins is a final call for 5. Just so you know, that's where we're at on that. And it is a final call. Okay. Next in the Buy It Now Best Offer bin is Captain Beyond. Awesome. Live, April 30th, 1972. It's on etched vinyl. It's a live Captain Beyond, $26.99. I have 3 or 4 of those. Otis Spann is the blue. A Bernie Grumman remaster from the original master tapes from Candid. A 2022 remaster. Feels like it's well done. $24.99 for Otis Spann. We have 3, 4 of those. Now, Also, we have Janet offered 20 on the Arctic Monkeys. That's sold to Janet for $20. Mason wants a Rancantors. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Who else wants one? And right now, James Brown's at $16. Kiss is at $11. Patrick Fu bid first. The Original Sins sold just one bid for $5. Original Sins, William Drugovich gets that for $5. Let's grab another one over here from the New Orleans single. And the next one we have, what a cool cover on this one. Web of Mystery. This is pretty cool looking. The Fiends, the Bread Makers, the Flipped Wigs, and the Others. Kind of like a Frankenstein deal cover going on here. That's the Web of Mystery, a $5 start. That is now up for bid. Also, we have Blind Willie McTell, Atlanta 12-string. A sealed, unopened music on vinyl pressing for $24.99. And B.B. King, Easy Listening Blues. That is sealed for $21.99. And yes, the Kiss CD is still tied. Patrick Fu bid first at $11, and then Todd Saw, You Tied 'em. Otis is sold for $19 to Patrick Lear. Does anybody else want one for $19? James Brown's now at $22 with Michael Remza. Web of Mysteries, a $5 start. Robert's in. Blue Shout by Leo Wright. That's sealed for $29.99. Blue Shout. Now we're about to get into some OG stuff. The first thing is Lou Reed, New York. A 1989 original SRC pressing, perfect in shrink wrap. Original under sleeve, $39.99. Robert's out on the James Brown CD. Michael has that for $22. Making sure Todd didn't want to bid again on Kiss. James Brown still getting bids, though. And Web of Mystery has a bid for $5 of Robert Warner. Also, Chameleon, Technicolor, 82 US with a promo insert poster, $29.99 on Chameleon. And Orleans, Let There Be Music, $9.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. Another Otis Spawn sold for $19 to Adam Bernardi. I have, I think, 2 left if anybody else wants one for $19. I can't believe the Web of Mystery is about to sell for $5 just based on the cover alone. Let me slay over here and grab our next single. I'm going to go ahead and be getting it on deck. I'm about to sell it, or I'm about to sell something, and Kiss is sold to Patrick Fu for $11. Now we have the Primate 5 going up. The Primate 5 is going to go up for a $5 start. This is the Nova EP, the Primate 5, $5 start on that. James Brown's at $25. I think we found our high bidder of Michael Remza. Lonesome Loser wants one of those Otis Spans. There's one left for $19. Patrick got that one kick-started. Now there's one left. Paul Simon Graceland, $29.99. This is a buy it now or best offer, $29.99. Grog on Leo Wright for $20. Leo Wright is sold for $20 to Grog. I'm making deals. I'm letting them fly. Outlaw Blues Band breaking in. An original 69 US VG condition, $49.99. It is VG. Outlaw Blues Band, $49.99. Web of Mystery, just one bid. So to Robert Warner for $5. The Primitive 5 is a $5 start. Robert's in. And James Brown is sold to Michael Remza for $25. Our next CD is going to go up for auction right now. And actually, I think, let's see here. I think it's this, yeah. This Chicago's really good. Made in Japan, a Japanese Chicago, and it's called Chicago Live in Japan, which is one of those deals, it was only released in Japan. Vinyl CD. I don't think this ever has had a true U.S. release. Very nice. Just like Japanese records. Amazing packaging on these. I actually need to look into getting some of these wholesale vintage and originals. But, I mean, it's textured. It looks so nice, as you can imagine. Japanese quality. Chicago, $7 start. Chicago, Live in Chicago, $7 start. Very nice. Let's get that back in the baggie. That has protected it so well. That's going to go up for a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Chicago. Now let's grab another CD. And the other CD is going to be, I think it was, I can't remember. Maybe this one. Let's see here. It's sealed. It's Joe Jackson. Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Sealed, $7 start. It's unopened. $7 start on Joe Jackson. Okay, now what else do we have going? Primate 5, Primate 6. Chicago 7, Chicago 7, Chicago 8, Chicago 10. We are in the middle of a buy now best offer bin. Primate, Robert Warner, you're out. Just FYI. Bruce Palmer. Bruce Palmer is VG $29.99. VG $29.99. The Doors live at the Hollywood Bowl, $24.99. The Doors live at the Hollywood Bowl, $24.99. Chicago CD is not sealed. It's in a resealable baggie. If it was, I just opened it for the first time. But no, it is dead mint. I mean, it's pretty much 9.8 out of 10. It's like new. Very, very nice. Tom Jones live at Caesar's Palace, EX $9.99. The Chambers Brothers VG $9.99. It just comes in a resealable bag. I don't think those ever came sealed. It's just in a resealable bag. And if it was sealed, I opened it for the first time. Hall & Oates $19.99. And Clapton is VG $12.99. Clapton VG $12.99. Boy, Chad's getting hungry all of a sudden. Whew. Late night rush. Let me look at another one of these cassettes here. I don't know if I have time to look at them or not. They're just so, some of them are so bizarre looking. Well, we don't have an open, well, we kind of have an open spot. I think it's privately released stuff. Who knows? We're about to find out, though. I've got about 5 more to sell. Okay, so Primate 7, Chicago 12, Primate 8. Now, the Doors is $18 and $20 offers. So 24. Patrick, it's yours, but it will be for 20. That's what Kenneth Russell offered after you. Chicago 13, Chicago 10. Paul Simon 20. Let's go ahead and sell that to Mason. Tom Jones. Janet, I'll do $7 on that. Clapton 10, and then Clapton at sticker price. So Gary, if you want Clapton, it will be $12.99. If not, Todd wants it. And then Joe Jackson. Did JJ get a bid? It hadn't. Final call to get a bid on that for 7. Patrick Fu said he will take the Doors for 20. Primate 5 is between Robert and William. Robert's out, so that's sold to William Dragovich for 8. Here's a very bizarre-looking cassette. It's called Violent Sons. I hadn't had a chance to check it. Looks like it's something privately released or something. Violent Sons, $5 start on that. Gary Willman said he will take Clapton at sticker price, okay? And Chicago is at 14, 14, and 14. We got a 3-way tie. And then Janet. Tom Jones 7. Oh, let me stretch my legs. Quick timeout. That felt good. All righty. Checking this email from Case Knives. We're about to start getting a lot of cool Case Knives for this year. They just sent me their officially licensed product catalog where I can order like Case Knives licensed by Jeep and Ford and Chevy and Ram and Dodge and John Deere and John Wayne and the Army and the Air Force. I like getting those kind of knives. Very cool stuff. Sold. Panning the Janet, Chicago. 14, 14, 15, 15, 15, 16. Joe Jackson's a $7 buy it now, night and day. $7 buy it now on Joe Jackson if anybody wants that sealed CD. And Janet said sold on Tom Jones for 7. Chicago now 16, 16. And let's put up another New Orleans single. Final call on that cassette to get a bid in for 5. And the next New Orleans single is right here. What an interesting deal here. Putty Cat, real cool. This is Thrilled to Wade Curtis and the Rhythm Rockers. That is a $5 start. Is Jack White on the Rancanteurs? He definitely should be. I'm pretty sure, right? That's his band. I'm pretty sure that's him. 1999. Pretty positive. Chicago's tied. Richard, Michael, and Tony are all within about $1. Richard leads at 16. There's Putty Cat, Mama Meow Wow. $5 start on that. Okay. Do you buy case knives, old 60s and 70s? I would love to buy those from you. I would love to buy those from you, yes. I'm looking for case knives, German knives, high quality vintage pocket knives. I hadn't bought a collection in a while. So let's read through these one more time. And Chicago is still getting bids. Now it's between Richard and Tony. This cassette's a buy it now for $5, Violent Sons. And we have Camp Low, Uptown Saturday Night, Blue October, Willie Carlisle, Critterland. And then, yeah, the Rancantors, Seal, Jack White, just $19.99. And we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies left. I would love to sell all 5. That would be great. $19.99 each if anybody wants in. We still got Kenny Blues Boss Wayne, Blues from Chicago to Paris. William Drugovich wants the Violet Sons cassette. That's sold to William for $5. Still got Arab Strap, the Captain Beyond Live, white vinyl. And then Otis Spann. We sold 3 at $19. There's 1 left for $19. Another blues record, Blind Willie McTell. B.B. King still available. And then the OG stuff, Lou Reed, Chameleon, Outlaw Blues Band, Bruce Palmer, Chambers Brothers, and Hall & Oates. Chicago is at 17 with Richard Group. It looks like he's going to be the one who gets that. All right, and then next is, let's see here. So I think some of these were already priced, and I can go ahead and just make them $6.99. It might be best. Yeah, these are just randomly, these need to be $6.99. First, Blind Willie is a music on vinyl press, unopened for $24.99. Gary Wellman will take a Rancantors for $19.99. So 5, this is sold to Robert Warner for $5. Putty Cat, Chicago is sold to Richard Group for $17. And these are just buy it now for $6.99. Curtis in Chicago, Curtis Mayfield, an official UK import. Mother's Finest, live, $6.99. Widespread Panic, $6.99. And Bunny Wailer, Gumption. And that would be pretty much half off, more than half off at $6.99. Bunny Wailer. Bunny Wailer on Shanachi label. Bunny Wailer, $6.99. Blind Willie is sold for $19 to Patrick Lear. You got it. And those are all $6.99. That's Bunny Wailer, Widespread Panic. Mother's Finest is sold to Tony for $6.99. Michael Remza on Widespread Panic for $6.99. Still got Curtis Mayfield and Bunny Wailer there. Those are pretty cool. Next New Orleans single is going to go up right now. Let's do 2 more pulls here and see what we got. And then another CD auction, okay? We have Escarita. That's a good pull. Escarita, $5 start, hitting on nothing. And Enter the Sick World of the Embryonics. The Embryonics is a $5 start. Bunny Wailer also sold to Michael Remza for $6.99. And that leaves Curtis Mayfield and the Sealed Joe Jackson, if anybody's in on those. $5, $5. And let's do the next CD auction. Some of these aren't priced. I think that's the one I'm supposed to auction. I think, or some of them are priced, and they're priced for a lot. And that's why we need to auction them, like this one. Circle of Dust. It was priced pretty high. $39.99, so $7 start. Circle of Dust, $7 start. That's now up for bid. All right, what time is it? 12:40. So the feed, I think we got plenty of time on the feed. It's just that Chad's getting pretty hungry, and I'm also thinking about all the posters I'm supposed to get ready for Tanner tomorrow to photograph. I promised Tanner I'd have about 50 posters laid out tomorrow to photograph so we can get some sold for this week. And autographs, bigger autographed items. I've told some people about some of the big autographed posters I have that have really been neglected, and they have been highly interested. And I'm like, well, we just got to photograph them because we can't bring them over here and show them. They wouldn't fit on the table. Some of the stuff's so big I couldn't even bring, especially my new camera mount. I can't even bring it over here to show it to you. So I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I really just want to keep doing this stuff, but at the same time, I like to be showing crates too. Maybe I can find a short but sweet one, or maybe one over here that's kind of like half. I did so much condensing though, there's not many half crates left. Let's see what I have. I'd love to try to sell you about 20,000 more singles tonight at $5 a piece. That would be a great night. 20,000 45s at $5 each. Well, hopefully they would bring more than that actually. What do I want to go through? What do I want to go through? What? This ladder is really in the way here. I'm going to have to close that up tonight. I may have to close it up right now because I can't get to these other records. I'm about to move, I think, a 20-foot ladder, or however tall this sucker is. How tall is this? It's not 20 foot. 12 foot. Wow, that looks taller. I'm about to have to move this thing because it's in my way. All right, let's see how this goes. I'm moving a 12-foot ladder. Let me try to close it up first. It's really been in my way here. I might open one of these tubs and see what we can find miscellaneous. Oh man, this thing is oh. Whew. I think this is a two-person job. What a shoulder workout this is. Holy moly. Okay. That's been in my way for about a week. Now I can get to these other crates. What's going on over here on the auction block? Nobody has said anything. Escarita sold to Preston Rose for $5. The Embryonics is a $5 buy now, and Dust is a $7 buy now. I'm going to have to go through the no bids. Yeah, that was a workout. Now I can get over here and see if I can find one more crate to go through, or something, maybe even new vinyl while we wrap up some of this miscellaneous stuff for tonight. I'm about to put up these Peter Cetera CDs, which I think are pretty good. Thank you for sending 3 dots. I want to make sure everybody was still alive out there, and there hadn't been like a nuclear bomb go off, and I'm not aware of it. And I'm still here thinking everything's just fine, and it's like world chaos outside. All right, we'll try this one. Buy it now, best offer. Some of it, all of it, while we're clearing up and cleaning up, okay? Buy it now, best offer. Some of it or all of it while we're cleaning up. And let's see what's going on, okay? I need to take my sold pile in here. So here's tonight's no bids. Let's see if we can do some kind of bundle here. The CDs were Circle of Dust, $7. Embryonics, $5. Curtis Mayfield, $7. Joe Jackson, $7. Chimpanzees, $5. That one cassette Wool for $5. And then the Soul top records here were $7, which was Little Beaver, the Dale's Hip Pocket record, Manitobia, and the Soul Children. And I'll do those, like I said, instead of 7,777, 5,555. So $20 on the Soul bundle. We've got 2 New Orleans singles if anybody wants them for, well, let me wait on those because I usually try to put more with them. The only LP that hadn't sold is Captain Beefheart for $25. $25 on that. Any OG Heavy Metal. OG Heavy Metal is sold on Thursday nights. Every once in a while, something gets mixed in. But 21 over on YouTube, we have a audience unlike any other that tunes in to buy metal records here. So essentially, do we have OG Metal? Yes. Is it basically already sold? Yes. So as soon as we get it, it's sold. It's all gone. We just got to put it out for sale. So we do have it. We sell it like on one night of the week, and that's Thursdays. And if you follow our page on YouTube or subscribe, we do post kind of hot pictures before the sale. Here's another, I think, a pretty good CD. Peter Cetera. It's going to go up for a $7 star. CB condition. Captain Beefheart was a 73 US Sonic reissue. EX, $25. It's not bad at all. EX. Can't believe that hadn't sold. Let's go through one more box of LPs, and I'm going to throw up some more singles. And I'm going to try to maybe do a big bundle on everything that didn't sell over here tonight. Try to get all that sold before it all gets crisscrossed like it's about to. Let me put those on the bottom. And there we go. All right, so first is the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. $14.99 on the Moody Blues. No condition notes unless I say so, which means the disc or EX or better. Laugh-In 69 is $19.99. Laugh-In 69. Peter Cetera, a $7 start. The very best of the Marx Brothers, that's $26.99. 2 LP. Steve Martin, Comedy is Not Pretty, $14.99. Captain Beefheart is sold for $25 to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary, on that. Also, we have All in the Family, $19.99 with the photo insert. These are buy it now best offer. More Comedy with Saturday Night Live at $19.99. And Harry Belafonte, The Warm Touch of Belafonte, $7, $9.99 on that. I was about to say $7 start on Peter Cetera. Here is our next New Orleans single, Ray Campy. Ray Campy is going to go up for a $5 start. This is on green vinyl. Looks very interesting to me. Ray Campy. This is a $5 start. Can I see the Rancantors again? Let me find one over here we've already sold. The name of the Rancantors album is called Help a Stranger. New and sealed, $19.99. Incredible album. Great stuff. Help a Stranger, $19.99. Jim B has Peter Cetera for $7. Also, we have White City, Pete Townsend, $14.99 on Pete Townsend. Also, BG, Spirits Haven't Flown. BG's is $9.99. Thank You, Pretty Baby, Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole, $9.99. Belafonte by request, $9.99. Ray Campy has a bid for $5. Havana Daydreamin', Jimmy Buffett, $19.99. Jimmy Buffett, very clean copy. Havana Daydreamin'. And Christine McVie, that one is $26.99. He said he will take a Rancantors. That is $19.99, and this is sold to Dennis Jackson. I still got some left if anybody else wants one. Just $19.99, I should say. Also, the Rollers Elevator, $9.99 on the Rollers, and Head East, self-titled, $19.99 on Head East. The Who's Odds and Sods, original die-cut cover, Still and Shrink, $24.99. $24.99. Peter Cetera sold to Jim B for $7. Ray Campy sold to Robert Warner for $5. Let me take this incredibly dangerously misstacked stuff in here on this table before there's an absolute disaster. We don't want any of that to happen. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. All right. Blows to Colt, Fire of Unknown Origin, $24.99. Can't believe that didn't sell originally at sticker price. A very nice Italian pressing of Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get, pink probe label, $24.99. Our next item's going up is Peter Cetera's Greatest Hits, made in Germany. I think that's another good one, as in pricey, like $30 plus possibly. $7 start on Peter Cetera. And we have Groovy Uncle, Monkey Trousers, and Now Your Pain Is Over. $5 start on that. The latest edition, John Mayall. John Mayall's $26.99. Tina Marie, It Must Be Magic, $19.99 on Tina Marie. Jimmy Buffett, Coconut Telegraph, $19.99. Jackson Brown Holdouts, $14.99. Fats Domino is a 1964 pressing of Fats Domino Sings. That's $26.99. Imperial, $26.99 on Fats Domino. And Lou Reed, New Sensations. Lou Reed is $34.99. David V on Joe Walsh. That's a very nice copy of that. Thank you, David. That's so do you. Also, we have Golden Earring Switch, $29.99. I think that's another UK copy. Definitely, yeah, Red Polydor German. Might be a made in Germany. Very nice copy of that. Glen Fry, the All-Nighter, $19.99. Gold Stand promo. Yes, Yesterday's is $19.99. Little River Band Playing to Win, $9.99. I'll tell you what, these don't sell now. I'm probably going to show these again tomorrow, kind of like when the show starts, and a lot of these are going to get grabbed for sure. Next is Patti Smith Group Wave. Patti Smith Group is $24.99. The Sound of Jazz, Count Basie, Billie Holiday, and others. 58 US Mono, EX Edition, $17.99. Jim B has Peter Cetera for $7. Groovy Uncle, Final Call for a $5 start. Randy Bachman, VG Plus, $14.99. Golden Earring is sold to Patrick Lear for $25. Phenomenal German press. So do you. Tony Mottola, Guitar Underground, 69 US, VG Plus, $9.99. Miriam Makeba, EX Edition, $12.99. Grover Washington Jr., Come Morning, VG Condition, $9.99 on Grover. Also back here, we have John Hurley Delivers, One More Hallelujah, EX $9.99. And Harper and Rowe, VG Condition, $9.99. Jeff Beck Group Rough and Ready, VG $9.99. And Blood Rock 2 and Shrink Wrap, VG Plus $14.99. Groovy Uncles, a bot now for $5. The next New Orleans single is going to be Hal Peters and his trio. I've had this one before, I think. Or I've had them. I don't know if I've had this one. Hal Peters is a $5 start. We have Gary Wellman on Tony, and that was Tony. Tony was Tony Mottola. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And we also have BG's Cucumber Castle, EX $17.99. Gary Wellman on JB. I'm assuming that's for Jeff Beck. That's sold to Gary Wellman. Also, 10 Years After, Alvin Lee and Company. A little bit of cover damage right there. Vinyls VG, $9.99. Dennis second on James on Jeff Beck. Blood Rock Passage, EX $17.99. Van Morrison, EX $32.99. David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name, VG $19.99. And Lou Reed Street Hassle, VG Plus $24.99. Peter Cetera sold to Jim B for $7. Hal Peters has a bid with Robert for $5. Final call. Anybody else want anything in here? I think the last thing I'm going to do is read the singles that didn't sell earlier tonight for $6.99 before I maybe attempt to bundle them for somebody. And also before we put up any more auctions, which I need to do right now. How many more CDs I have? Really chipping away over here at this batch of CDs I had. Where do I want to put these? Let me put them right here. All right, so the next CD I have is Chicago Live, and this is going to go up for a $7 start. I've never seen that before. I think it's a CD-only deal. Chicago Live, $7 start. Robert Warner gets Hal Peters for $5. Robert, thank you. That's so do you. And then the next New Orleans single, let me grab here. I think this is something older. Yeah, definitely. A couple older New Orleans singles here for $5 starts. Pretty cool looking deals, though. Count Basie and Eddie Condon. So first is, for a $5 start, Eddie Condon, Chicago Jazz, a deck of 45 EP, $5 start, and Count Basie and his orchestra, RCA. No, that's not the right record. Not the right record in there, I don't think. Hold on a second. Metronome All-Star Band? Surely not. No, it should just be billed as Count Basie. No, that's not the right record. Not the right record in there. So we'll just leave Eddie Condon up for a $5 start. Mary's in on Chicago at $7. Now, here's some buy it now singles. These are going to go back, way back, because this is some of the first records I showed tonight. These are all $6.99. King Curtis and the Kingpins, Changes, Part 1. Zwall, Call Out My Name. Eric Clapton, Lay Down Sally. The Mamas and Papas, Words of Love. I am reading the A-side. If you want to know the flip, let me know. Styx, Too Much Time on My Hands. Now, this is an actual EP from the UK. Eddie Arnold, All-Time Favorites. It's a flip back UK EP. Very cool. There's that RCA UK label. Very clean. And there's the flip side. Eddie Arnold. That is $6.99. Also, we have Spanking Our Gang, Like to Get to Know You, $6.99 there. So Eddie Condon has a bid with 8 with Grog. Chicago's at 7 and now 12. Mary, you're out on Chicago. Grog has Eddie Condon for 8. Final call. Let me grab another New Orleans single right quick. I think this is a split one. And the split is the Los Vigilantes. Nope, it's both Los Vigilantes. It's Qua Mal and Me Mamie Dejo. That's a $5 start on that. These are all $6.99, and that was Spanking Our Gang, Eddie Arnold, Sticks, Mamas and Papas, Eric Clapton's Wall, and King Curtis. Those are all $6.99. Buy it now. These are all first come, first serve. Also, Arthur Conley, People Sure Act Funny. The Blow Monkeys, Digging Your Scene. Morning Girl, classic song by the Neon Philharmonic. Strange Advance, She Controls Me. Simply Red, Money Too Tight. Billy Joe James, 38 Special, Stone Cold Believer. Robert Palmer, Can We Still Be Friends? 10cc, The Things We Do for Love. Foreigner, A Long, Long Way From Home. Bill Justice, Raunchy. Cameo, I Just Want to Be. And Dr. Hook, Sexy Eyes. Grog does get the Eddie Condon for 8. There is a new bid on Chicago for 15, and the Los Vigilantes is a $5 star. So the thank you, Grog, that's so due for 8. This stack here left Dr. Hook, Cameo, Bill Justice, Foreigner, 10cc, Robert Palmer, 38 Special, Billy James, Simply Red, Strange Advance, Neon Hill Philharmonic, The Blow Monkeys, and Arthur Conley. Let's put all those back there. Now, Chicago is sold to Mary Miles for $15. Thank you. The next CD I have is Handsome. Now, what's up with this one? It was in the to be checked bin. I don't know anything about it, so let's put it up for a $7 start. Handsome, $7 start. Los Vigilantes is a $5 buy it now. Next New Orleans singles are going to go up right now, and that is The Funniest, Moxie, The Quasiest People, The Funniest. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Sir Ball Diddley and his Right Honorably Big Wigs live. That's a $5 start. So those are our next singles, $5 and $5 on the starting bids on those. And now my next handful of singles I'm about to read are right now. And that is ELO, Letter from Spain. Also, Leo Sayer, You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Dave Clark 5, Because. Average White Band, Walk On By. Kissing the Pink, Maybe This Day. Big Shot, Billy Joe. Linda Ronstadt, Just One Look. Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame. Jungle Eddie, that is by Jungle Boy. Force MD's Tender Love. Terry Stafford, Suspicion. 1010, Toast and Marmalade for Tea. Tommy Conwell and the Young Rumblers. Magic of Olivia Newton-John. ABC, How to Be a Millionaire. Rick James Glow, Steve Winwood Valerie, and the Moody Blues. I'm Just a Singer in a Rock and Roll Band. Moody Blues. Those are all $6.99. Man, some great singles there. Lots in picture sleeves. Moody Blues, Steve Winwood, Rick James, ABC, Olivia Newton-John, Tommy Conwell, and the Young Rumblers. 1010, Terry Stafford. What's the flip of that? Another Terry Stafford. Sometimes they're completely different artists. Force MDs on those collectible hit singles. Jungle Boy, Howard Jones, Linda Ronstadt, Billy Joe, Kissing the Pink, Average White Band, Dave Clark 5, Leo Sayer, and REO Speedwagon. Susie says she wants the Rick James picture sleeve. That is sold to Susie for $6.99. And Michael Remza wants Valerie. Let's pull that for him. Valerie, Steve Winwood. Thank you, Michael Remza. All right, so Handsome is a no bid, $7 buy it now on that, and that means Sir Bald's a $5 buy it now, and The Funniest Moxie is a buy it now for $5. Those are all buy it nows for $5. And what else do we have here? The last couple handfuls of 45s. Bragg Suggs, 706 Union, Jimmy Castor Bunch, King Kong Part 1, Come Fly With Me, Bobby Bland, The Jackson 5, Maybe Tomorrow, a promo, Foreigner, Feels Like the Very First Time, Rick Springfield, Human Touch, Spyro Gyra, Catching the Sun, Olivia Newton-John, Deeper in the Night, Greg Ken Band, Love Never Fails, B.B. King, Happy Birthday Blues, Ice House, We Can Get Together, BTO promo, Down the World, I Want to Be With You Everywhere, Fleetwood Mac, John Cougar, check it out. Sticks, Best of Times. Cheyenne, Frontier Days. Harry Belafonte, Roll On Buddy promo. Nielsen, I Guess the Lord Must Be in New York City. And another ELO, a classic. Turn to Stone. When you are alone, I turn to stone. Here's some Buy It Now CDs. These are $6.99. The first is Whitesnake, Good to Be Bad. House of Pain, Fine Bought Lyrics, Jump Around, and The Best of Ed Bruce. Those are all $6.99. Jump Around. And the last few here, I am not sure on, and I'm going to wait till tomorrow and we'll auction them, okay? I'll put them over here with this next box on this shelf because there's a bunch more over here. But that did empty this box. It's been behind the counter. My mom's like, are you ever going to do something with these CDs? And I said, I have tonight, Mom. There you have. There's one DVD in there too, but I'll auction that tomorrow. It's a good one. All right. Chats went really quiet. We still got 29 faithfuls on Facebook and 72 faithfuls on YouTube. So 29 on Facebook and 72 on YouTube. So about 100 people still watching. And those were great CDs and some great singles. I can tell it's time to stop. But I'm going to do one more opportunity. First, I'm going to do a deal on like everything over here we hadn't sold to see if I can get all this miscellaneous sold in one big pile. So there's 3 CDs. There's the Sir Bald New Orleans single, the Funniest of Moxie single, the Handsome CD, the Lost Vigilantes, the Groovy Uncle, the Wool Box Set cassette, the Seal Joe Jackson CD, the Curtis Mayfield CD. What else was there? The Dust CD. And then we had the Chimpanzees, the Embryonics, and then those soul records that we're probably going to put on Discogs if they don't sell tonight. And so some of the prices were 5, 5, 5, and 5. And then 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 5, 5, 5, 7, 7, 7, 7. But there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I don't know how much I accurately counted all that, but there's 19 items there. And I'll say all this kind of unsold stuff for $55. That's less than $3 a piece. But $55 for this unsold, includes New Orleans singles, the CDs, this one cassette, $55 on that bundle. A lot of variety of stuff there. You get no telling how many different genres are right there. And there's a couple. That Ed Bruce CD might be pretty good. I mean, that's what we had it stickered, or that's what Charles stickered it for us. So we'll call that random lot bundle $55. I don't know if the right person's watching. I need like Paul Brothers or somebody to be watching. And then I usually do this every night, and they usually sell. I just don't know if everybody's with me tonight as usual. But I won't even count them. This stack of singles, $75. So the unsold 45s for $75. How many's there? 50, maybe? I don't know. There's a lot. That's a great price, probably. $75 for those unsold singles. I didn't even count them. If there's 50, that means sticker price would have been around $350. So, but that gets them sold. Date just for the CDs. Those were, let's see. So those were 7 each, 2, 4, 6, 8. If you just get just the CDs, $4 a piece, $32. $4 if you take those, $32. I know I can sell the 45s later to William or to whoever's the New Orleans stuff, so not that big of a deal. And but I'd love to see the CDs. And then the stack of $6.99 single, $7.50. If not, we'll continue to build those in boxes, and we've been selling them by the box for $250. Anybody have any last requests? If not, that is the conclusion of the show. We've been going for almost 8 hours, and Chad's ready for the rest of his supper. Chad's ready to get ready for tomorrow because I do this all over again. Back, jack, do it again. The wheel keeps spinning round and round. Steely Dan. Oh. I'm going to make sure Arnold didn't want those CDs. Anybody have any final goodbyes? I'm on my phone at this point. I'm trying to figure out what I've missed in the last 8 hours. The soul singles, the ones that didn't sell were technically the $7 ones were this Hip Pocket record, the Dales, $7. Mantobia, Something in You, 1970 Soul. The Soul Children, Don't Take My Kindness for Weakness, 1972. And Little Beaver, Party Down Part 1. Now, those were auctioned at $7, no bid. And then we had a few buy it nows. The buy it nows were right here. And the first one we had was Simtek and Willie, Bootlegging Part 1. VG Condition, $49.99. Paul says this is a thumping and pumping funk, great song. VG, $49.99. Johnny Little, Done It Again, a 1967 soul jazz promo, $9.99. James Carr, a 1966 soul fantastic track. He made a note, this one's going to be hard to sell or hurts to sell. He means hurts to sell because he don't want to sell it. VG Plus, $39.99. The Hesitations, You'll Never Know, a 67 Soul with Fuzz promo, VG, $24.99. Big Amos, a 66 Blues, VG, $14.99. And George Jackson's VG Plus, $34.99. That's a 67 Soul promo. The 2 CDs on the bottom. Well, I'm trying to hear back from Arnold. I priced him at $32. I was hoping he would take them or make an offer so I could sell them all to him. If he doesn't take them or make an offer, we'll see what's going on. But Arnold, I'd love for you to take them or make an offer. My goal is to, eventually empty this entire building. We try to fill it up, empty it, fill it up, empty it, fill it up, empty it. Right now, it's filled up, and it's taking me forever to empty it, and we keep filling it back up and back up. And then we fill it up again. And then we pack even more in here. And people's like, why don't you just stop buying? I was like, because we sell all the good stuff off first. So we got to constantly buying collections to get all the grunge OGs and all the metal albums and all the soul albums and all the garage albums everybody wants. And when I spend pretty much the rest of the night trying to sell off all the other stuff that we acquire in all these collections, like CDs, cassettes, posters, 45s. So Arnold signed off, but he told me he passes on CDs. Okay, so Susie said she would give 5 each for House of Pain and Whitesnake. Sell those to Susie Breedlove both for $10. Okay, and then so do you have 21 BK King? So 21 King, I'll call you 21 King. Do you have a Facebook or Instagram? If you do, you can follow us. We post a hype picture every day before the sale starts of what we call the featured auctions. For example, right here is our Facebook page. First, let me go to our here's our Instagram. Okay, here's a gallery of everything that was auctioned tonight that we considered featured auctions. Everything right there was auctioned back there tonight and sold at auction. Everything right there. Now, for example, like last Thursday, here's last Thursday, Metal Night. Metallica, Kiss, Whitesnake, all the Sabbath, Ozzy, AC/DC, Judas Priest, all that was sold last Thursday. Those same pictures are also posted. Those same pictures are also posted on our channel on a place called Post or Community. So there's those same images from there. There's the same images there. That's on a community. That will be posted Thursday about 30 minutes before the sale, maybe 3 hours. I post it sometime during that day, but definitely before the sale. It's whenever they get them to me after they've researched them and we know what we're going to auction. Now, what I mean by they're pretty much sold is like tonight, everything that we had tonight, all those are gone. King Crimson, Funkadelic, West Coast. So all these metal records that if we have a good selection Thursday night, they will be up for auction. And what I'm trying to say is they're all going to sell. They're not going to be bought now. They're going to be put up for auction. They're going to get a bid, and multiple people's going to be bidding. We're going to sell them to the high bidder, then we move on to the next one. That's all sold every Thursday night. Sometimes, if we're unusually lucky and we get big metal collections, we'll sell them multiple times throughout the week. That hadn't happened in quite some time. And if we do get a big collection, we've pretty much been stockpiling them and trying to hold them until we get to that point of Thursday night. And yeah, that's what we do on Thursday. I've been having Thursday metal nights since 2019. So it's been a tradition. We have sold, we've had some nights where we have sold unbelievable stuff, record-setting prices, rare stuff, one of a kind, you know, I mean, it's incredible what we've sold here the last 5-6 years. But Thursday night is reserved for metal. Now, there'll be other records. We could have bins with Lou Reed and the Carpenters. If we do have a big collection, sometimes we have metal straight priced, like reissues, new sealed stuff, sometimes pre-owned. But typically, everything gets auctioned. And what I tell people is, if it's posted, it will sell. Tonight, those 45 auctions, there's nothing left. And it's all going to get bids and sell. You just got to be watching when it comes up for sale. But thank you for subscribing and following, and everybody else. I'm officially in the feed. Good night, everybody. Appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Y'all know, same time, same place. 5 p.m. Coletco right here. Maybe 5:30 at the latest. I'll be starting the stream, and then I'll be here till 1 or 1:30. For those that actually said good night, thank you. I like to see who's still watching. If you didn't say good night, shame on you. But thanks for watching. Hope to see you back tomorrow. I'll be right